Ladies and gentlemen, we are live here from the Mattamy Athletic Center for the final day of action from the Toronto Ultra Open. All of the teams competing in the competition comes down to our final six in the fight for the lion's share of $100,000 and of course the title of Toronto Ultra Open champions. I'm Infinity, this is Proper, and we are ready to get it on because it's going to be an awesome day of action. Man, I just cannot wait. Challenges is always a fun time, and this is going to be no exception.
It has been an electric competition all weekend long. Started off with some near 96 teams, whittled it all the way down to a top 6 for a championship Sunday. They started off with best of 3s Fridays. Actually had some pretty good matches in that winners round 3, let me tell you. Top 32, switched to best of 5. And then grand finals, which is happening later today, will be a best of 7. Potential for either of these teams that are still alive in top 6 could make it to that final best of 7.
Some of the best teams in the world here in Challenges competing again for $100,000 in prizing. There is a lot of cash on the line for sure. And again, I mean, it's just been an epic day of a couple of days of competition. Here's a look at that prize pool broken down. First place, walking away with $40,000. Imagine what you could do with $40,000, mate. That's a lot of dough.
I mean, especially, after splitting it with a coach, like, hey, you're still sitting lavish, too. Let's not forget it, beside all of this prize pooling, as thankful as I'm sure the players are a lot of those pro points. Let's not forget what we're in hindsight of here. We have champs right around the corner. LCQ, will you get the auto qualification spot? These pro points might make the difference whether or not we're going to see a lot of roster mania.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing for me, right? Looking over towards teams, I think especially like FC Black, who are in a winners bracket final right about now.
Yeah.
Those guys basically auto-locked.
Sure.
the solid
team I know.
Yeah, the solid performances we've seen across the season so far, they are basically auto-locked in towards champs, regardless of what happens, short of some crazy roster mania, which,
sure.
I mean, let's be honest, mate, that could well happen. But let's take a look at our bracket to give you guys an idea of how we got here, of course. I already mentioned that FaZe Black are sitting in the upper bracket finals right now. They go head-to-head with Omit B2B. But how do they get here, Andy?
Well, I mean, FaZe Black, they had themselves a little bit of a run-in through the exceptionals. Actually came through. That was a 3-1 scoreline. They lost the Search and Destroy. It was 4-6. It was on Karachi. Very competitive back and forth as it may be. And then they ended up playing Spitting Demons Gaming. That's Noisy and Co. Coming through with a whole different set of 4. And I'm not going to lie, they kind of got mollywopped on that high-rise control 0-3, but they still find themselves in finals, maybe getting a few scrapes along the way. The same could be said about Omit B2B. These two teams, clear cut at the top of the bracket, and reason being why they are in winners finals.
Yeah, for sure. Again, we weren't really sure who would be in the winners finals, who would make it even to the grand finals. Coming into this tournament, there was a lot of different options, right? And I think it's fair to say FaZe Black were one of those teams that,
sure.
Given the caliber of rosters here on display, we kind of expected that. Over towards the lower bracket, though, looking at that lower side, you can see Spitting Demons are still going, and they're going head-to-head with Omit EU right now as well as Good Heart, the team that Omit B2B beat to get to the upper bracket finals. They go head-to-head with that Law Gaming roster. That's the former August NA team, by the way, that got second all the way in Season 2. So a lot of competition here. Anybody can still take it.
Yeah, I mean, EU's last stand. That Omit EU roster, #1 team in Europe for quite some time. Yeah, they didn't end up winning the most recent online tournament, but whatever that may be, trying to learn and trying to get through a lot of these growing pains. Weeman, Vortex, we know those guys. They are going to come with a different type of vibe today. And again, all those matches you can kind of see happening right behind us here simultaneously beside the winners finals, which is up on our main stage.
Yeah, for sure. Look, well, let's start talking about the match then that we've got ahead of us. It is going to be FC Black versus Omit B2B. Those are the teams that made it all the way towards top 3. They're in the upper bracket final right now, and they're going to face off here for a spot in the grand final. Now, it's worth saying, if you guys have been following challenges, you'll know that these rosters are not entirely correct. Omit B2B, that's accurate at least. You've got Purds and Yeez, of course, coming in here as the sub-duo. They join Awakening and Cammy, former CDL players on that roster.
Yeah, I mean, after the high-rise control yesterday, FaZe actually dropped their entire roster and just completely absorbed Spitting Demons Gaming. No, that's a joke. FaZe Clan Black, that same roster we've been seeing compete with a few interchangeable parts. Of course, Exceed and Brack, longtime duo, won Vanguard champs together on Iron Blood. Asim is the latest acquisition. They did play Season 2 of the Elite with Purge. Asim in and out of the league from Boston to Vegas, back to FaZe Black. 3 out of 4 of these guys were the Boston Open champions, and the acquisition from Dylan Rex has really added even more to their pace and, I guess, velocity that they play a lot of these maps at.
Yeah, for sure. It is just that conversation point about Rex kind of joining this team. And Rex last season, individually, he was insane. But in actual success terms, wasn't really a lot to talk about, right? So now he's on a team where actually they can start winning things. And I think now with Asim joining the roster as well, FC Black are in fine form. We saw that yesterday, but they do go up against that New World Order roster, now known here as Omit B2B. And again, you know, you look at the composition of players on this team. I mean, there's just such veteranship to talk about. The Cammy and Awakening AR backline for this team is insane. But I also want to give some love to Yeez and Purge, because I think, you know, you talk about those players, you talk about Yeez in particular, how unlucky he has been over the last few years. And, you know, I think it's fair to say that, you know, he's looking for a way into the CDL. Perhaps this will be it. But here's a look at our best of 5 map set for this one. Karachi Hardpoint is where we're going to be starting things off, Andy.
Yeah, high-rise search and destroy coming through as far as the map 2 is concerned. We're going to get the square up on Karachi control. That's going to be interesting for a lot of different reasons, right? I mean, I can only imagine FaZe Black probably want nothing to do with the high-rise control, given what happened yesterday. Yep. Don't like being a dead horse, but it is what it is. And I heard there was some animosity in between these two coaches. We'll talk more about them later, about the sub-base being left open as well. That is actually the one of 2 maps that Omit B2B did lose. It was versus 5 Media Clan. Let's be candid, they probably should have been able to win. It was 227 to 250, if I recall correctly, and then Karachi Search and Destroy will be map 5. Should we go the distance, but I do actually appreciate this map set. Nothing new at all. No 6-star, no Vista, no Rio at all. This is a very standardized map set of what we've been seeing through the beginning of the year to this point in time. No reason to not have some of these in your back pocket.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's start the conversation with the Hardpoint then. That is where we're going to be starting this series on Karachi. Yesterday, FaZe Clan Black, they looked excellent in Hardpoint, and a big reason for that was Brack and Rex. 1.38 KD overall for Brack and a 1.22 for Rex. Those guys are on fine form, and when an AR backline like that is constantly shooting, I think Omit B2B, they're going to have to find a response pretty damn quickly and shut down those players before they can even get started. Because, Andy, those guys, they have been on fire. And they want to make sure they don't come out swinging in this one. But it's time, folks, for the upper bracket final here. Omit B2B head-to-head with FaZe Black. One of these teams about to make it to the grand finals.
We'll have to see who's going to be able to get the upper hand first and foremost on Karachi Hardpoint. Starting off on the favorite side will be FaZe Black, so they're going to have the early access towards P2 rotation. Brack towards top yellow as a power position it may be. All of this hit initially for FaZe Black is all about that barrel control.
And kills now being made already here from FaZe Black. Now going to get shut down by Purge and Cammy here, so now looking for some early time would be Omit B2B, but Purge now just going to try and make his way up towards the Soda side, try and keep these guys away from the hill, and if he can pick up a couple of kills towards the next hill, it would be good, but I think Purge unfortunately does get stuck on the ladder there. In that scenario, Exceed is able to take him down, and now perhaps a fine shake here from FaZe Black, and perhaps taking some time away from Omit B2B. Exceed swings out in towards the open, picks up one, nice coverage from Asim as well, or Asim, excuse me, and FaZe Black, they managed to shoot their way through.
Yep. And they're still able to maintain this side of the map. So Rex is trying to cut down more space, but chalking the back 10 seconds are Omit B2B just to try to put themselves in a situation that they can try to brute force their way through Mail. Good transitional gunfights coming through for Omit ahead of this P2 popping.
You've got to be careful with one player on the backline here. Rex is actually going to get caught out by Purge, so nicely done from Purge to do that. But Purge now does find himself alone here in this hard point, has a lot of pressures to deal with, and Exceed is going to be the player that takes him down. Exceed now on 5 in a row. So FaZe Black here, an opportunity to garner streaks and control off this hill. Let's see if he can get it done. Exceed putting some shots in towards Rex. Rex is able to get away from that gunfight, but it's okay because the rest of the team here are doing a great job at picking up all of those kills. FaZe Black here, I mean, look, Exceed might not well have found the 6th kill just yet, but they do a good job at keeping Omit B2.
So maybe try to assault this back 10 seconds here on P2. Now Omit have to play for the future. They have to hold the line. Exceed just fishing out these kills, 6 to 7. Has that cruise missile in his back pocket and junk to his name.
And what a start from Exceed. He's just firing in all cylinders. I was mentioning the AR backline for FaZe Black coming into this series, but it seems like Exceed is having a hell of a time here. But it has only translated to a 25-point gap between these two teams. Exceed wants to use the cruise missile here to widen that gap by some margin, bends it straight in towards the cafe, and Yeez and Cammy have sent its closing times. Purge going to beaming from bottom red now. But FaZe Black, off the back of that cruise missile, have managed to kind of force their way in. Can anything be done by this? By Awakening, no, is the answer. Purge perhaps towards the back line. Does he catch Brack off guard? With the Semtex, I think, a little bit team shots. Yeez is going to get that kill on towards Brack, and now it's going to be Omit B2B in, but Exceed, can he do anything about this? Exceed finds 2, goes to the drop shot for number 3, and FaZe Black right back through.
You think Caden likes Championship Sundays? 13-2 start for the kid. Using that cruise missile the moment that he captured it, just to be able to assist his team to try to contest P3. And it was scrappy, but Omit B2B are still able to eke out the majority of time on P3. And it's a good thing because of it. You got the resource out. You can start playing towards these high ground positions ahead of P4. Just try to keep FaZe Black off the time. But you know as well as I do, Brody, they want to maintain that side of the map for what could be a potential money hill of P5, could be the flip of the script here in the first set.
Yeah, and again, it's always worth saying, right? I mean, you don't expect teams to get a lot of time off this hill, so there's no real reason to full send it. But I'll tell you what you can do. You can send Purge to do that! 2 kills for Purge. That's going to give Omid BTB now an opportunity to garner some time off this hill again. Not expected to be that much, but nonetheless, it is just frustrating for FaZe Black, who will continue to spawn back here and continue to not be able to get time off this hill.
And just playing the 50-yard line, just making sure they can't touch the hill. It's the name of the game, and they're doing it well so far, but FaZe Black started to bounce back. See him trying to get through rubble to at least maybe get some space ahead of the rotation towards P5, because that is where the majority of time is going to be coming to an end here on the first set. Finally, omit B2B, they give it up. As far as the struggle, that is P4. FaZe Black are going to soak up the back 12 seconds, going to give themselves about a 40-point lead. If you can start clearing away these players on the backside of P3, it would be a good look for omit B2B to get a strengthy setup for 5.
Gotta be careful that Asim doesn't come through and ruin this. He's already picked up Kami, and that's going to make Yeez pretty nervous inside this hard point. You have to find Asim before he can do some damage. Purge can't find him. So now here we go, around the backline. What can Asim do? He's managed to get through towards Bactian unscathed. Awakening's been called out towards Barrels, but he's going to pick up that frag versus Exceed. Gunfights in favor of omit B2B here. Big weight goes, big, huge. And he finds 3 there inside the hard point, now on 4 in a row. Trying to go even bigger, looking for more. That's number 5 now for Awake. He finally gets cut short, but omit B2B there, they get a wealth of time. Finally get broken with a couple of kills coming through from FaZe Black.
They can still contest this back 20 seconds. You got players down in bottom mail, but never mind. I mean, the trophy system is going to be able to assist omit B2B to try to sway the numbers, but 2 players still locked over here inside of lights. Asim will chase them out. 12 and 8 now for Asim as we go in towards the second set. And that last little contest right there, barring the heroics out from Wake, it's still about a 30-point lead that FaZe Black will hold over Omid's head, but very, very competitive. A lot of time off of P2 going back and forth. P3 was scrappy, but I would say it was a good job for Omid B2B to not allow that first set to get out of hand the way that FaZe were playing. Specifically Exceed. I mean, he's 18 and 11 for crying out loud.
Yeah, Exceed is just doing Exceed things. And honestly, it is a conversation worth having, right? I mean,
sure.
You talk about yesterday, FaZe Black. I mean, again, where was the vast majority of their gunfire coming from? And let's be honest, it was the ARs. Even though, you know, Exceed and Asim were doing dirty things, they weren't doing this.
Yeah.
You know, so now we're seeing FaZe Black firing on all cylinders here. That's what we wanted to see coming in a championship Sunday. And right now, they are the ones in control of this hill. It is worth saying, though, they do not have control of P2. And Asim wants control. He's going to try and get top fire. Finds that first frag hit. Need to see some kind of response out of Kami. Kami going for the challenge. Oh, goodness me. Well, Asim does go down 2 HP. It doesn't matter. The kill is his anyway.
So the struggle for top red control. Asim's going to hold that position. Now, you know that the side of the map that you want is the one that we're headed towards. Tip of the spear, trophy system to keep himself safe. Still able to win the gunfight, though, versus Purge. That's good space to have for yourself, but you can see these back spawns for Omit trying to defend this P2. So far, so good. The setup isn't looking too bad.
Oh, Wake does exit out bottom red here. Gonna get shut down before he can do any real damage now. Perhaps the route being taken by Rex in from behind. Again, that back heady is disgusting, and Purge can use the better of it to take Rex out of the equation. But Asim has managed to get through the front of the kill, tries to play his life, as does Brack, but it just isn't working here for FaZe Black. Exceed, though. 2-piece from him now. Opportunity. Kami now trying to play around him through the bus shelter. Where did he go? Well, there he is. Exceed going to get shut down in the end. And look, Exceed, troublesome as he is, it doesn't make a difference in the end. Kami now on 2 in a row. Why not give Kami number 3? And that's going to be omit B2B, a big hard point for them. It's going to give them the lead.
I mean, you remember when Rio first came out and Cam was still playing on L18 and he picked up that 3rd SMG for that team. Yeah, any weapon in this guy's hands, he will shoot absolutely straight. But a God heady with Dylan Rex, yeah, he's 10 and 13. Not the scoreline that we were kind of cracking him up to put up here, but still a big gunfight to have for himself because Cam, he was definitely feeling the hot hand. Big P2 coming through for omit B2B as they flip the lead, albeit by about 10 right now. FaZe Black have the spawns. They have a setup around Junk as well, but the push is starting to come through Coop.
Yeah, look at the positioning that omit B2B already have over this hard point. Got to be careful crossing the backline, though, because Rex is waiting there, and Rex is going to take both Purge and Awakening out of the equation. So now FaZe Black in control. Kami goes for a last-ditch effort before the rest of the team respawn up towards red side, and he will falter. So FaZe Black now in control for a back 30 seconds here. Omid BTB with the positioning around Scrap. They have to fight through this hard point given where the rotation goes next. Here they go. All 4 players, double chow, triple chow, all 4 of them on it, and they are picking up the gunfights as well. Now just Brack inside the hard point has the coverage from Coop, but that coverage has fallen. Now just Brack, can he do anything? No. Cammy and Purge find those frags, and it is a back 10 seconds that, again, given the state of affairs towards the next hard point, that's important time.
It really is, and you can just even see like where the spawns are. FaZe Black can be very thankful that they're not spawning in almost like a defensive spawn for control here on Karachi. They actually spawn closer towards the bridge and inside of Coop, so they can still kind of maintain presence around this old time. And all of these kills that you can find for yourself before those junk spawns. Omid B2B have spread the entirety of the map, and FaZe Black are starting to isolate them. Now they can flip this towards church control. They have the feeling that they have already flipped the spawns. Now it's just about keeping Omid off of the current time.
And to be fair, with a couple of kills coming through now, an opportunity here for Omid to actually pick some time off this hill. Exceed was preoccupied with getting players out of the power position, and that's exactly what he does. But around the front, the gunfights not being won here by FaZe Black. And in a rather irregularity here, we're seeing Omid picking up a ton of time off the back of this hill. FaZe Black, they're sending these individual players in towards this hill to deal with it, and it's not happening. And now the spawn out for Brack as well. An opportunity perhaps for Omid to transition towards new.
Yeah, the trade does come through. Where does Yi spawn? Yeah, it's going to be a back and forth flip of the spawn. I mean, FaZe Black have more numbers on the east side of the mini-map, and the only player that's pushed up is going to be Purge top bedroom. He's getting a lot of auto cues down low. He's going to be waiting for Cammy, who's starting to manifest a push all the way through Coop. This pinch has to be coordinated. It's going to take a few seconds to do.
Purchase everything in this situation. 14 and 22 hasn't had the best game so far, but this could well be the player of the game if he can make it happen. And no, gets cut short again. You lost Big Wake around the backline as well. So Omid B2B here, this initial push has gone, well, very much not as they intended. Yeez is also going to get found out inside Cafe. That's great play from Rex, who is also going to find another. That's 5 in a row now for him. And for FaZe Black, again, this could be a dagger for Omid in this game. You've got Rex on 5 in a row. You've got control of the hard point now. The coverage around the backline. Rex looking for number 6, and he's going to get it as well. Yeez, you're not getting anywhere near that hill, buddy.
Awakening has to go huge inside of Mail. You want to fight for this back 20 seconds, and Awakening's finding a timing for 2. Runs out of bullets in the AR. Brack will find a 2-piece of his own. He's in a 1v1 versus Yeez for the scrap time. He's going to be able to find the first. Didn't even see Exceed on the minimap there. They're playing so close together, this duo is. Spawns will flip, so Yeez is in here by himself, but still can't get past Brack. That is about a full 60.5 coming through for FaZe Black. 226 to 195. Still anybody's game.
And it is worth saying, of course, P2 is one of the more difficult hills to use the cruise missile on, right? So you might expect it to come out here to take this time away from Omid B2B. Don't be surprised if that's the case. Right now, Rex is very still on the minimap, so I've got a feeling that is exactly what's going to happen here from FaZe Black. Here we go. Rex going to bring that streak down, but you need the follow-up kills as well. And Purge immediately trades out. Nobody there to capitalize.
Look at Purge on the map. He's already playing for the future, for the objective. Exceed's caught in a 1v odd situation around Rubble. Cammy's there for the assistance as well. Purge was dealt with inside of red, but the spawns have now flipped. You have to fight for this whole time, but if you're FaZe Black, you also have to try to push through red for the spawns at new.
That is a huge 3 from Cammy. It ascertains that we are going to see another hard point here for both of these two teams, and Omid B2B, as you already called, Andy, are already there. But Rex wins a huge one up top red now. He opens the door for FaZe Black to make their way over towards new, but you need more gunfights, and you need them fast. That's a great one from Exceed to take Cammy down. There goes Purge. Rex has challenged absolutely everything right now, and he's looking for these kills, finding another one towards the front of the hard point now for Rex. What can he do in this situation? Has a little bit of help from Brack, but needs to take out Big Wake inside the hard point, and Rex finds that frag.
And now you have to start funneling yourself over towards the dumpster hop. FaZe Black have more numbers on this side of the map.
Rex is still going as well inside this hard point. FaZe Black still getting the time. A few seconds away. Somebody from Omid B2B has to touch. Exceed not letting that happen. Through the window goes Cammy. He can't stop FaZe Black here. He can't stop Rex.
I mean, talk about a terrifying situation for a multitude of reasons, right? Because if it was Exceed throughout the majority of that first set, going in towards the second, Brack was also right there picking up a lot of good crossfires. Asim was also running around side by side with what Exceed was putting up. And then we go in towards the second set, and then Rex just hits a different gear. That same gear that we have been seeing from him time and time again ever since he bounced into the Challengers scene. Insane. 25 and 18 out of Rex comparatively to where he was at, like somewhere near like 9 and 13, I want to say, like at the end of the first set. Just hits that level, starts getting the flow state, the comms, the deads, everything was erupting on this side of the stage for FaZe Black. Not for a lack of trying. I mean, Awakening and Cammy, look, they have been toppling the leaderboards and respawn when it comes down to this Omid B2B, but there was no follow-up at all. Both of them are going to go even, nobody positive, but on the other side for FaZe Black, It was the Kaden Exceed show. Through the beginning of the first set, 29-24 is where he will finish. Everybody going positive. The teamwork at an all-time high for FaZe Black.
It is just wild to me that they have this uncanny ability, FaZe Black, to just resurge.
Any one of them,
right? Any one of them, just out of nowhere. And it was like this yesterday in map number 4, right? You know, we saw these guys, they had a relatively slow start to the hard point, and then I think about 30% of the way through, it's like, all right, well, I guess we're just actually going to start playing now. And all of the players just went off. I think Rex particularly got to call him out because he does have these moments just huge towards the end of the game. And once he starts to feel it, once he gets in the flow state, there's not really much that you can do to stop. And I think Omid B2B, if they didn't realize that already, they most certainly will know now. A very close hard point where, I mean, what, 1 or 2 hills could definitely have made the difference, but in the end, it is going to be FaZe Black that start strong in this best of 5. They are going to take map number 1. Next up on the docket is going to be a high-rise search and destroy. And this is interesting because we saw FaZe Black play this yesterday.
It's one of those things, again, that just to talk about at a more macro level when it comes down to Omid B2B, the only maps that they've lost this entire championship bracket has been hardpoint, and they've all been very close hardpoints. So you can go ahead and add that back in there for the third. You could probably make an argument that that could have gone Omid's way, pending a few more gunfights happen towards P5, and they're able to at least get that break. But we don't live in that universe, Brody. We live in the current one where FaZe Black are able to get the hot hand ahead of this high-rise search and destroy. And look, even when it was Kremp and Asim on this team, high-rise search and destroy has been a wheelhouse for both Brack and Exceed. These guys love quad AR sometimes on their rollouts, man, and you really do have to be careful when you're trying to fish out information. A very annoying team to play when they set up their crossfires.
All right, well, as I said, we saw FaZe Black yesterday. That was versus Spitting Demons. They went 4-1 up early on in Search and Destroy, and a lot of the reason why was because they were just playing so exuberantly aggressive. We might well be seeing that right out the gate for FaZe Black as well. An unconventional route through towards B. Purge going to get tagged up there by, I believe that was the Red Bower or down low their side Pit, but Yeast has already drawn that first blood. That's one player down for the count here. Nice start from Omid B2B. Purge and Kami following up with kills, and all of a sudden it's Brack left up in a 1 versus 3.
Let's see it, Brack. He's leading his team in S&D KD at a 1.73 following yesterday. But this would be something special. It would have to be the entire ace, and with 30 seconds remaining, that's to somehow get the hard read that a player is still playing top helicopter. That's to somehow read that there's going to be a player inside elevators. And by the time he gets tagged by the first, he's going to get slide-shot on by Yeez, but dead to rights in the end. And again, Search and Destroy should be this Omid B2B's wheelhouse. What do you think about like the players that are on this roster? People tend to forget. At the champs last year, on that Omid team, Purge and Yeez was that SMG kind of going back. Well, no, Purge was technically, I guess, an AR at the time. He was playing alongside Gwyn, but semantics aside, that teamwork, the way that they've always kind of manhandled in Search and Destroy, came through in that opening break-off. We'll have to see what the adaptations are going to be for FaZe Black when the sides do swap. But now we get a first taste of Omid's Championship Sunday high-rise search offense.
It looks pretty good as well, it's worth saying. Great team play in round number 1. Round number 2, some early utility going out from Exceed. That's information now that nobody is towards that back right window, or at least they weren't at the start of the round. You don't have much in the way of information towards B Street. Rex was keeping an eye on it, but I'm not too sure if they know that Purge has managed to make it all the way across. And you know what, mate? I don't know why. I'm not sure at all. Exceed just gets that kill straight away. Great information being given by the team here now, 3 versus 3.
I mean, they had to have at least seen him just slide inside of the elevator for that easiest read that I've ever seen, but trade came through. It was just Rex that fell. Now it's Cammy's turn. It's up on 2 already. Can he find these other 3? Because the bomb's not planted yet, and that's going to cause considerable doubt for Cammy. But if he can isolate and get a timing onto Exceed, who is top propane, you will get the read on the situation. This is, in fact, rotating over towards A.
Yeah, he's managed to get himself in the power position inside B, right? This is the position that everyone loves to use because you're behind this kind of structure tower that you can't get aim assist through. And it's going to work out perfectly as well.
Oh my.
Players have chosen the B-bomb side. Does he have the trigger discipline? No, he doesn't. He picks up that first kill, has to slide out for the double chow. I almost wonder what, in another universe, right, if he has a little bit more trigger discipline in that situation, doesn't stop the bomb immediately, how does that round go in the 1 versus 3?
Well, I fear that he would have been scouted by the player planting the bomb in the first place, laying prone. Brack went to go prone to like at least see it. Because like, you can see underneath the generators for any footsies that might be over there. But yeah, maybe in a different realm. Same thing you could say about Brack. I mean, back 2 different ARs, 2 different teams that have that ice genetic, if you will. But it will be an offense for an offense. I'll have to see what FaZe Black can do to combat it against what the aggression and timing was from Yeez and that First Blood, and then Purge also playing a delayed timing over by this B Street.
Pretty sure we saw the setup yesterday, but it was from FaZe Black that did it. 3 players over towards the B side. The one that is separated out is the bomb carrier, and that's Yeez, who unfortunately does go down just on their side of pit. Kills being made here immediately by FaZe Black. Last remaining player can't do anything in that scenario, and it all just falls apart there on that offense from BTB.
It's just the nades, man. It's high rise, right? Able to get those nades over the top. What did FaZe Black learn from their first round defense? Well, they love hitting over towards B Street. What does Omid BTB do in their second offense? Just hit towards B Street, 3 players strong. And nade claimed the first blood, surely, but then the spam fire to keep the players weak, trying to get over towards propane. Only so much you can do when you're just spamming through nade smoke and sometimes actual smokes. It was Brack and Asim that came alive there in that round. Found 2 apiece, but the damage to speak of in between those crossfires, always sublime for FaZe.
Similar rollout here. This time it's Omid BTB on the defense, and FaZe Black the one that is sending 1 player over towards A, the rest of them towards B. But it is relatively relaxed. Players towards the back window. Brack in that back window position is able to take Cammy out from far. That's a hell of a long-range shot. Now Exceed up top. He's going to get caught, though. So 3 for 3 we go. That bomb's still angling for A. Purge now taking shots here. Surely should be dead to rights by Asim, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Smoke is going to be used by Asim just as a get-out-of-jail-free card. They're trying to flip this to go back over towards B, but now they know where Awakening is. Can't find that trade immediately, and Yeez is also going to get a
chance to get away. Still. Up top he goes. Is he going to stop the bomb plant? Yes, he is. The shot, so at the very least, Asim does not get that bomb down, but that's information here through the fence. Again, no AA there. It's not going to be good enough for the kill just yet.
Good time.
But time is the big problem here in the situation. I mean, I was about to say it. 10 seconds left in here's one. Awakening shots over the top. Can he stop the bomb planter using the coverage of the site itself? Asim will get it down, and now that's a problem for Big Wake.
Trophy system as well. No nades that Wake can use. Gets the early damage. Knows that one is right. Needs to get the 2 bursts on both of them. Can't get the job done. The timing was so close to losing their lives over there. Almost found Rex as the bomb planter, but Brack able to get into the cheeky corner. Almost was dead to rights there. Maybe just a couple bullets and 2 different bursts to land, but that is going to be a few rounds in a row now for FaZe. Being able to isolate these players. Omid BTB trying to play reactionary off the info that they're able to gather early on, but it's Brack, because of course it is. 1.73 walking into this series, sitting up at 8-1 on that 6-3. Cruise missile on high rise. There's already so many explosions. Why not add another?
Why the heck not, okay? FaZe Black 3-1 up in this one, and it could get worse. Again, it's a reminder that versus Spitting Demons yesterday, they went 4-1 up early. Might be about to happen once again. Rex firing some warning shots away. And BTB might want to think about how they want to approach this, considering the straight hop up towards site has gone alright. Asim, don't know whether he meant to drop down towards pit or not, but I think he would have just been spotted out by Purge, who was laying down there. If not, it won't be long before they know that's where Asim is. Still eyes over towards B, still trying to barter for a way in towards the site, and now Asim thinks now's the time to go. The rest of the squad are here, pushing forward. Asim going to get blooded there in the situation from afar. Brack trying to play his life. Rex is able to trade things out, though. Versus 3 versus 3.
What's the timing going to look like for Cammy? Trying to get behind enemy lines. I mean, while this is all happening, Rex is just running through everybody. 2 in the round. Exceed catches Yeez off guard. Last alive is Cammy, top helicopter, and he's got an angle at this bomb, and he knows both are on site, but he gives up the high ground.
He doesn't know where the second player is. He
I thought he saw both of them.
Yeah, no, not with the way he was playing there. He expected somebody to be in that corner, but nope, that's not where the players were. Both of them stacking in towards B, and I said it, mate. 4-1 yesterday versus Spitting Demons. Now 4-1 start here versus Omid B2B. FaZe Black, once their teamwork is on point, they really do start to feel themselves in these situations.
The isolation, being able to gather the information, and then more importantly, being able to enact on said information. It's one of those things, again, that FaZe Black historically on high-rise search and destroy this entire damn year has been so good at. But again, that's why I was starting to ask like what the timing was going to look like for Cammy, because I knew that he was like a little bit delayed, whether he was going to try to push all the way through the A-bomb into the unknown abyss where maybe the player was going to be watching for a timing, but up top helicopter, maybe if he gets there a moment sooner, going to be able to help out his teammates stay alive. But FaZe Black now, rolling deep, 4 in a row now after losing the initial.
Omid BTB changing things just a little bit here on the defense, sending 2 players towards A. One pushed very far up. Purge actually doesn't get tagged up by that nade, so his position still hasn't been revealed in this scenario. Cammy now finds that kill, and here we go. Purge at the back of it, trades for the kill, but Rex is going to find it, excuse me. And now we go to a 3 versus 3. That was a big one to lose.
Yeah, it sure was. It's a big player to lose as well. Purge is forced just to sit back and try to help his team figure out the search and destroy. 3v3. Spam shots coming through for Exceed. Not going to find any kills. This is going to be a hard hop up. Nobody's really watching this. I mean, you got a player nearby on the other side of Underground, but Cammy is just holding the cross-top helicopter. You almost feel like you got to deal with him first. Sure. What?
He's sending his phase 5 application in, mate. Don't worry about it. It's all right. It happens. 2v2 now. And this is a round really where Omid BTB will have felt that they should have won it, and in the end they will anyway. But a really weird one for the first couple of kills that they end up losing. I don't know, mate. Don't worry about it.
Why? It just was so random. It's like, we need this information now. I'm yeeting off a top helicopter. It works out in the end, of course, but, you know, 'tis the byproduct of taking down a team. And that's really like the route man when it comes down to search and destroy for this team of FaZe Clan Black. If there's one player that's going to get aggressive, get a little antsy through the underground area, it's probably going to be a seam for FaZe Black, so then you just got to watch where everybody's holding their irons. Able to finally get another round on the board is Omid B2B, but still a lot more work to do. This offense is going to see a lot of presence over towards A. Purge might get a really good timing off the damage that's already being found.
Oh, look at this aggression from Purge. Not going to find any actual value, though, and they're going to have to back off the back of it. You really wanted to kill in that play, and you didn't get it. But this is a very fast translation over towards B, and I'm wondering what the reaction looks like from FaZe Black, because I don't think they've recognized this whatsoever. They still think this is going to be a fast push towards A, especially as Cammy's picking up kills over by that side of the map.
Bomb planted at B, though. 2v3. Don't forget, Brack does have that cruise missile should he want to use it, but I reckon that's probably going to be for a post-plant situation rather than a 2v3 where you're kind of isolated from each other. And with the death of Rex, I'm sure that that's going to be the case. You only got 25 seconds, Carson.
Does he have information? Yeez down low. I don't think he's going to check that whatsoever. Yeez might well be the death of him in this situation. Brack now up top, trying to survey the land. He's not getting anything whatsoever. Desperately trying to find it. And yeah, I had a feeling with Yeez being in the position it was. Unconventional. Brack is just not going to expect that.
No. I mean, only so little time, but it was a good relocation coming through for Omid BTB just to be able to set up the crossfire. You saw Wake with the AR. Yeez was just trying to play for a timing around elevators, maybe trying to get back over towards the defensive side of the map, but in the end, there's only so much you could do for Brack. If only he could shoot two ways at the same time, maybe it's a different story. 2 in a row now for Omid B2B. They're able to at least bring this back within 1, but this is another hit edition of this high-rise search and destroy that Brack still has that cruise missile. Wondering if he's going to use it here just to put themselves up on that point.
Yeah, it's just so similar to what we saw yesterday, right?
Yeah.
It was Spitting Demons yesterday. We were able to bring it back close. Now it's Omid BTB off a 4-1 disadvantage, where this one feels like it's getting closer. Keep an eye on number 5 on the minimap right now, though. Brack
here comes.
Here in the back line. He's got that cruise missile. He's going to use it. And now watch Omid BTB Scarper. They're going to run all the way back here. And that is about as much information you could possibly ask for if you're FaZe Black.
Yeah, but with all the positioning, you know that you at least have one inside of the elevators. That was Awakening. Exceed's able to get a timing on the Cammy, but the bomb's not planted. But the positional advantage is all here for FaZe, you feel.
You got to know Awakening's around here. He did just kind of egregiously try to challenge Brack out. They know that he's still hanging about somewhere. He's being peppered up from all different angles, and there's no real way to survive that one. Purge again. You got the information on the round. You know that he's probably located around the backline somewhere, but does he manage to make the great escape? Nah, no, never going to happen. Not in a bazillion years. And you called it, mate. Just use the cruise missile to win a round out.
And it's so damning too, not only for the clock, but also for you to try to think about your next repositioning when you don't even hit the thrusters on the cruise missile. Take notes of that, everybody. You just wasted so much time that allowed you to gain information on where everybody was located at. Brack saw that there was 3 still inside the spawn, 1 inside of the elevators. He could have probably gotten that elimination with the propane tank after what the nuances we saw throughout the entirety of this season with that bad boy. But
I like that nuances. That's a very positive spin on it, man.
Trying my best over here, man. But still, FaZe Black.
The glass is definitely full.
Yeah, true, maybe. But FaZe Black are at least able to stop the momentum by dropping that hammer of a cruise missile. 3 in a row now for Exceed. Map point for FaZe.
Alrighty, Omid BTB. Back to one of their earlier strategies here. Through blue to bottom pit. FaZe Black have not moved. They haven't blinked in this situation. They've still got all the players that they had previously in those exact same spots. Omid BTB garnering nothing. Bit of information though over the top. Cammy's going to put some shots in towards Brack. That's going to send him away momentarily. Big one along that B street. And I think Awakening spent just a little too long in that gunfight. Rex going to take him down, but elsewhere, Purge going to trade things out. Now a 3 versus 3. Purge wants more though. They know how they have to brute force their way into the site. They just can't do it. The numbers now starting to fall apart. They know where Cammy is.
Yep. Exceed's always going to be playing top helicopter. If you're not going to stop him from getting in that power position, he will be there forever. Brack also inside of the office. Exceed trying to push for the kill, gives up a freebie. Cammy has time for the regen. He jumps up top and won't be able to get the timing on the Brack for that Godheady. That is unfortunate of series of events. Omit B2B will lose the search and destroy, and FaZe will have a 2-0 lead in this best of 5.
Yes, a little bit different from yesterday with Spitting Demons, right? Where again we had to go all the way towards around 11 for FaZe Black to take that map. This time around, FaZe Black with a 4-1 advantage. They are not going to let it go that far. And it was just that blazing start, right, from FaZe Black. And I think more accurately, Bracket, what was it, 10 kills in the end is how many he managed to get?
9 non-traded, 10 kills.
What is
2
that?
first bloods. I mean, the first bloods were actually relatively even. It was what, 5-4. So like it wasn't like too far gone for all of Omid. It just comes down to how quickly FaZe, much like to your point yesterday, are able to get a 4-1 lead. You give them any sort of adaptations, and FaZe are like, okay, so that's what you're starting to do now. By the way, we still have a cruise missile, and any sort of momentum that you have, we're just going to immediately stop. Yeah, 10-4 for Brack, 9-6 for Exceed, who is just having himself a great winners final so far. Was going hamburgers in map number 1. Seems to be the continuation here in the search and destroy. But Omid, B2B, got to do something that almost feels very impossible, but it happened in a best of 7 in Florida. Why not here in winners finals for Toronto?
You gotta stop with that, dude.
I love it.
You gotta stop, mate. Honestly,
Devil's the devil advocate.
They're gonna hate you by the end of this, mate.
Probably.
Yeah, look, reverse sweep. That's the word that we're looking for here. We've got to see a reverse sweep now from Omid B2B. It's worth saying these maps have been closed, so the 2-0 doesn't justify just how competitive Omid B2B have been, but they've got to be more competitive. They've got to find another gear, and can they do it? Find out after this break. Right, folks, welcome back here to the Toronto Ultra Open in 2024. This is, of course, the Winners Bracket Finals, and now FaZe Black are 2-0 up, one map away from guaranteeing a spot in the Grand Finals. Omid B2B, they need a reverse sweep. Andy, what do we need to see from them?
We got to see the control that we've been getting out of Omid B2B this entire weekend so far. These guys have yet to lose a single round of control on this very weekend. Versus FaZe Black yesterday, where control was seemingly a very weak game mode versus another top team. And so far through this opening break, pretty damn good for Omid B2B. That progress today is more or less guaranteed because you got to try to fish out these players just lurking in your backline.
And yesterday when we talked about Omid B2B versus Good Hearts on control, the big reason why they're able to dominantly take it, I know Good Hearts kind of chuckled a little bit, was because of the sub-pressure. Yee's already trying to bring that up at the very beginning of this control, and unfortunately isn't able to find any value on that attempted spawn traps as he gets shut down now, and the rest of Omid B2B do end up falling. FaZe Black here in a great position to fully take control of the map, fully spawn trap Omid B2B.
Yeah, I know that everybody looks at Yeez as just an S&D superstar, and you'd be right to say that, but even having a boasting 1.26 on the game mode through this weekend with the teams that they played, you're going to need a little bit of that plus some more as you have to deal with Asem all the way top. Rix up on a 5 spree looking for kill number 6. Cammy has to rip his head off just to win the gunfight. And finally able to convert a couple of kills as Omid. They're trailing by a handful of lives, but still fighting out of their spawn.
I can't remember the last time we've seen a spawn trap this suppressive, and I'll tell you why, it's because of Brack, surely not number 3. Cammy saw him for a second and kind of hesitated, and he almost gave Brack that 3-piece. Cammy instead will find the double that will give them an exit here towards A. But nonetheless, again, that was so oppressive. We've now got the clock down to 16 seconds in this game, and I know it's cliche, but it really does feel like for this round to go Omid's way, they have to be perfect.
They do. I mean, look at how many lives are down, Brody. He's going to get late information that 2 players are going to be out. Still able to convert for the first, but it's Exceed for another double. Kaden is living lavish on this championship Sunday. Realistically, all FaZe Black are, but the A zone was captured. 60 seconds added on towards the board, but the problem is Omid still have to get out of their spawn.
Yeah, and the lives as well. I mean, look at it, a 9 versus 17 scenario here for Omid B2B.
One good hit.
I mean, yeah, one good hit, but at the same time, like, that is such a small margin of error for Omid B2B. And I don't necessarily know if FaZe Black will let that happen. I don't know if Rex will let that happen, to be honest. 6-3 now. Finds another kill up top red. At the very least now, Omid B2B have managed to get players in behind enemy lines. G is again one of those players. He's making a hell of a lot of noise. And the player that was inside the point, that was Exceed, does actually get shut down. So you said one good here. And to be fair, the kill's now starting to be made here. You got a couple of players towards the point. This might be it.
Yeah, you got a single respawn remaining, but still the kills on transition are all going to be there. If you can try to fish out Rex, can't find the kill on a Perch. Gonna get some assistance out of Awakening. Hold on a second. You still got 2 players on the zone.
Hold on for a second here, folks. And Awakening gets another kill as well. Up top, Asem goes down. And surely no way this happens. Omid B2B, we're down in the dumps. And they've just won a round from the brink. How on earth do they do that?
Well, Brody, you know, a wise man once said it's one good hit. That wise man is me. I'm standing right here. Yeah. It's one good hit. And
That's
again,
your one gash yourself, by the way. You get to do that once this weekend.
I'm sure there's going to be plenty more on this day. But it's one of those things, again, like when it comes down to Omid B2B, and what makes them so deadly in control is their ability to isolate information, where a lot of these players are located at, overwhelmed with numbers once they're able to get a positional advantage. You'll notice that the SMGs realistically are never doing something by themselves besides that opening breakoff when Yeez was in their spawn. They always have the overwatch of one of their 2 ARs. What a statement in the opening round for Omid B2B.
Yeah, that's a chuck from FaZe Black, to be honest.
Little bit.
And it is worth saying, of course, yesterday they did end up losing the control. That was to Spitting Demons. I think that was actually a 3-0, if I remember correctly, as well, to Spitting Demons. So
correct.
Maybe control is not the strong suit of FaZe Black. That certainly did not go the way they anticipated, so they'll need to recover the fumble now. Moving in towards round number 2. It's going to be a big hit to kick this one off. Rex going to follow up with the coverage here. That's going to protect the player inside the point. That is going to be Exceed slowly but surely making this capture happen. First tick now going to be through, and the kill feed is now lighting up blue as well. FaZe Black, I mean, they're doing everything right as far as getting this point is concerned, to the point where I think Omid B2B, unless this is an attempted effort through red, this might be done.
I think they're setting up for an A defense. No reason to give up more lives. You only lost, well, you're only taking 1 along the way, so he's going to play for a timing to be able to find some exits. Stun will connect, and Purge will be there for the second as well. Cammy got a good read that Brack is still playing over by this cafe, but they are missing 1. Only Dylan Rex, all the way back in your spawn. What can he produce?
They've surely got to know. The way the Purge is playing, I think they have some idea. I think it might be the spawn as well that's given them the idea that, hey, somebody is still hanging around this street and we kind of need to deal with them. Cammy, preoccupied with Brack, though, goes for the challenge. There we go. Finally, Rex is going to activate here and is going to find Cammy. But it is just the one kill across the board. Rex is the only one to find Ellie Valley. But maybe that's all you need, to be fair. The way that Rex is playing, he's going to find yet another one. A 10-4 start of this game. Rex is just doing everything he possibly can to garner space for this team. Another one.
Dude.
You know what? Why on earth not, mate? Just give Rex everything. Surely not number 4. Surely not Dylan Rex. That's not okay.
No, I mean, the first two, okay, but able to turn this into a 5 spree they've been looking for, and if you spawn up, you have to start dealing with Dylan Rex. The only player that's able to stay alive on the opposite side was Awakening. He was playing around top third, so talk about a good power position to have for yourself, because although Rex was able to go on that massive spree, the rest of FaZe struggled to get past Gigawake as he just holds the line. No progress on A minute left.
OB, BTB, I mean, they're just kind of shell-shocked at the moment. They're sat inside A. Such a peculiar situation. Generally speaking, you always see B the point to be captured last. FaZe Black just need one good hit here. Are they going to get it? Players now starting to flank as well. Keep an eye on number 7. It's going to be Exceed, number 5, and Brack. Those players now in behind enemy lines. Let's see what damage they can do. Rex towards the point as well. All of the cards are on the table here. They're in the position for the checkmate. And here we go. Exceed and Rex going to activate for a couple of kills now. FaZe Black, they're on the point.
Purge has to go for this timing of the flank. But Dylan Rex is going to spawn up. Does he check to see where Purge is going to be looking at? He'd see his head. Purge, information's mutual, but we got to get him off the zone. Still one more player left.
He's making the route happen. The flank here, and Cammy and Yee's also picking up gunfights. Brack, the last one left alive. They were just so close to capturing that A point, but they are going to be denied it. But again, I believe they do get that second tip aggression through. So just one last hit now. So all that's required for that offense to go FaZe Black's way. And Exceed now making the route again. He has seen him on the other side of the bus shelter. Big first gunfight now. This is going to turn the heads of Omit B2B, and that's the entire point of this play. Yeah, do some damage around the flank, but also turn the attention of Omit B2B away from this point. Unfortunately, it's not worked as well as they would like. Brack now the last player left up, pushed forward, and he just needs to try and play his life hit. Waste some time for Rex to make his move forward towards the point. Rex can't do anything. Now Brack needs to get involved himself. 7 seconds on the clock here. You have to do something. Unfortunately, that jump can be kind of difficult to make sometimes. So not going to happen here for FaZe Black. Good effort, and it's, I think certainly early on there in that one, it looked like that round would be theirs, given how B went so quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, look, Omit make the right call, right? And a macro decision in that quickness needs to be made the moment you go for dead. And you only found a single kill. They're over by that B zone. You got 2 players. That progression is being tacked on very, very quickly. So you just chalk it. Set yourself up for an A defense. And again, Rex really did play his heart out to be able to work that flank. They were looking for him forever. They knew that they were missing player number 8. 14-8 out of Rex. But it's Awakening's 3-piece in the middle of the map. He was top bricks. He drops down to go inside that creddy spot. And he's just sitting there lurking, waiting for the next challenges to come through. It bought so much time for the reinforcements to come through. Purge ends on a 6 spree. So Cruise Missile has been earned. Can Omit B2B remain flawless on control?
Oh, good start from Yeez and Purge again. I'm getting vibes just like what happened yesterday on the high-rise control. Just like what happened yesterday. Yeez is doing it again. Great start. Surely not number 3. Almost makes it happen there through the most acute of angles. Exceed is going to pick up that gunfight, though. So FaZe Black do manage to maintain some control over Red here in the situation, but A is falling fast, and I don't necessarily think FaZe Black are going to be able to do anything about this.
No, just set yourself up for the B defense, right? I mean, Asim's going to maybe try to play for a couple of exits here inside of the church alleyway, but I love the positioning that FaZe Black are starting to put together over by Mail, just trying to get ARs, SMGs, maybe around Junk. Exceed's going to get gunned over by the dumpster, but Brack is still picking things up over by the tin side. But nobody was expecting Cammy to hit all the way back over by the dumpster. Hop finds a kill, couples that along with his AR duo of Awakening. We're on the zone, 2 players strong.
And right now, I mean, FaZe Black on the defense here seem preoccupied with getting rid of the players that are inside Scrap as opposed to getting rid of the players that are inside the point. And inside the point, there are also gunfights being won right now. Cammy and Awakening, it's the double stack, so this point will go fast unless FaZe Black can do anything about this one. A 4 versus 2, it doesn't matter when the ARs are shooting like this. It's 5 in a row for Cammy. Over to the Redeni goes for an attempt at number 6. I don't think he needs it, though. Awakening is there for the trade, and while the cruise missile might well be denied, Omit, they do not need it. 3-0. A very clean control. Again, just like yesterday.
Big fist bumps. What was almost a smile out of the coach of Charles. I was watching it intently, but didn't come through regardless. Undefeated in control, yet to lose a single round. And honestly speaking, I thought that first round was actually going to be phases, the way that it was kind of being put together. But again, it's just that one good hit. Down in lives, doesn't matter. It's just able to manipulate the map, being able to find those few kills. And the moment that Yeez and Awakening get a crossover by that dumpster side, they just hop on that zone. And the same thing happened in that round number 3, just with a different set of players, candidly speaking. But yeah, Control is absolutely a wheelhouse that Omit B2B can lean on, but you still have to win a Surge or a Hardpoint if you want to claim that prize of being Grand Finals bound. 17 in 11 out of Cammy. Awakening only died 9 times. He had a total of 21 engagements. This guy was living for the Crossfires, but that 3-piece that he had on the defense was everything to make sure that FaZe did not get that A zone captured.
You know what's wild as well? I think Cammy's stats are kind of somewhat inflated there by that final round, right, where he gets 5 in a row, so it obviously looks a lot better because of that. But for the most part, I actually do feel like, and I felt like this yesterday when we watched them versus Goodhearts, it is the sub pressure on Control. I think, you know, the subs are definitely leading the charge comparatively to something, you know, like the Hardpoint that we saw, like the Search and Destroy we saw, where it felt like they were much more reliant on the ARs. In these kind of game modes, and I think on Karachi particularly, it's just one of those maps where Purge and Yeez can just run rampant and be super duper annoying. And you saw that on the start of both of the offensive efforts from them there. Just run right at the opposition, try and get some of those kills early on. It didn't work out the first time, it should be said. I think we saw Yeez kind of get some bad timing there to try and get a spawn trap going. But still, I mean, it's worked out a lot for them so far, and it's very obvious that's kind of the strategy here in Control for them. Yeah,
I mean, again, like I brought it up as we were going into the Search and Destroy that you have Purge and Yeez are a championship duo. What do you think about it on that Omit roster? Right, funnily enough, last year in Vegas, 4 champs as well when they were playing at the Texas Open as well. That was when they were still playing with Phantoms before they ended up picking up Goddard X as well. They were playing with Gwyn at the time, and funnily enough, I know I'm kind of like going on a tangent here, but Gwyn was actually filling for the AR, and then Purge was the SMG duo for Yeez. So like there is a lot of time that these players do have spent together alongside Coach Mystic, of course. So they have a very good working system, not to mention the 2 ARs of both Awakening and Cammy. I mean, those are 2 loaded guns. You could just say, go to this one position, watch this cross because I'm hitting this route, and you know that they got your back. But again, that's just one map. It's the Control. You're still down in this series, and we're going into a sub-base hardpoint where very much so could be the end of the game. We know how much FaZe do love their triple, sometimes quad AR.
Yeah, and this is the big thing for me. I think you talk about the AR setup that FaZe Black, had yesterday on the sub-base, and it's so great, man. I mean, like just what they've got on side here. I mean, we've already talked about Bracken at Seed. I think we've talked that conversation, Bracken Rex, excuse me. We've talked about that conversation to the death. But I mean, you get that third AR, you know, you get Asim on it as well, and things are problematic to say the least for the opposition. At BTB, they're going to be up against it here. But again, I think it was yesterday we talked about, or earlier today, sorry, we talked about the top 10 KDs across the board, and it's like all ARs.
All ARs, yeah. Top five is all riddled with ARs.
Yeah, so I think it's fair to say Omit BTB always have their ARs as well ready to go. So let's get into it, folks. Last map potentially here in this one. FaZe Black looked good earlier on the hard point. Can they close things out here in map number 4?
Omit B2B are starting off with the favorite side of the map, but I mean, look where all their hit off the rip actually starts going towards water, top 3rd. Nobody over towards Staxter to be able to watch the push through tunnels. So you already got players to be worried about trying to get inside of P2 early, and that is both Brack and Asim. Able to get inside of the warehouse early for the rotation, just trusting the other 2 players can contest P1.
Oh, big power position. Asim goes down up top, so Big Wake's now going to have control of that one. Down low, Chal coming through from Purge. Great trades from Rex to keep Omit BTB out of the hard point for the moment here, but Rex needs to do a little bit more work. Unfortunately, that nade didn't go where he wanted it to, so he's now having to go get his hands a little bit dirtier, straight in towards the hard point. Kills now being made here for FaZe Black. Brack trying to do what he can to control that P5 cross towards P2. Player does get through, and Purge is doing a great job of just playing his life perfectly right now, just being super duper annoying here. And Exceed's going to have absolutely no idea where that player just went.
Still have to be worried about so much, though, if you are Omit B2B. You're on from the outside looking in, but I love what they're starting to do. This push is actually really starting to set up a pinch all the way through Maze, but it has to be the benefit from the players jumping through the window to find more value. Cammy will be able to assist Purge to be able to find 3 in a row. He's inside the time, but his teammates are so far away.
Yeah, Purge just was everything. Now he needs to follow up with more kills. Has found the first. Next up, Exceed for the pallet. Why not? That's just the start. That's the main course. Why not desert as well? No, Purge, his stomach is full. Can't finish that kill versus Asim. But now next up, going to be players inside the hard point. It's okay if you're a FaZe Black in this situation. There's 15 seconds left. You're now fighting this one from the front. Omit B2B spawning towards the back of the map. This is a perfect scenario if you're a FaZe Black.
Sure is. I mean, you're able to at least push all the way back through for the back 5 seconds, so you're going to have at least like a 2-second gap, but you take Purge off of that 5 spree, he was really starting to cook things up, and he's not done yet trying to play Crossfire with Awakening. As soon as P2 does exit, you have these back spawns if you are Omit B2B, but the same conversation now on the other side. Can FaZe Black kind of work a break here? Warehouse is seemingly open. They want to try to get top 3rd, but Yeez, too privy towards it, finds the first.
Yeah, Yeez just playing outside the warehouse instead of inside it. throws Brack off just a little bit, so he wasn't quite ready for that gunfight. Now next up is going to be Exceed, and the con will be there. Double challenge from him and Rex towards the backline. Purge, again, team shots looking pretty good. And while Exceed might be super duper weak, I think Rex is okay for this fight. Asim going to find the double here, and it takes 30 seconds or so, but they are going to manage to get in towards the hard point here, Andy.
Yep, able to break on in. Still a lot of time to fight for yourself. Dylan Rex and Asim. Dylan Rex and anybody, just Dylan Rex. The damage that this guy is putting down to not only find kills for himself as he's double positive 10 and 5 for another map, he's also just assisting on keeping his teammates alive. You would figure that the scoreline would be a lot different when you just see Dylan Rex jumping off the page at 11-5, but it's not. It's just a 2-point differential. Over towards P4 we go. Again, another difficult hard point to break, as many of them are here on sub base, but the push for FaZe Black starting to put itself together over by Stacks, trying to isolate these players. Last is going to be Purge over there, and now they can start taking their attention towards the front of the time.
Yeah, Purge falling here is going to give the combo, so they should know where this push is coming from FaZe Black. The reaction has to be pretty good here in this situation. Using Cammy, opening things up with those kills now. Another one coming through from Cammy. Now spawns towards the back line here, though, for FaZe Black. They've got the flip that they wanted, now looking to fight through from the back line. They have to follow up with some kills here. Exceed opening things up with 1 kill. Not enough just yet to garner full control. You've got players in all of these power positions, and the spawns, it's worth saying, are going kind of wild right now. Omid BTB taking a really long time to get anything going, to take those guys away, and now the player coming off spawn here in Exceed has actually managed to contribute here to the rest of the team, getting control of that kill.
You just had about 3 different spawns of everybody spawning behind each other. The reason being is because the hard point was completely vacated. You had players up towards the top left side of the map, but when Purge died where he did outside of the P2 window, he was actually cutting mid-map, and nobody was on the time. So that's going to give the spawns to FaZe Black, and they're able to benefit from that ever so slightly. That could have gotten nasty if you were unable to break over those spawns and get those spawns over by back useless. But again, from the outside, looking in, 69-94, Dylan Rex just flirting with death around the box will finally get sniffed out by Purge. But Omid B2B again in for the time. Isolated 1v1 on the backside of Warehouse will be lost by Cammy. So now numbers for FaZe on this break.
Uh-oh, Exceed's able to double up here. Do they spot out Purge laying down? Yep, they do. Good combo Rex to take that player out of the equation, and now an opportunity here for FaZe Black to try and even the odds. They're about 25 seconds behind, and guess how much time is left on the hill. Perfect for FaZe Black to do so before we get towards the second set of rotations. Remember BTB, they will want to try and get some time here. They want to be careful how much they invest in towards that scrap time, though. Purge is going to go for it here. Big 1v1 for it. Exceed's going to win that one out. And the reason I was saying they want to be careful here about over-investing into the scrap time is now you're in a situation where FaZe Black are going to be the first team to touch on new.
Yeah, and then you also have to be dealing with Asim, who's just cutting down players over by top and bottom server. He's going to drop down. Awakening, not expecting the challenge to come through that close. Crossed up in from behind, but again, FaZe Black had done the dirty work. Even game going in towards the second set. It's stray gunfights after stray gunfights to Succeed. Claims top server again for FaZe Black. Still has an AR to play with. Keep in mind, 5 in a row for Caden. Can't get the 6 as Awakening will take him down. And now what FaZe Black were able to do through the opening breakoff of this map number 4, Omid B2B are trying to do for themselves. Trying to get a push going together all the way through Stacks ahead of the P2 rotation.
This is a lot of time you're giving away to FaZe Black. 14 and 6 is Brack again, having a hell of a game here. We'll get cut short of a streak on 4 in a row. Now up top here, Rex looking for the power position, going to get cut short by Cammy, and Omid BTB off the back of those a couple of kills here, able to brute force their way in towards new. Purge from up top, able to find 2 kills now. FaZe Black from those spawns now, only 1 player towards the backline, and I think Purge is still on the hunt for it just in case. Brack is trying to play his life for long enough that the rest of the players on the other side can be timed perfectly with it, and yeah, Brack is going to pick up 1 kill now, so potential pinch play, no, Brack taken down, now players through the front, Rex is able to only find 1. So the gunfights for the most part here going in favor of Omid B2B, but they're not actually getting a lot of time off this, and Rex is playing so perfectly to keep them out of the hill.
Oh, the sub-base spawns are really coming through. The parallels over by P3, through Warehouse, through Tunnel. They are essentially running side by side with each other, at least for the reinforcements. Purge, though, always seemingly good for 2. Once P2 is active, cannot find the second that time around. And Asim's able to get the information that they're pushing through Warehouse. Hardpoint still vacated, by the way. FaZe Black finally get a member on it, but Omid B2B looking to break the back 20.
Big first kill for Brack here for the back 20 seconds or so. Got to be careful you don't overinvest here for Omid BTB. Now, never mind, those spawns are really sticky. Cammy's going to find a couple of kills, and that's going to remove FaZe Black from the time. Good read on the third there, but doesn't matter. Rex is going to get it regardless. That 10 seconds could be paramount later on during the game, so grabbing it is important. But now we talk about the rotation here, Andy. Omid BTB, they got first touch last time around, but they were removed pretty quickly.
And again, I mean, you look at the scoreline, like Brack 17-9, 22-11 for Rex, seemingly always double positive since we really started to take a look at the KDs. You feel like that FaZe Black should be running away with this game, but this is sub-base in a nutshell. Omit B2B are finding the right kills, they're getting the rotations on when it's required. Asim was at least able to find himself a couple, trying to open up the floodgates to try to get through tunnel, but those trades immediately come through. Now Omit can shift their focus towards warehouse.
Yeah, here comes that double chow once again. Rex, unfortunately, the timing wasn't all that great alongside Brack, so only Brack is able to find some value there. So he'll have to hold things down for just a moment towards that warehouse side before the rest of the team come off the spawn and now able to help him out. Elsewhere, kills starting to be made here. For those back spawns, still good for Omit B2B. Asim is just shooting right now. Yeah, get another one. Yee's down for the count. Again, those back spawns still there for Omit B2B, but FaZe Clan Black just chipping away at that time, getting rid of it that Omit B2B would otherwise have now. They take about 10 to 15 seconds away, and of course now they've got the rotation. Asim looking for some exit frags here, and he is finding the ones he wants. He gets 5 in a row. Will be denied the cruise missile. Well, that would have been quite something.
He give himself like maybe 10 more HP, 2 more bullets. He might have been able to convert that last kill for the cruise missile. Everybody just getting so close to cruise missiles, but none able to attain it so far. FaZe Black, though, back over towards P5. The setup is looking so good here from Brack, just playing cutoff as players are trying to cut through the middle of the map. But at least a trade comes through from Yee, so now Brack has to reposition and try to help out his teammates on the hill as one does spawn all the way out.
These guys are just trying to fight their way through the front. Now the back spawn coming through from Yee's. Mate, what's going on with sub-base today? I think it's just sub-base in general, to be fair. But regardless, that's going to give Omit B2B not just a chance to break into Walls' hard point, which they've already done, but actually to hold it as well. Brack has recognized it towards the back line. These are big kills to make. There is one. I don't think he was quite expecting the second. It does not matter. The team shots are pretty good from FaZe Black. And while those back spawns might well benefit Omit B2B, they do not get in long enough to do any serious harm. Still looking for the scrap time. It is going to be Purge. Nice double from Brack up top, who is now on 5 in a row. Rex is flying from player to player, and they are really starting to get hyped now.
Yeah, he sure is. You think Dylan Rex is enjoying his championship Sunday so far? Again, just 26-12 casually. A 6 free earned by Brack. These AR duo is absolutely frying on sub base, but Cammy will take Rex off another spree. But look at all the damage that it's done. So much of the map has been vacated by Omit B2B. Just from the sheer ferocity that is FaZe Black and their gunnies right now. Another 3-for-1 kill feed. Hardpoint may be neutral, but a couple more kills come through, and Rex can hop on the time.
It's just laughable, mate, honestly. Rex at 29-13. That's a hell of a stat line right there. You can tell he wants a spot in the CDL. He is desperately trying to earn run right now, right here in Toronto. Now next up, it's going to be Asim, or Asim up top. Looking for more kills, going to find yet another one against Cammy. It is just spree after spree after spree for FaZe Black. They have just got control of so many different power positions, and they've got control of what is a full 60 over by Old as well. Potential second streak on the cards now for Asim. He's going to get it. That's 6 in a row. What is that? 2 cruise missiles in the back pocket here. I mean, FaZe Black, this game should surely be theirs at this point.
Dude, it is a combined 17 spree in between Brack, Asim, Dylan Rex. They are just letting Omit absolutely have it right now. There hasn't been a response on P5, the end of P4, and now you got to try to break P1. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, that was it. Brack with a double. Can anything happen from Yeez? No, it cannot. Players spawning in Nani, and might as well bring that streak down now. FaZe Black book a ticket in the grand finals. The last hard point to get it done. Exact same situation as yesterday, Andy. They lose the control every other map, though. Absolutely theirs.
We just got to appreciate the sportsmanship of everybody standing up and just really congratulating them on a well hard-fought battle there by Omit. I'm sure that's exactly what both Dylan and Caden are saying to their adversaries of Omit. Because it was just that. I mean, as far as like convincing scorelines are concerned, it kind of went back and forth besides the Karachi map #1. But I mean, it's something about this FaZe team, man. Like, you can be as competitive as you want through that first set, but then the cogwheels start to turn. Everybody starts to feed off of that energy that is one, if not two players for this FaZe team, and then everybody just kind of couples along with it. Rex and Brack started off that map #4 so hot. Brack only died 10 times, 28 and 10 for the kid, 31 and 13. Rex was double positive, I want to say, through the entirety of that map.
What do you say, dude? These guys are just like, we often say this, right? But sometimes there are just situations, right, where you try to, make analysis out of things where, to be frank, they're just...
No, them boys are shooting. That's your analysis.
And it's just 31 and 13.
Yeah.
28 and 10.
Yeah.
27 and 9. Like, you don't need to say anything else, dude. Just the 3 ARs for the squad there on sub base were shooting for sure, and they're going to take the hard point off the back of that. Ultimately, this roster is firing in all cylinders, and again, it's adding Asim back to the roster. Of course, he was on the roster that won Boston way back when now. It feels like an eternity ago. Bringing him back alongside Bracket Seed, and of course adding Rex since then in the lineup, it's just created a perfect storm of FaZe, Black. Just what a team that they are. The only thing I would say moving forward, and I think it's becoming apparent, if not yesterday versus Spitting Demons, certainly now versus Omid B2B, is I think they want to get that control down going ahead of that Grand Finals.
You have time to do it. We have a lot of lower bracket matches that still have to be played, lower finals specifically for Omid B2B, who have to go back, rewatch the VOD, talk about it with their coach, and try to figure out how the hell are they going to make it back to Grand Finals. A handful of these teams, again, left here in top 6, not all of them want a piece of what FaZe Black have to offer, coming into Championship Sunday early, playing this match versus Omid B2B, getting tested on the Karachi hardpoint, and bounce back in a massive way after getting 3-0'd in the Karachi control by an emphatic fashion. Again, Omid B2B, you may be undefeated in control. You may not have lost a single round of it so far, but gotta close out some of these hard points. It very much so could have been a 2-1 lead in the opposite direction should they have been able to close out that Karachi map #1.
That last map was so dominant from FaZe Black, really. I mean, at the start of the game again, Omid, I mean, you know what? They were competitive enough, but towards the end, when you see the likes of Brack, Asim and Rex really start to run away with the game. I mean, FaZe Black were just right there, just constantly getting control of pretty much every single rotation. And I love watching Rex, mate. I love watching Rex play.
That's the Call of Duty Clark Kent right there, man. He takes his glasses off to turn into a superhero to play COD. Like, look at him.
It's just wild, right? Because the conversation around Rex has been, in the last year, I don't think a lot of people were paying attention to him much, only because of the fact that, again, the success that he was finding in challenges wasn't that great. He was only on, I'd say, like middling, like top 6, top 4 rosters at best in North America even. So now he's on a team where he can really showcase that, and I think there is going to be a lot of heads turning towards Rex for sure.
Well, even for Houston Spartans back at the Boston Open, we was playing with that roster as well. Like, it wasn't the outcome. He goes to FaZe Black, going through the elite stages, whatever, but then you get to Florida, you get top 2, whatever. We don't have to talk about it anymore, but then you get back here to Toronto, right back into a guaranteed top 2 spot. Grand Finals, again, back-to-back for this FaZe Black roster. Again, they did it with Joe Deceives in Florida. Obviously didn't win it. Back with Asim, core 3 of the 4 did win the Boston Open last time those 3 were together on the main stage. Who's to say that their name might not get added to the banner list up there?
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, for FC Black at the moment, firing on all cylinders again. It is almost perfect, I think. The hard point, I think even yesterday we recognized that, hey, I think, honestly, I don't think it's a bad call to say FC Black feel like the best hard point team here at this event. From what we've seen so far, I think that's a fair call to make. And even in Search and Destroy, even though sometimes they can kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit, for the most part, when they really want to throw down, they are absolutely incredible at Search and Destroy. It is just that control that they need to fix up on, and they have a little bit of time now. They've got to wait a little bit before the Grand Finals to make sure that they do that. They fix their errors, go over the VOD again, not just this series, but the last one as well, to figure out why control isn't going their way. For now, though, they do have to wait. We've got a couple of matches ahead of us. We've got the Winners Bracket Semi-Finals followed up by the Winners Bracket Semi-Finals, excuse me, followed up by the Lower Bracket Finals. So trust me, you guys don't want to go anywhere, because the road to the lion's share of $100,000 is still well on its way. After the break, we've got the Lower Bracket Semi-Finals. Don't go far.
Oh. That's better.
Here we f***ing are.
Ah, man, come on.
Trying to show the front. I only have a side. One P3 and one was the top guy. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. That's
I
cute.
think he's top P3 steps.
He's
Nice.
Good show, guys.
Nice. Give me
No,
one.
dead. One more.
Close
Close
right.
dead.
Behind you.
Coach right on you,
Dead.
dead.
I'm one
One
shot.
more.
Ah, take it maybe.
Yeah,
One
one
tunnel.
tunnel now, bro.
Go on.
Tunnel dead. Tunnel
So
dead.
2 more together.
Take
Yeah,
it.
I have a
Take
side.
it.
Doubles now. He's just.
Mouse.
Go.
Go, Matt.
Toby.
Take it off.
Good shit.
Toby.
7. 7.
Not trolling. Good shit, boys.
Going on the stage for the first time after 7 months, if anyone tells you they don't have butterflies in their stomach, then they're lying to you.
LAN is so much more different than online matches. The level of competitiveness at a tournament is so much different.
LAN's the highest pinnacle it comes to in gaming. So it's definitely like a level of anxiousness, but
we were pumped to get on the stage with Dill, and I feel like that's what we've been waiting for a while.
The level of just pressure on you, the level of competitiveness on stage, everyone you feel like is at their best. The dopamine levels up there are ridiculous. You know, there's no better feeling than playing online.
The doors are open and the fans are filing in here at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Welcome back to Boston, everybody, for the 2024 major, the opening major of the Call of Duty League season.
My God, 25 and 6.
25.
Slavish. That's.
I'll throw him
next. Don't worry.
He's 25 and 6.
Toby?
No wonder I couldn't find no one.
I have no idea. I just don't think they're shooting.
They're tweaking, bro. They're tweaking right now.
They are tweaking.
that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this Seattle match, wow, this was a quick one. I can't lie. I didn't remember it till now, but this was an ass whooping.
Toby put on a show. I'm pretty sure he went like 24 and 6. Had like a 4 KD in hardpoint, which is unreal, unheard of.
When you're on point, you can feel it during the match. It was just all coming together. We're finally on LAN. We get that pump of everything going our way, and I think we took advantage of that, and it showed. And I think after that, it's just over, because the rest of the map you're so confident that they will have no chance.
In the moment, no one knew what was going on, because obviously Toby's not like a vocal guy. Perhaps if Scrap was doing something like that, you'd know about it. You know, the only thing you heard from Toby was a "Dad" every now and then, and he'd be like, "Oh my God, let's go, Toby."
Any route I took, I would get the kill. Any gunfight, any ego child I took, I'd win that too. So I feel like they're a team that can't really compete at our level, and I feel like we all just went into that series thinking, like, let's just make this a fun series and a quick one. That's what we did.
He's by closet.
Jumped over.
Hey,
That's
nice. What the f?
No one
More
close.
there. More than one shot.
Here's the child. That nice. Good boys.
Boys. Slam it. Shit, man.
Let's go. Holy shit. These guys are
Anyway, map ends, and then pull up the scoreboard because you can't see deaths and whatnot until the map's ended. We look at it and we go, Jesus Christ, Toby, you kept that quiet, didn't you?
I can't stop thinking about 25 and 6.
Yeah,
that might be the best map I've ever seen.
Yeah, same. I gotta peep that.
25 and 6?
I gotta peep game.
It's insane.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Nasty. Dirty. Dirty. Bye.
2 for 1 here. This is an L. I just put it right down the middle both times.
I think our PCs and our PPAs, you know, sometimes you have a good computer, sometimes you have a bad computer, you kill better, your bullet reg, it's just different. In a PPA, I'm not gonna lie, I was getting rinsed. But I think the team outside of me, they were all ready to play. But I was still kind of in my head a little bit, I'll be honest. But I think right when we got on stage, right when we got like past like the first couple kills of the match, you know, I was locked back into how I usually am.
It comes down to culture. Team culture is ultimately the values of the team are still upheld in the absence of the so-called leaders. And I think you see that in our team. Ultimately, you know, we have all these practices that we do, mobility, mindfulness, etc. But ultimately the players are happy to take that on themselves, even when there's not necessarily someone that usually leads the practice there. And that proves that the players have kind of taken it on, and they believe in these practices to the extent that they are willing to either lead it themselves or undertake it themselves. So I think that comes down to the culture of actually believing in the things that we're doing and it having real tangible benefits for their performance.
Oh, I need some caffeine. Oh, I need some caffeine. Oh, I need some caffeine. Oh, you're locked, kid. Oh my God, it's so easy.
Well, just about concentrate.
It's about like the fourth ball.
3 in a row.
Oh shit.
You see that?
That was good. That was good. Bro, put these up more, bro.
You're the one put them down.
And it's really kind of testing what works for them, what can get them to a level where they feel very grounded, they feel very calm and relaxed, and their nervous system is extremely regulated, because ultimately that is going to allow them to perform at the highest level. We ultimately perform under very high stress, high performance conditions, under the highest pressure. So I think, you know, it's been a process about educating them about how these things can benefit them, and then seeing what works for them, and then them kind of reaping the benefits from it, from incorporating these routines, these techniques, to allow them to perform at their best.
I'm locked in. Faster? Yeah. You can keep throwing. One more. Yes.
Just go. But, you know, my last LAN tournament didn't obviously go as how we wanted to. Champs was just kind of rough for us. So I was just, you know, trying to get back on stage, trying to prove to everyone that, you know, that was just a fluke. We're still one of the top teams, and we're going to be the best team in the game. We know that we're a top team. We know that if we play how we've been practicing, that no one's going to beat us. I look at consistency as just kind of up and down. You know, I looked at Chance as kind of like the downward trend to an insane up year. You know, this is a new year, this is a new me, and we're going to come out and show what we can do.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we fucking are.
I'm doped up.
Get it, boys.
Let's go, Scrap. Let's go, Toby. Come on.
Let's go, Toby.
Let's get a good start. Let's go, boys. Come on. Let's go into these. Yo, bring some fucking energy. Let's go.
Playing against Rocker, I mean, it's another team that people obviously expect us to win. But you know, Rocker at the time were on a hot streak. I think they were like 12-3 in maps going into the event. Obviously, they 3-0'd New York, the reigning world champs.
So they obviously had some momentum on their side that we knew they had, and we weren't going to take them lightly.
I mean, you can't take anyone lightly in the league. These are 12 teams with 48 of the best players in the world, so it could be anyone's day.
Line up. There's the stack. 1, 2, all 3. A perfect hold there from Ultra.
I think this was probably our hardest match of the tournament. I mean, they played us really close in the hard point.
I mean, the first map was a bit dicey.
Falter, and this is the opportunity to get back in the game. Final 20 seconds you're going to collect, and you are way ahead of the rotation. This is Rocker's single opportunity to get this map won.
The map was really, really close. They were really, really playing well doing the entire map, and I feel like we're definitely getting challenged quite a bit. I think Lin's and Awakening was just frying our shit at the start, but you know how we do it. We worked our way through it. We all pretty much calmed down in that moment and just worked out a break and ended clutch enough.
Have to fly ticket. I have to push.
Okay, I have to chow. I'm coming tunnel. Anything
Stun
cross?
garage, stun garage.
I have garage pitch, right?
Yep.
Nothing's crossed, right?
Garage,
I've
aim
been
right now.
stunned.
Nothing cross.
I have it, don't see him.
Ticket, one shot.
Yeah.
Garage
Cross
now.
He can
Up
cross.
the
He can
garage,
cross.
up the garage, go.
Dead.
So garage.
Already right.
Nice! Good go, boys.
Baby.
Good
Good
shit, yeah.
Good shit.
Still? Good shit, boys.
Nice. Good shit, boys.
God damn. Blood pumper?
That's what we wanted, though. That's what we wanted first map, right
Oh, yeah.
there.
That's where the series ends. You know, when you get that close win, other teams checked out, we're pumped up. So it's always good with a little blood pumper first map.
But other than map 1, I didn't really feel too close.
We took care of business onto top 3.
Another 3-0 added to the tally. And that was one hell of an effort from Rocker, but it was simply not enough.
Nice, man.
boys.
You're f***ing.
Sunday. Another event, another Sunday.
Oh yeah, now we're feeling good.
Could have pushed B down.
Could be on the map.
Anywhere, bro. Could be hiding in the corner.
B tank?
Front of you.
I have the B street push, right?
Dark, then.
Laundry thing as well.
In laundry. In laundry.
I have it.
Then, attachment point.
Trophy on point.
Hummer weak.
We can from
Attach
point.
Let's chow that now. Nice, man.
Playing FaZe, I mean, there's a team that speaks for themselves, right? You know, Simp, Abizi, and Celium, you know what they're capable of.
Over the years, Simba and Abizi have been by far the two most challenging players to play against.
These guys have been on top of the league since the inception.
So finally get to play them on LAN, first time this season. You know, it was definitely like this is the test right now. You know, this is like the season where we have the best chance to shut them down.
This is for us where I think everyone was like, yo, we win this match, this is probably it. I think everyone in the venue felt that. It was like whoever wins that match kind of is going to win the whole tournament. And honestly, that's what I thought too. We didn't play them all stage. It's always a crazy ass series against them. Every gunfight feels hard, every rotation feels hard, every round feels like you're putting everything into it. When honestly all this is said and done, they'll probably be like one of like top 5 greatest players. You know, Sim, 2-time world champion in 4 years or 5 years, whatever it is. Same with Abe and Cell. So obviously just like a team to be reckoned with every single year.
So just finally get in and play them was like, here we go. Like, we're feeling that we're up for this event.
Get it, boys, yeah? Let's go.
Stop, boys. Jeez, man, bring the energy. Let's go.
Yeah.
Just get a good start, yeah? Yeah, just make sure we're staying on top of rotations like that, bro. Just do us, we're fucking chilling. Let's slam these kids right here.
Hard ass kills.
All right, Boston, it is time for the winners finals. Only 2 teams remaining that are undefeated.
This should be the pinnacle of Modern Warfare 3 to this point. For 2 Titans have yet to cross paths until today.
2 top right. 5.
Top out, dead one, jump out the window. Jump out the window from P5.
Yeah. He's going AC2.
I can't hold anything, bro. Calf, we there's 2 here, bro.
Towards the front, Sullivan from the high ground clears off the hard point of Easy, right back into the mix, fighting himself clearance, and there's a break for Atlanta FaZe.
That's a big break. They eliminate every single player from Ultra.
We definitely have a good viewpoint. We're all on the same page. And I feel like that's the biggest thing for us. We're all on the same page. We know what to do in every situation. If we're backs against the wall, we know how to get out of it.
I can hold it.
Break coming through for Toronto. A key moment as the 3rd hard point was near flawless, and now a chance to really get close to that 250 mark.
We knew we were going to get challenged by them, but, you know, we were feeling good that day, so no stopping us.
Long in the first 3 kills go the way of Toronto. It has to be a break from Draza. 243 to 214. If Easy's name gets there, but can he actually follow up on it? Last couple of seconds are in.
Boys, come on.
Nice!
Come on, man.
Baby.
Get slamming him.
Shit, Scrap.
Please. I was about to step off the fucking ref.
What?
I thought that was Ryan for a second.
Well, Ryan's ran out next to you. Not good shit, bro.
Slam these fucking idiots.
Good shit, Scrap.
No teamwork. There's 0 from these fucking kids.
I think the first map in any series is just very important.
It's just a huge map in the series, any series you play, to be honest. But to take it against FaZe, like, the momentum's going in your favor.
I mean, when you lose a hard point you shouldn't lose, or win a hard point you shouldn't win, it feels unreal, and that just builds on the momentum going into map 2. You know you've kind of shaken them for the search. So that's literally what happened.
Kleenex laying prone. He pops up, finds the first contact, but similarly so, Draza able to turn this into a 1v1.
It's Draza.
I think he crossed.
No. Yes.
Nice!
Toby!
Go! Way better, man! Way better!
Get the hell.
That was some snap from you, kid. Jesus Christ.
This guy's fucking dog. Let's
Who
go,
the
come
fuck's
on.
he running?
Good shit, though.
Yeah.
You're just trying to shut them down from the second that you sit down in that stage against them, and I feel like that's what we did.
Where it was a 6-1 search, just clinical from us. Let's just close it out right here, and that's exactly what we did. Came out, showed what we could do on sub base, and it was just clinical.
Cat, jump out P1.
He's making me sick.
Just stay left. Yeah, he's close front, P2 jet.
Front jet.
Nice.
So, stop that.
I have all 10.
I have all the tunnel. I have all
10 seconds. Look, all tunnel. Everyone look tunnel. Everyone look tunnel.
245 to 128. Put him to bed. Head to the grand finals. Ultra. Perfect.
Yeah, we were feeling an all-time high after a complete slammage map 4 and going into grand finals.
Fuck, man. Holy I'm fucking slamming this kid.
When we were 5-1 up, I had my head in my hand.
Why?
We got a man advantage and I seen Scrap on the tank. I was like, please don't do it. And he just went running towards. I knew he'd die.
I don't even know what happened there, I can't lie.
He got first bottom pressure about 5-1. Oh. And he just ran a dark. I knew what he was going to
The one we won against Draza, my screen went so great that I almost just gave up mid-round. I thought I died. If you see my cam, I'm like this, bro.
Ryan, are you just
Actually, look the way.
just lounging around, or?
Just lounging around.
Let's go get some fresh air, do some wind.
going into grand finals, the job is obviously not finished.
Been great so far, but everyone judges you on your last performance at events. So we just knew we had to lock in for the finals. Job's not finished. It's time to lock in now, because this is the biggest series coming up.
I don't think I was ever more excited to play a match than I was right there. The only thing that I was thinking of right before we actually walked on stage was like, we just got slammed at champs. There's no way we're coming out back-to-back second. We're gonna come and show what we are, and like that last match was a fluke at champs, and it's not who we are. It does. It does. Champs final still haunts me, I can't lie, First champs ever and I get 5-0'd, like, something I can never forget, but it's just something that lights the fire into me and just wants me to keep going.
Get him, man.
Go.
Get him, boys, yeah?
Let's go.
Let's go, Toby.
Bring the fucking energy. Let's go.
Let's go.
Time up. Wait.
Champion.
Late back door. I hit him once.
Nice.
I'm here to Jimmy.
They could go third, bro. I'm just holding my back door.
Yeah, what's going plat?
They want plat right now?
In downer, dead. I can't tell this.
Two times.
Two times.
One
Weak time.
Nice.
One more time. Back door.
I feel like it was kind of a neck and neck game all the way up until the very end.
Next hard points up. Phaser in. Lead change once again.
Going through the last moments of the hard point, I actually thought we were going to lose just because they called in 2 streaks. Scrap and Jamie somehow had 2 trophies and were able to stop both streaks.
The break! Ultra hold! And they're gonna get it too. Insight gonna clean house. The spawn is distant and Ultra steal. Game number 1.
Let's go, Jamie. Come on! Holy
Can go, man.
Good, Jerry.
Feels insane. In the grand finals, you want to go up 1-0. Our blood's pumping. It was a close one, a seriously close one.
Which honestly set the tone for the rest of the finals.
See, this is how it started last time. Now we just fucking
Now
slam them.
we
Let's go.
rinse him in the surge, bro.
Here we go. Let's just keep the foot on the accelerator and let's keep going with it. The flow state we had this week on S&D was just incredible.
How well our S&D's been going all weekend just led into this Skid Row, and I don't think any of our searchers got close this weekend, and we were just pulling these clutches out of our ass. I mean, a lot of that is to Jamie. I mean, the most clutch guy in the league right now. It's good to be on his side now, but just another dominant Skid Row.
Easy reads right now from Ultra. Every direction phase comes from. They are just sprinting into a pre-aim.
We were 5-2 up. I was playing bomb. It was me and Scrap versus Draws and Cell. Scrap makes an unreal play, finds Draws, we kill him. 2v1 now. I see him on spiral steps, I'm playing bomb. I'm like, Scrap, don't die to him.
I said, Scrap, stay alive, spamming in my ear, Scrap, stay alive.
Don't die, don't die, don't die.
For it, last man standing, Celium, a 1 versus 2 required.
And I'm over here jumping over the mattress. I'm like, he's one shot.
Here's the fight. Scrap!
And I die, and as I die, I'm like, oh my God.
Big tags. Bomb planted now. Celium in an absolute 1v1.
If we lose this round, I am never gonna hear the end of it.
Insight right back on the
Jamie! Let's go, kid.
He was absolute, Jamie.
And Jamie didn't even care that we won the map. He looked straight at me and said, hey, I thought we said not to die. And I said, brother, I got joked. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. We won the round. Next time it happens, I ain't dying, just know that.
We go to P1. Every single moment has to go the way of FaZe right now. Ultra, they're in the apartments, they're in fire, they're in money. FaZe have got to get a move on right here and now. Go, FaZe!
Good rotation, boys. Holy shit, we have a breather, Let's get off this breather.
And Ultra taking full advantage. 1 round away, and they are your champions.
There's no better feeling of checking someone out at the end of the series is us poetically throwing pre-nades off the rip of the offense to go into a 4v3 in championship point.
I think me and Dill naded over the B site, got a pick on Draws.
Ultra, they can do no wrong. And now in the final round, Envoy throws an absolute doozy, takes care of Draza. It's a 2v2.
Simp and Cell going against Envoy and Scrap. Split on the map for the moment. 32 left on the clock, and Scrap gives you the next one. Another gunfight 1.
I know Dill has my left side, so all I have to do is watch one side, and then Simp just ran across and onto the bus, and we killed him, and then there it is. Champs, motherfucker.
Arches.
Well, for me, I was like, yo, we just did this shit. Like, that shit was slight. I look over to Jamie, and Jamie's like, I'm like, what do you mean, just that? And I'm like, all right, like, I'm going to say GG's. Like, I don't know what we're on about over here. But then after I said GG's, after I lifted the trophy and everything, I'm like, yo, this shit was kind of easy, bro. I can't lie. Like, it was like some maps were close, but the series was never close. Like, no series for us felt close. I'll tell you this, though. Like, Major 3 last year felt insane. This, different. This was different. This was just like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to go. We're dominant. We knew we were supposed to come in and be dominant, and that's what it showed.
Well, I don't know what it is. Don't know what I was feeling that moment. Obviously, winning felt unreal. But, you know, I want to think this season's like, the Boston Trophy is the first of many. And as long as we can keep practicing hard and stuff like that, there's no reason why we can't win more.
I mean, us as a team we're just a great team. We work well together, and we come prepared. So, game could change for all it matters. Game could be completely different. We could be playing a new game. I don't care. We're still the same team, and we're going to do the same thing we did this entire stage. So, as easy as that. Let me see the trophy, bro. Actually heavier than I thought. Can't lie. Has anyone had a beer from it yet? Wow, beautiful. Put it back. It's gonna look nice in the cabinet for sure.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Toronto Open here for day number 3. It is Championship Sunday. It is a great time and we are now down to our final 4 teams. Taking you through the action here for this lower semifinal will be myself, Visions. Alongside me I got Seymour. Colin, we're in for some great Call of Duty today.
Champ Sunday in the 6. That is one of my favorite times of the year. Let me tell you that. Last year, the year before, it just never ceases to amaze me the runs that we have. And today, I mean, we just saw FaZe Black make it back into the grand finals, as is written. But for now, we moved lower into the lower bracket to see who's going to go home, who's going to move forward. And we just saw some teams exit as well, off station as well. Omid EU get knocked out by Spitting Demons. On the other side, Good Hearts get knocked out by Lore Gaming. And now it's going to set us up into the lower semifinals with a banger match.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a great one coming in here for us. And like you just said, a lot of big names now taken out of the tournament as the competition gets stiffer, gets tougher, and we get into our Final Four. So coming into this one, we're going to be looking at our maps and modes as well between Spitting Demons and Lore Gaming. We take a look at some 6-star hardpoint coming up here first. We'll move into the 6-star search, which we have seen a bit of, and then the invasion control will be guaranteed. If need be, we'll go to Karachi and Rio to finish off 4 and 5.
Yeah, I don't think you and I got to see a 6-star Search and Destroy or a 6-star Hardpoint yesterday between our best of 5s on Saturday. We got a lot of invasion control. We saw a little bit of Karachi Hardpoint, but the Rio Search and Destroy is kind of what catches my eye between these two teams because a lot of teams today, at least early on, played the Rio Search and Destroy in their first matches. We saw it on the 2 side stations between Lore versus Good Hearts, SD versus Omid EU. And both of them looked fantastic. I think Lore, they take down this Good Hearts team in a 3-0 sweep after losing yesterday to them 3-0. So a big turnaround now for Lore making this run through the lower bracket. SD, a lot of really patient plays if it does go to that Rio's S&D map 5. If it does get the distance here, I think it's going to be a really big toss-up on who's going to walk away with that Rio if it does need be.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is in a perfect spot for them. It's in that back pocket if it goes deep into the series here, and they will be able to rely on that. So we'll see what ends up happening. But again, it's 6-star hardpoint. That's where everything will be kicked off. Both of these squads already playing some games earlier in the morning, so they are warmed up. They are ready to go. And now we'll see who's going to come out here and really grab this first game. And again, this is lower semifinals. You lose this, you are out. You win it, you move on to top 3. So everything getting more and more important. I'm excited, Colin. It's going to be a great one.
And I'm excited as well. I mean, stories right now on this on the semifinals here in the lower bracket. SD Gaming. I mean, you have Bink and Noisy who were playing last year in Toronto in the grand finals versus Wolbobs. They don't win it, so now they're looking to find their way back into the grand finals again here in Modern Warfare 3. On the other side, Lore Gaming, they get knocked early into the lower bracket, and they've made the climb back. They've killed the monster in their closet, and now they're looking to go further.
All right, opening engagement's already taking place, and it looks like there is a chance now to start soaking up a bit of time here if you're Lore Gaming. Major Maniac with the sub, trying to get a little mixy here for us in and around P1, but it's Mock that comes up with 2, and now you're starting to see a bit of a setup already take place.
Really good side here for SD Gaming for the P2 rotation. You can see that Lore going to try to hold on to these spawns, but fighting through the middle time here. SD getting the initial 5 in a row for Mock, shut down, 5-1 start from Mock himself, but they're spawning out, and player number 7, Bink, is looking to flip spawns. He's in the back.
Yeah, Bink got a god spawn there. That was unbelievable. So he gets a little bit blessed, and I doubt this is going to be red. He gets here fairly quickly. So this is going to have to be something
nobody knows
that you're going to have to backtrack for. See if you can try to eliminate him. They might know that he's missing on the map, and will they actually find him with ease? That is a big cleanup kill there from Yuli.
And it comes out to Yuli. He's the one who's going to be the brains of this operation on Lore, and he recognizes that there's a player missing. Where is he? He's in the back spawn. Yuli finds a second one now on rotation. It's Lore to get the majority of that P1. Now on rotation to P2. 2Real's catching everybody in their spawn, and back to the respawns for SD Gaming fighting from that poolside.
2Real catching fire early. Definitely terrifying here for his opponents because he was frying in his last match, and he's bringing it already. Need a way to shut him down, and Major Maniac with the sub. How about that? He is on 5 in a row. 1 off of the streak. Might be able to clean it up right here. Gets a little bit close, but the streak is now earned.
Yeah, you get rid of Mock's streak early on. Now Major Maniac with one of his own. Major's been having a fantastic run through that lower bracket, leading the team alongside Paul-X. When it comes down to the KD ratios, the ARs of Lore, both 1.24s coming into today. Now looking to lead this 6-star.
The rotation certainly now in effect for us as Lore Gaming are up quite a bit of points to kick off this hardpoint. We shift over to P3. A lot of blue arrows will be set up here and you're going to have to find a way to break on through. Paulex making his way through the pool side. Yuli now through the middle. Can't win that one-on-one, but the trade is good enough. And now you're starting to swarm around the point, but they're still protecting the back and doing a solid job.
Slowly, they're moving SD around the map. They get the spawns over towards that BS&D. Major now has control of Bar. They're going to break this all together. All 4 members here for Lore.
Major Maniac looking for an angle in. Everyone just trying to fly through, looking for trades, and well, it's not looking great so far here for Lore Gaming. Just about everyone's going to drop, and that is 4 down. A big moment here for SD Gaming.
It's exactly what you needed for SD. You lose the rotation over towards P2 after Bink gets that blessed spawn. You're starting to fight at a deficit now, and you needed a break, and you get it right there. 18 seconds. That should bring this more to an even game. They still have bar control as well, and I'm surprised there's only Yuli there, because as soon as Yuli goes down, now for Lore, you're forced to fight back through P3.
Rupert, we saw him a lot last year during the Modern Warfare 2 season with the AR mainly. He's rocking the sub in a lot of these games, and well, he's been looking pretty solid. Nice little 1v1 he'll take. Paulex gonna play for the exit, no problem for him. Now making our way over to the pool side here. Seeing if they're gonna be able to find some big key kills in behind the Tiki Hut. Paulex looking for an angle in, and you got a flank from behind.
Yeah, SD give up P3. Now you get the splits. The flank is good. Paulex and Major leading the charge back into it. Mock from range is gonna take down Major Maniac. Paulex with the read onto Noisy, sitting into the Tiki Hut. And that's the break for Lore now with 34 seconds for them to look to push this lead.
Yeah, scary moment here again. SD Gaming have not necessarily been great on the break attempts so far. So Lore Gaming with the setup in 25 seconds, there's a big opportunity to really lock in the remaining time on P4, but everyone wants to make their way across the map. We know how important P5 is, Colin.
Yeah, and Paulex is on 4 in a row, so, you know, Lore looking for their second cruise missile already in 6-star. If Paulex can get this kill streak, that's going to be not a good light to be looking at SD Gaming in, so they need to win these fights on rotation. It's going to be a 4-on-2 for this P5.
Rupert starting to clear the back. His teammates all inside the hill for now, and it's a pretty tight setup. Paulex is on 4. He's taking pretty low, but he's still able to come up with 5 turns. Almost gets 6. That would have been the cruise missile. Major Maniac still very much holding on to his. Up by about 50, looking for a way in now will be Lore Gaming.
Yeah, Yuli now in behind. Sub in hand, he's going to slip across, 6 HP. Can he finesse this one? He has help. Major Maniac is going to assist him, and Yuli's going to get into that with the AR. So the break in from the back from Lore Gaming. SD still spotting close. They will have a chance to hit this again. Rupert needs to fly. He's going to get in.
All right, a lot of players able to get down low in office here, so not necessarily cut off from making it through the cross, but the kills just really looking solid for Lore Gaming as they'll find 2, make it a 3rd. Yuli will find the 4th, and that is another successful break for scrap time.
And now we get to go back into the second set of rotations. Austin with Lore Gaming. I mean, what a start they had. They got the majority at P1. They flawlessly get the rotation over towards P2, and it just seems like they're outslaying SD.
144 to 84, up pretty large at the moment will be Lore Gaming, and the big difference has been the break attempts. SD Gaming going to have to change that through the second set of rotations. Paulex gets a read through you, looking for the gunfight, but neither one wants the challenge. Nade's going to force him back, and he's now going to try to continue to soak up time and play the hill.
Yeah, still spawning out over towards Statue if you are SD, so you're not out of this one just yet. You're hitting this from multiple different angles, but you're losing your fights. The subs now for Lore really turning up. It's 3 between Paulex and Yuli. Well, Paulex is rocking this Rival 9. He's going to clear out DJ. Oh, he was going to clear out DJ, but Rupert had something else to say for this one. SD, they are desperately falling behind.
They are. They're certainly not keeping up with the pace. They're getting outslayed a tad bit as well, and it is hurting them. They're going to need a big turnaround, and it starts with P2, but you take a look at where the blue arrows are on the minimap, and they're only getting through to P1 now. 9 seconds should potentially be collected, and Yuli actually going to give it a look and cuts down too. So again, slowing down this rotation, making it very difficult to make any cross movements on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, SD, they played 6-star Hardpoint earlier versus Omit EU. It was a loss to this team, so obviously you can see some weaknesses. They need this P2 rotation and to find the kills. Paulex watching around the outside of pool.
Paulex, couple players to deal with. He will be taken down. Chance to break it to the hill now. Looking for the second. It's Rupert that comes up with another double. Noisy through the middle. This is what we needed. SD Gaming, they break in and they flip out the spawns.
Yeah, they're spawning Lore all the way over towards bottom P5. So Noisy, he's going to be reading this one, setting up, but it's the cruise missile infested from Major Maniac. He's going to jump in towards the back, and Yuli now looking to flip out this SD team.
Up by 100 is going to be Lore Gaming, but SD Gaming still trying to fight back into it. This scrap time is just about important as you'd ever want it to be here if you're Lore Gaming. Every single second plays a huge factor at this point. and they are now going to reach over 200 points. Rupert all the way in the back right now, trying to win some big key gun battles.
Yuli on an island. He doesn't win his fight. Now Bink, it's up to you over towards the bar, but you can see now Duriel pushing for space. He's going to find a double. It's Bink and Mach to die, and you can look at the spawns from SD all the way over towards the pool.
Wow.
They need some magic to go their way. They're down by 110.
Noisy bringing some of the magic. Good team shots. They'll clear out just about all 4 players. Off spawn will be Paul X, and he can only come up with 1. Deep spawns coming through. Still lots of time to play for on this hill.
Mark cutting off the middle rotations. He's got a lot to do. Only able to find the 1 is going to be the secondary. Noisy to see if you can find a couple more. Not going to happen. Now 3 players from Lord grouping up to hit it from the front. It's a trade. Majors in. He finds 2. Still a toss up for the time. It's Mach to combine for a double kill to keep SD in this hill.
Wow, a big gun battle there. Going to be 1 from player number 6, which is Mach. 50-50 splits end up coming through on either side of the map right now, so it's a bit of a foot race for scrap time, and Turiel's able to get in. Again, all this scrap time so important. Rupert knows it. He needs to hit the back, and he's looking for a big 1v2 on the point.
Lore are spawning on P4. SD are spawning to P5, 228 to 129. Lore can put this one away. This is not an easy hill for SD to break at all. The ARs have not been stepping up against Paul X and Major Maniac, and this is where Paul and Major looked the best last rotation.
Could all end right here. Rupert has just got no HP to work with. Reach out comes through for Paul. Now the final few seconds look to be good for Lore Gaming. Nobody in a position to contest. And map number 1 is secured. Lore Gaming take the 1-0 lead.
It just couldn't seem like Spitting Demons could get a handle on this map the whole time. It was rotations being won by the side of Lore Gaming. It was the kills being won by this team as well. You're still having a fantastic run through this lower bracket between Paul X and Major Maniac, and the ARs are really allowing somebody like Turiel to pop off in these transitional moments. I'm loving what Lore is kind of putting together in this run. I mean, they lost yesterday back in winners round 4, but it just seems like every single game I see them, it's a better team.
The break attempts also just did not really come together there for SD Gaming, did it? It felt like they were just unable to get into some of those key hills when they maybe even had some good looks. And the slaying also was a bit of a factor here. Every single member able to drop over 20 kills for this Lore Gaming squad, and they will come away with the win by over 100 points as they set the tone. And remember, they came off their last series call with a 3-0. It was very, very clean. They did not make too many mistakes, and it looks like they are staying on track with that exact same situation from earlier.
Yeah, and you and I got to cast them yesterday versus that Good Hearts team. It was a 3-0 sweep back in winners round 4, but it was a very competitive 3-0 sweep. I think there were so many moments where this Lore Gaming team could have beat Good Hearts in that series, but it doesn't go your way, and I'm sure they've kind of been working on things leading back up in towards this moment. I kind of said going into this one, they've killed the monster in their closet. They took down Good Hearts, and now versus the Spitting Demons team who have taken down some pretty notable teams. I mean, they've beaten Mindfreak, Houston, War, and now Omit EU to make it to this moment. This is a huge list of teams to take down just to find yourself in the lower semifinals. I mean, these teams are used to kind of playing at the disadvantage. They're used to being the underdogs, and heading into this search and destroy, I wouldn't think that this hardpoint would bother them too much. You're going back towards 6-star, and this is where you kind of started that comeback versus Omid EU.
That's exactly it. So the search and destroy has been very, very tight with both of these squads throughout this weekend, and we'll stay on the same map. 6-star. We'll get some heavy action. I love this map. You can find a lot of aggressive routes very quickly. Get right into your opponent's spawn 15, 20 seconds in. If you can hit one of those lanes uncontested, it can be difficult to deal with, and whoever really sets the tone, sets the pace, gets the tempo rolling, that's sometimes the squad that's able to start steamrolling you here. So need a really big regain coming on through for the Spitting Demons, and I expect them to do it. Again, a lot of these players very measured when it comes down to competing and being able to always stay composed. But we'll see if they can try to cut through this Lore Gaming that's looking a little bit different so far today.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but one thing that SD had going their way versus Omit was the First Bloods favoring them. And that was off of some really, really strategic calls off the break. And you can see this one, a quick hit towards B. They're going to see if they can work this bomb plant right away. If they can catch Major Maniac, that would be the cherry on top. It's full middle map control for Lore.
Noisy able to clear out a lot of this, but the timing here with the check will come through. No nades onto the bomb, and Noisy just trying to play the exit, and he's able to play his life.
Yeah, the retake through mid. It looks like player number 5 is going to hit the flank through vents, but you have the full post plan. A lot of range here for SD to work with.
Both players just absolutely spraying and praying And it will be 1-for-1 trades. Too Real through the back. Just a little bit of HP to try to survive. No one's going to hop the bomb yet. Too Real trying to chase down that kill. He will be able to grab the trade off Paul X. Now looking for what will be the last one. They clean it up. It gets chaotic. The smoke makes it mixy. But Lore Gaming are good for retake.
It's not an easy site to hold without those trophies, Austin. And with Lore having all the middle map control, they're able to react to that right away, retake it through the middle of the map. They have Paul X slide through the vents, and it just doesn't seem like they had a player watching that option. So you're leaving lanes open for these Lore members to get up close in your face. When you're trying to take these range battles, you just need to be a little bit more precise on your setups.
First round will be secured. Lore Gaming picking up right where they left off, and now we'll get a good look at what one of their first offensive rounds will in fact look like. It feels like this weekend, a lot of what we've been seeing has actually been leaning over towards this B site here, at least in the Challenger side, where I feel like a lot of the matches we were seeing at least beforehand were certainly targeted around A, but teams now figuring out both sites, and again, that bomb will lean towards B, but it's a great set nade. Noisy draws first blood.
So what they were good against Omit with, those nades were ruthless. It comes down to drawing those first bloods, and you're taking down Too Real, so that's a lot of your tempo gone. If your Lore Gaming is going to bring them to a halt, and it's going to force a little bit of pressure onto Yuli to look to make the play through mid, it seems.
Yuli trying to take his time. It isn't exactly open. You have Mach at the back of the map who will be watching this push through, and he's got his teammates protected. And it feels like they are more than willing to play a retake at B with all 3 arrows positioned around that B site. And that bomb might actually start making its way over as you got a lot of the map cut off right now here around A.
Full 3 hit through the pool. SD, since the time is bleeding, they're going to try to flip this map, and as soon as you do, you're going to have comms control for this retake over towards A. And I'm not really sure about this Lore setup. As soon as this bomb goes down, I want to see them fly at player number 2, Mach.
Trophy system down. Major Maniac able to get the plant off fairly safely. Mach waiting for that shell. He's been sitting back here forever, and the gunfight finally comes his way. Major Maniac now in a 1v4.
Yeah, not much to do here. You're getting pinched on both sides. Noisy's going to finish it off, and it's a flawless round to bounce back from SD Gaming. As soon as they get that set nade onto the first member, you draw that first blood from Too Real. It brings this Lore Gaming team to a halt, and, you know, Yuli, he's just waiting for the right opportunity, that perfect moment to, you know, come, but SD never shows it. The triple flank through pool. You take control of the, I think it was top comms there for the side of SD Gaming, and you just have a flawless setup there. I think that reaction, the way you read the map there for SD, you couldn't have played that any better.
Yeah, that was very well done. Process of elimination as well, pushing through the pool side, saying, listen, no one's here. We know where they are. And Mach did not even move out of the spawn once. He sat back there,
what you gotta do.
Held an iron. He knew his job, and, well, he fulfilled it.
You sit, you wait, maybe find a kill, maybe not. Most likely, you will.
Round number 3 now, and again, back to this B site. Last time around, it was that middle map retake that came through at the back into the smoke, but with trophies in play potentially, might have a chance to shut that down, but look at Major Maniac. He's in a good spot to at least get one here.
Yeah, he's playing aggressive this time. Not going to be sitting up top. He's finessed some timing, but Noisy's not going to go through without checking it. Smokes are down now, and Yuli and Too Real are looking to make a play.
They're in the smoke, trying to find the players, and, well, just about every single one of them have flipped on the other side of the map here. Yuli does manage to actually lock down Bing. Too Real with the pistol in hand, ready for a chow. And Rupert not going to give it to him just yet. He is just sitting inside the Tiki Hut. And can he pull off this 1v2? He's going to come around the outside and gets one, but the trade is quick.
How long can you hold your breath down there?
They're Navy SEALs, I'll tell you that, man. These operators are not the same operators way back in the games we used to play. They could only sprint for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, no, not this time. You automatically sprint sometimes this time. But what a round there from, again, the side of SD Gaming to go back-to-back. You move over into that B site for the quick plant. I like the adaptation from Major to playing it close, but Noisy gets the read onto it. And as soon as that smoke goes down, you see everybody just kind of sits and waits for those SMGs to get aggressive. They catch some timing there, and something's not right.
All right, well, we're getting confirmation that we are ending the match. It is a 2-1 tally right now, and I'm sure we will get some confirmation, and it looks like one of the stations actually was not working there. So one of the players obviously unable to play and be a part of the map here. So we will end it. I would imagine we would probably come back in at a 2-1 scoreline, but of course we'll get confirmation here from League Ops to get the actual confirmation on it. Either way, it was looking pretty solid. It felt like SD Gaming were starting to figure some things out, able to pull off a couple of big moments there. And again, I love their push through, able to read the map, getting just a good read on the situations at hand here in some of these rounds.
I think this Spitting Demons team is vastly different from every other team that you have in this tournament still. And that is the case that, these are, typical new age S&D players.
Sure.
Where you're going to be playing methodical. You're not going to be looking to draw that first blood right away. You want that map control, and you want to work that space as best as you can. You saw it right there in the 6-star on the retake over towards that A site. And I think that this SD team, you saw it last year even from Bink and Noisy when they made the grand finals. It was just the fact that, what they can bring into grinding through these matches, not dominating these matches, but grinding through them. As soon as they get a chance, they just get more confident over the games. And that confidence takes them a long way. And after beating a team like Omid EU, they're riding that wave into this series as well. For Lore, they're kind of in a similar situation. I mean, you're making that lower bracket run. You're feeling good.
Exactly.
And you win that map 1 6-star, so I'm sure they're still on that high. But going into this map number 2, you've definitely felt it level down. Both of these just trying to find an advantage.
That's really the big factor, trying to get a read on it. I think that there's something that we've always seen from Noisy Squad. It's the ability to go back and watch a lot of VOD. And we've seen that matchup almost take place when they were playing up against Omid EU, when we were seeing them do those 3 hits coming through Rio. Like, they were shutting that down in their last match. So these guys certainly really good at being able to adapt. It feels like halfway through, get an idea of how you're playing and being able to punish you for it. So we'll see what happens. Also good maybe to take a look at the map set for everyone else that might just be tuning in to see exactly everything that's kind of coming together here for us and what we have going forward. We know at least we are going to be good for the invasion control here, but is there anything else here that kind of sparks your attention, Colin, in the best of 5?
I actually do think that invasion control sparks my interest. The fact that we do get it for Lore Gaming. They looked really good against Good Hearts yesterday on this map mode combo. They played it again, and they beat Good Hearts just earlier in that last losers match.
Right.
And I think heading into this one, you have players like Yuli and Turiel who are really good at playing off of each other when it comes down to the timings at that A zone. And I think you have to be a little bit worried if you're SD Gaming because of how composed this Lore roster does look when they're playing at their best. And you have Major Maniac and Paul X playing some of the best COD this event that I have seen from them in a little bit. They're coming into today with both 1.24 KDs across every single game mode, and the ARs have been looking good for Lore. So the fact that invasion kind of sneaks through, you have a lot of chances here, Lore, kind of finding that 3-0 sweep if you can steal away this 6-star Search and Destroy from the Spitting Demons team, who has looked like one of the better teams in Search here in Toronto.
Yeah, that has been the case here. They've won a lot of their big games here coming up in the Searches, and like you had kind of alluded to, taking down some other really strong, talented Search and Destroy squads, like the Houston Spartans that I think a lot of people had certainly making, till Sunday in some of those brackets that at least we were seeing here, but it was not the case. So they have gotten a lot of reps in, and that's the beauty of playing an open like this too. Even sometimes when you don't have a lot of practice leading up towards the tournament, is that you start getting these reps and you start getting these matches and you start getting cleaner, you start getting more crisp, and you start looking more polished on the map. That's exactly the case that I think we've seen with both of these squads that we've had on stage, that maybe a lot of people potentially underestimated coming in towards this weekend.
No, I totally think so. And like the fact that you're Spitting Demons coming into the lower semifinals, the only match you've lost is to FaZe Clan Black, who are in the grand finals right now. You have nothing to lose right now. You have so much confidence in your kind of sales.
Sure.
Heading into this lower semifinals, knowing that you've taken down, what I had as the best team coming into to this event, as Houston Spartans kind of looked really polished. But I think for Lore Gaming, it's a complete different kind of circumstance. I mean, you have players who just came second place in the Challenger Elite Stage 2. And I think that you have the making of this team with Turiel now joining you to kind of work alongside Yuli for the sub-duo to play really methodical. These are really smart players when it comes down to Lore Gaming. And when you have a player like Major Maniac kind of at the helm of this team, it's going to be very composed. Almost, I would say, tilt-proof when you're looking at this Lore Gaming team. So no matter what the Spitting Demons roster throws at them, how confusing these games get, you don't expect Lore Gaming to falter.
Well, I believe we'll be starting from a 2-1 round count for SD Gaming. Hopefully we can get confirmation on that from production. But either way, we'll call it SO at the moment with SD Gaming up by 1. And right back on the attack will be SD Gaming, and we've seen a lot of their moves over towards B. And we did get confirmation that it will be 2-1 for SD Gaming, so we'll continue to remind you of that as we go throughout this Search and Destroy.
Yeah, Spinning Demons coming off of back-to-back round wins, now back onto the defense. Lore's going to be leaning for some middle map control, very patient, but look at this angle from Rupert. He snuck through.
And Major Maniac will find Bink. Rupert on the sneak through, able to get himself one. It's a quick trade. Paulex flies through mid. And the smoke is going to make things a little chaotic for the chase, but Mock still able to find the elimination. 35 seconds left, 1v1.
Yeah, Mock versus Major Maniac. Both of them are going to run into each other here. Major's going to be ready for it. And Mock on the mantle, not going to have the read. Major Maniac has the ice. That 1v1 is going to bring us back to an even 2-2.
That's a big 1v1, and just a good read. Major Maniac, one of the OG Search and Destroy stars here in the Call of Duty scene, will get an excellent read on the push through, wrapping back through the spawn. And that is exactly what you like to see. We are now all tied up here 2-2.
It was a fantastic setup, too, from SD through the middle of the map. They just don't lose they don't win certain gunfights. That trade coming out onto Noisy, out of Two-Real, just continuing to keep that back and forth. You shut down Rupert, who was in that angle, and you can see that Lore, their reactions to these gunfights are razor sharp. So they're going to send 2 over to B. They're going to try to deny this quick plant from SD this time, and I like that. Major's going to be looking at these fights through the water. He has to back down and play his life, but luckily he has help.
Bomb, chance to go down. We saw this play. Basically the exact same thing. Noisy gets the bomb down, and then he just tries to exit safely, and it looks like he should be okay.
Yuli's going to get caught by the native Rupert. Smokes go down, but is the follow-up there? Noisy this time is going to play up close and personal inside of that smoke. Make sure nobody's on that bomb. Now you're kind of stuck in a pickle. Major Maniac's going to have to go huge and buy some time for Paulex to hit this flank. No, he wraps back to mid.
Major Maniac looking for another lineup on the 2. Might have saw one cross, but also needs to clear the pool side. But it's Paul that actually comes up with a couple kills. Now the last one left alive. Going to be Rupert. He is heavily tagged, but he's got the clock to work with. 1v1 coming his way. Paulex flies at all of them, and he takes out 3 in the round.
I don't understand it. SD, they just crumble in the moment. Paulex, I thought he was going to hit the flank through vents, try to kind of work something there with Major Maniac, hope that Major can buy some time, but the fact that he doesn't feel confident in the timing there, Major calls him back through mid, and then just together they almost run right through the middle of this SD team's setup. They win their gunfights basically in that moment, and I just don't really understand how SD kind of lose that unless they're just losing their ones.
Huge round coming on through. Lore Gaming in a very comfortable position now, as they're starting to figure things out, starting to make some clutch plays. I mean, that is now Major Maniac and Paulex that have went huge here for them in a couple of rounds to give them a slight lead.
Leaning over towards B this time for SD Gaming. Bomb heading back over to group up with Yuli. A default setup on the attacking side, and this time Rupert alongside Noisy. They're sitting over towards the old P2, so 3 members stacked on B for the defense of SD Gaming, and this is kind of similar to when they hit that triple flank. They leave Mock all alone in their spawn, and they hope they can get control of that P5.
Smoke in the back. Does force Mock off of a bit of an angle here. Has to play a little passive, and that should give them enough freedom to get this bomb down, but it is a full push through in the back here. They're looking to play a retake all from the backside of the spawn.
And this time Major's going to be sitting here, so he's going to be watching for these 3 players, Austin.
Need to find a way to get some kills cleanly. Major Maniac spots 1. The Shadow also going to help him out. Looking for 2. Doesn't get it. 3v2 we go. Still lots of time to work with.
And now you're pinching with Mock, so if you're Lore, you need some space to breathe. Two-Real's on an island sitting underneath, and Yuli's through mid.
Yuli looking for the big 1v1, not going to happen, and that is what you like to see. SD Gaming looking pretty clinical on that retake. A good call again with their push through, and it is working out successfully.
I like the changes from Lore in that post-plant setup. You have both the Paulex and Major Maniac sitting over towards P5, looking to see if you can catch these players on the flank. You have the right reads, but with all 3 members just sending it from the side of SD, your whole game plan is to, at the very least, trade out and then pinch with Mock from your spawn, and they do that so well with the read over towards Paulex. I wish I got to see that gunfight because Paul had such a power position there. Major finds his one, but you needed Paulex to find that second kill. You just get collapsed on with numbers again if you're Lore.
Noisy going to grab that bomb. We've seen this B play, and there hasn't exactly been a great answer for it outside of round number 1, where things just got a little too mixy with the smokes, but there weren't really trophies in play. So since that point in time, things have changed. Nades right through middle. Oh, connection. Wow, what a double nade that is. Again, another first blood from a nade coming through for SD Gaming.
I mean, when I was sitting behind them playing that Search and Destroy versus Omid, they're so good at talking to each other with those set nades. It's Noisy kind of leading it, but the double there, Yuli's going to drop his smoke, and he's going to see if he can find this kill.
Oh, Yuli drops down for 1, but there's one more on the couches. Major Maniac able to get one back. 35 seconds, 2v2. Pollux trying to get a read on this push through here. Bank will win the 1v1.
Now Major all alone sitting through mid. He's got time. Bomb planted, last alive. 25 seconds to work this 1v2. The only thing is, both of these SD Gaming players, they are completely isolated in 2 separate 1v1, so they can just burn this clock.
And they get the information there. Little shoulder check comes through from Mock in the back. They know that he's not on the site. And Major Maniac simply does not have the time to find 2 players. He's just playing for kills.
No time for the defuse. Mock's going to get away. No reason to really feed into this whatsoever. A little bit of a handshake, Austin. And what is that? Another lead for this SD team. 2-2 means that it's, what, 4-3?
I want to say Major Maniac won the 1v1 right before the game ended, right? Yeah, it's a 4-3, I think, for Good Gaming. So that will be the case here for us. Again, anyone who's just joining in, it was a restart of the map. So that is why we are verbally telling you the score. So 4-3, Lord Gaming looking for 2 more rounds. But like you said, a critical one for SD Gaming to make sure things don't get out of hand.
Just continue to get this back and forth going after you find that gap. SD with the lead.
And so our confirmation, 4-3 SD.
Yeah. Rooper.
Reset always messes us up.
Playing mid again with Noisy. Both members looking to send this.
All right, Rooper tucked away. Noisy down low. The nade's going to force them out, but the trade is there. Secondary challenge not going to come through the vents. And Rooper is going to hold on to this position. Just wants to try to keep them pinned to the back here, and they're going to have to try to clear it out. They want to push through.
Yeah, that's going to buy so much time. Rooper just needs to get away. The only issue is Pollux is sitting on that A-bomb. Rooper's got to be careful. He's just going to send it back to his spawn and group up with the rest of his team.
Yeah, he was the isolated one of the 3 members, but now all of them basically holding hands. And we've seen this quite a bit. Let's just hit this out as a 3-man unit. But Paul takes on 3 with the heady, and he's still able to come up with 1. The regen looks like it will come through, and the remaining members now forced through mid, and Major Maniac's got them cut off.
29 seconds. Bomb's going to go down. Rooper working his way back through mid. It's going to be a double send through you. It collapses in, but the kills don't follow through. Rooper, you needed that kill. I mean, you are stuck right now if you're SD.
SD Gaming looking for a way in, and you lose Bink. It's almost impossible now. Rooper would have to just absolutely fry. And you're not even really going to get a good look at the second. The challenge is good, and they're able to get 1 back.
So Lord tie us into 4 apiece in the Search and Destroy after the game reset. Just as a note as well, Lord leading after the hardpoint 1-0. So if they win this Search and Destroy, they go up 2-0. That's going to be a lot of pressure onto these Spitting Demon players who have been making one hell of a run here in Toronto. So you're looking to see what they can do for these late round adaptations out of Spitting Demons. How do they work the map together? Because it seems like when they're kind of methodically flipping things out and trying to isolate these players, that is when Spitting Demons play at their best. They're again going to try this quick B plant, and this time Major Maniac isn't here, so it's going to be a full setup through mid from Lore to see if they can react fast.
This is what worked for them in the first round when they played Retake, and they might opted for it again, or it's just a bait play. I like this. They're able to move quickly, then it could work, but Yuli gets 1. No way does he get out of this. He's trying to finesse, and it looks like they do manage to finally beat him down. Numbers go the way of SD Gaming.
Now they flipped it. Pollux goes down, so the A side is open. Major is reeling to get back here to see if he can stop this, but he's a little bit too far forward. Here comes the onslaught of Spitting Demons, and it's Too Real on the flank.
Too Real is red. Oh man, they're just too damn good at the moment. It feels like every single time they try to make that move, they're getting traded. They're not coming out with 2. The big one was Yuli in the back, wasn't it there, Colin, where he actually cuts them off completely from a rotation if they decide to go for it. But he can't escape with his life. They track him down, manage to put together 2 and grab that numbers advantage again.
Yeah, I want to say they win that if Yuli stays alive, but the fact that Pollux goes down, he is really on an island between 3 separate members of Spitting Demons, and they had so much time to go clear Yuli out still. It's a gamble going for these fast flanks. I know a lot of teams back in Stage 2 of the Elite were really prone to just flanking through mid right at the start of those rounds, so it's not going to work these days. Players have adapted to that. They are going to read it, and you see that there from SD.
Wow, clean shots from Turiel. Gets a look at the second and gets some good tags in. But again, the numbers will swing the way of SD Gaming almost every single time we get into the start of the round. That's how it goes. But Yuli gets one back. He is completely swarmed. And Bink will get there with the pistol. Now on Paul X here for a 1v2.
This is map point 2, Austin. So if Spitting Demons win this one, they move into a 1-1 tie in this series. If Paul X clutches it, goes to a round 11.
Oh, Paul X! Oh my goodness! What a 1v2 to keep his team alive.
It's the MCW up close. I thought they nerfed that hip fire, Austin, but it's still shooting pretty well. Paul X comes up huge with a 2v1, takes us to a round 11 in the Search and Destroy, and gives the chance over towards Lore to go up 2-0 in this series. Spitting Demons, they had their chance. They lost it. And now on round 11 to see if they can tie the series.
Seems to be a bit of confusion here with the players after this one, and we'll get confirmation on what's happening here, but either way, I would imagine that was the one to keep them in it, but they're saying that was the one to get them over the edge to close. And that's why I was thinking Major Maniac won that 1v1 at the very end. That put them up 2-1.
I'm not sure if they're going to reset this, try to figure out who has the round 11 sides off of kills.
That too.
Back at the start. If that's what they're talking about, if that's what they're just kind of trying to do that math, then it's going to be tough to kind of figure it out and do all this. So I'm sure it's going to take a couple of seconds here or a couple of minutes to get things going. But, I mean, you put Paul X in that 1v2, and I would have guessed the trade would come through, especially with the MCW, how close it was. But, I mean, you just cannot write a better moment there for Paul X. He's sitting at the end of that one, 8-5 for his team, alongside Major going 6-3. Both of these two have been playing fantastic. I cannot talk about it enough. I sound like probably a broken record, kind of going about how good these two have been playing for the team. But in a moment like that for Paul X, where really you're kind of maybe the rest of the team is thinking about that control coming up next, the swing map mode combo, you know, Paul just takes it into his own hands to give them now a chance to go up 2-0. That is a huge moment.
That's a critical one. I mean, that's the one that gets the blood pumping, that has the chance to change a series completely when you pull off something like that. So it looks like we are going to be loading back into a round 11. SD Gaming have got confirmation that we'll be on defense.
Yeah.
And I always love bringing up this point, but when you go back into a map like this after, you know, going through a reset, there's no trophy systems. Those set nades have been pivotal so far for SD Gaming, and we'll see if they can maybe work for some kind of a first blood like they've been doing in a lot of these rounds.
Twice we've seen first bloods come to those nades. And that is something that when I was sitting behind this SD team, kind of trying to figure out what their tendencies look like, what their chatter looks like, who's going to be calling the team, it's something that Noisy has been very vocal about these set nades. He calls for Mach. He calls for really anybody on this team to just like, hey, let's nade this one together. They time it. They know their spots. They've been practicing this so much, and it's been paying off in so many times. I mean, it's the difference between kind of retaking things 4-on-4 or maybe getting that bomb down, maybe finding that first blood around the map. And you know when this SD team has the map open a little bit, they like to flip that. They like to rush these lanes and try to force a couple of gunfights early before that post-plant setup happens for Lore Gaming. So you know this Spitting Demon team, there's a reason why they're asking for this round 11, kind of the math to calculate. They know that they want these sides. They know how to play these sides, and they just want to give themselves their best chance.
Absolutely. I think we are going to throw things to a short break while everything is getting figured out. We do apologize about the wait. When we come back, we'll be jumping right into that round 11, it feels like. Don't go too far. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are getting right into the thick of it. Everybody did manage to get their field upgrades, so trophies will actually be on the map, but forget what you see at the top. This is round 11. This is for map number 2.
Yeah, this is a chance for Lore Gaming to go up 2-0. SD looking to bounce back and send us to a guaranteed map number 4. And on the defense for SD Gaming, trying to work those first bloods again. They're going to send Rupert and Noisy through the middle of the map. There's going to be a B hit for Lore, though.
Turil. Nade over the top as they start working towards this B site. You take a look at who's lurking. It's going to be Bink at the very top of the bar, hoping for a child to potentially come his way. Retake might be inevitable here, though. And will they decide to go for the bomb plant? Bink just trying to get some information. Smoke is down, looking for first blood. Can't commit to it.
Bink going to stay alive. Noisy ends up going down through the middle of the map. Rupert trying to trade it. Bink's going to jump on down. It's a little ring around the Rosie, but Bink's dead. Yuli gets traded numbers, and Paul X working through the middle of the map. He has a chance to put the dagger in this map, too.
Oh, Major Maniac trying to help out his teammate. Turil won't get pushed. 3v2 for Lore Gaming to go 2-0 up here with the series. Major Maniac turns it into a 1v3 now for Mach. Mach is shut down, and the round 11 is won. Lore Gaming grab a 2-0 lead.
It goes to the wire for both of these teams. Really back and forth. Map number 2. Definitely strange as well. You know, the amount of times you're jumping in and out, it's definitely not going to feel the most comfortable, I'm sure, for both of these teams. But in a moment where Paul X, in a 1 versus 2, could have lost in round 10. It could have been 1-1. He clutches up. The 1v2 sends it the distance. Spinning Demons get their chance there in the round 11. You have your trophies. You have all your field upgrades. But in that B execute, you just get a little bit too antsy off of those early engagements. And I feel like in the smoke is when Turil and Yuli have been dominating those subfights.
That's really been the big factor, man. I love how methodical a lot of these S&D rounds really were. And like you said, you know, it maybe feels a little awkward coming back in, back out, but either way, they're able to still come out with the round 11. Lore Gaming has just been completely on fire today. They have yet to drop a single map, and they are looking primed and ready to try to cut through yet another team here, Colin.
You see how excited they are to get to that round 11 there. Paul X with such a pivotal moment in that search and destroy. And to end it, I mean, it was just one by one. I felt towards the end there for Spinning Demons. They didn't look as connected as they were in the original rounds for that 6-star S&D. The retake through mid, I think it was a little bit disconnected from Bink up top. He was dropped to 48, and all of a sudden, Noisy was right into the mix in those smokes. And for Lore, who had that advantage, who had all the numbers on site, and they were kind of isolating these players, I just felt like they had full control of that last round 11. And now up 2-0. When we were looking at that map combo, Invasion Control up next, Austin, and a chance for them to 3-0 sweep their way into the Losers Finals.
Yeah, they have an opportunity to get to the lower final without dropping a single map so far on the day. And, you know, that could be very scary for the team that is sitting there, which will be Omid back-to-back. So, yeah, it could be a great one. But everyone taking a small break. So we will get ready and geared up for map number 3. Before that, we'll throw it to a short break. Don't go far, friends. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Toronto Open. We are in our lower semi-final. It is map number 3. It's Invasion Control, Lore Gaming. They can get the job done right here, right now.
Both of these teams playing Invasion Control in their lower quarterfinals. SD, they take down Omit on this map. Lore, they take down Good Hearts on this map. Both teams looking sharp. The only difference is, for Lore, Major Maniac and Paul X with 1.33s heading into the Control today. SD Gaming, you're looking at Noisy to be that playmaker with a 1.29.
Bank already looking to fly through DVD. Major Maniac, though, he still has an opportunity to work through top Treehouse. Doesn't spot the player on the left on the zone. And you got Big Down that's actually going to come behind the plate. Beautifully done, and turns and almost burns. Yuli, though, does find the eventual trade as the second tick is locked.
Noisy gonna rush forward, second tick. I'm not sure actually going in, no it did. So yeah, second tick locked. Noisy's still looking for more kills. Paul X gonna find a double kill through the mid as well as clearing Noisy out of DVD. So now Lore can rush over towards B, see if they can clear the zone and take some map control back.
Bink, though, takes a nice route after getting that early aggression coming through there inside of Treehouse. And he's gonna run right to that A zone. Noisy's gonna help watch the cross. There isn't a lot of support here, but no one's actually made their way to A just yet. That first tick might actually be secured. Pollock's going to be spotted in the back. Bing. Shot's going to come through. Oh, wins it. 3 players going to go down. The last one up is going to be Yuli. He does clear the zone, but B now should go over for free.
Yeah, Noisy just not able to get Yuli on the cross, so only one segment into that A zone. B zone's going to be cleared. Mock is going to have 2 minutes and 1 second alongside the rest of the Spitting Demons to start working this A zone. Already 4 segments. That's a job well done here on the offensive side of Invasion, but I'm sure these teams want the round win.
Bink over the top. He's been in a long gunfight there, and Yuli will take that one again. Clearing off a couple of those key members was really the big factor in them not really just losing this control flat out here right at the start. Mock now on 4 in a row, looking to build up to some potential streaks as he works through the back spawns and might be able to look for some respawners.
We've seen a lot of cruise missiles on this map really pay off dividends for the offensive side, so Mock going to be very patient on making this play. You have a player alongside you in DVD. The rest of your team coming off the respawn. You have to play this slow. You have to time this right if you're the rest of Spitting Demons. Rooper's going to open up with a kill on 2 Real. Now working through the B Street.
Yeah, they don't know where Mock went. He's been able to elude all of them. And now makes his way to the back of the zone, and they finally finish him off. No one else has been able to push forward. Cafe Control will stay in the hands of Yuli. And now it's really back to step 1 all over again here on the attack.
Yeah, Lore playing a game of hide and seek right now, but they're the ones hiding while they seek as well. So it's tough to kind of locate some of these defenders when they're slipping the net through the middle of the map. Full setup through the middle. Line of scrimmage is set in here for Lore Gaming and SD. They have to work through this B. They have to flip the map through blue and see if they can spawn these players out.
It's going to be an overextension play, and this is never easy to pull off, especially when you're this low on time, because it almost needs to work. Rupert going to try to grab himself Zop Blue, look over the top here and see if he can maybe create a bit of space for his teammates to get through Cafe, but that is not the case. Everyone ends up dropping. Rupert's the last one up, and they're now down to 20 seconds.
Yeah, the kills, they just don't stop coming here from Lore Gaming. Very dominant setup after losing that B zone. They give up the takeover towards A. Too bad, so sad. They've bounced back phenomenally here. Jurio's going to be watching the players off spawn. 7 seconds left. Nobody's really in a position to touch. Maybe Rupert can get here in time, but he's going to be cut down on the cross. It's another 3 down for Spitting Demons and Lore Gaming. Getting the defensive win there, only giving up 4 segments.
This team has been very, very strong when it comes to the control, it feels like, overall. We watched them again yesterday. Yuli put up 37, and they just fell short by, I think, like a single tick. Not getting the defense here on Invasion, but they make up for it today. They get redemption. They win it this time around. And now we'll see if they're going to be able to try to do the exact same thing coming into their next round here on the attack.
Switching sides. Lore Gaming. 3 in a row for 2 Real, 3 in a row for Major Maniac. 2 Real's just going to run it into DVD. They want to go for this B zone right away, and the only player here to stop this is Rupert.
Rupert, good tags. Oh, it's Noisy that actually cleans up 2 of them. Rupert's going to get a good look at 1 player down low, and oh, it's Red. Nice kill from Major Maniac to help keep this play alive at B. Noisy looking to cut through Dark potentially, or maybe even play for some of the respawners. Long-range battle with Yuli. Doesn't want to stick around for it, and it's a good pinch from 2 Real to deal with that.
Major's still alive on this 4 spree. Stuns out, but you lose the presence towards Dark, so really all eyes forward. A couple kills on the map. Ink's going to land the nade. That's going to shut the streak down for Major Maniac, and now Mock set up for the spawn trap.
Mock in a good position. And shots over the top. Finds Surreal. Should be taken out there swiftly. And now there's an opportunity to maybe look towards A, but this is not a good look here so far. You've only gotten one tick at B, you're down in lives, and you're now down to 50 seconds as well.
It's a really good clear from Bink there to not allow Major Maniac to get anything more than that first tick. 47 seconds is not a lot of time to work this A zone. So if you're not finding the kills here, if you're Lore, you need to double down onto this B hit. They're going to go through mid. It's a trade, but you have two players rushing towards A, and nobody's on A to stop this.
Yeah, this is terrifying right now. You look at player one, Noisy, not going to be here. It's the respawners that are going to have to play retake, and Major Maniac, he is set up, ready to beam. Cruise missile coming down as well. As you call out, will it find anything? Yuli through the back, tries to weave it in. Doesn't find a connection, but it stalls some time.
Noisy goes through the spawn. There's a pinch, only two members. There's only one member on towards A. It's not going to be going fast. You get that first segment. Noisy's fighting for these respawns, buying his team time. They only give up one tick towards A. That's good damage control.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. Surreal, though, still looking to deal a little bit of damage inside of Rugs. Double up will come through, and that's some great teamwork. They'll make sure he doesn't have any kind of a play over towards A. And now we start to lean maybe back towards B. Yuli, one up close. He's able to put together two in a row. He's now up to 13 and 7. He's cooking,
seconds.
But you call the call, and time is a factor.
Lore Gaming, they need to make a decision. They're going to hop on towards B. Yuli again looking for these players off spawn, looking for 14. Has to stay alive, and he will. 4 HP in a dream. Second segment into B, and now they're looking to equalize on those ticks. And it looks like they're going to be able to get this job down. Yuli's going to go down. You have a flank coming out from Mock, but the B zone gets secured.
That was such an important finesse there from Paul X, because they would have had to run to the zone and stop the clock again. Bink inside of red, no problem. Deals with Paul as he comes off the zone. Secondary gunfight. Yuli just gives him a little right hook to the face, knocks him out, takes him down. Chance to get some map control here now if Yuli can put together a few more.
Yeah, Surreal's going to get shut down, though, over towards blue. Yuli on 9 HP. No way you get a second one there. Mock's going to shut that down. And now you have the setup if you're Spitting Demons. You're putting Lore Gaming off the respawn. Everything is reset. And all Spitting Demons needs to focus on here is 36 seconds burning this time.
Cafe control. Certainly looking to be step one. Have to get through. Just one player at the moment who's high up on the ceiling as Noisy looks to jump down from above. And he's hearing a lot. Oh, doesn't finish off that first, and lock down the second, but the communication is there. One player going to make it to the zone. Noisy looks to follow up. Pistol in hand, trying to chase him down, and almost gets turned and burned.
Wow.
But it won't happen. Noisy enough to clear off A. Middle map control looks good.
Yeah.
That should solidify the round.
6 seconds left. You're spawning in Timbuktu. Looks like we're going to go defense for defense. Austin, who would have guessed on invasion control? Big takeaways from this round for both sides. If you're Lore Gaming, you get that fourth segment, you get that one takeover towards A, so everything is kind of null and void from what happened back in round number 1.
Sure.
It's kind of like a reset now, best of 2, when you're looking at everything. And on the side of Spitting Demons, you not only win that defensive round, but you do get that cruise missile away from Yuli, so no more kill streaks across the board.
All tied up in the ticks. 5 in a row, though, for Mock. You'd love to get yourself a cruise missile. And we will go on board with him, hoping for a nice, easy frag pickup, or at the very least, just an easy trade, someone overextending, just to lock it down early.
Into DVD, on to B. Yuli's trying to get some eyes on, and realistically, Noisy has 0 health. Big's going to get overwhelmed towards Cafe, and now you have to start thinking about going to help Noisy on this B zone. Seems to be wanting to search for this flare in Treehouse.
Oh, Rupert through the middle. Can't win that battle versus Major Maniac. Dark now a little bit up for grabs here for either team, and you can see the pitch coming in from behind. All 4 players looking to play defense from Lore Gaming on the B point. Mock looking for trades, can't find anything, and this is a scary position to be in now on the attack.
Just a tough call to make if you're Spitting Demons. You try to spread the map, you lose every single individual gunfight, and Noisy doesn't get a single segment over towards B. Wins the fight versus Yuli. Major set up on that long-range battle with the MCW. Noisy's got to go big. He's sliding in, but Pollock shuts him down. Now through the middle of the map, it's Mock.
Oh, this time Mock is able to win that one-on-one, so had the chance to pinch up DVD, play through Cafe. Just a lot of options available from this position, and the timing.
They're getting on to A.
They have worked. Does he spot him? And you said it. A we go. One player going to play close, and actually it's a challenge from Bink who gets the read on that. However, he is completely alone here on this point.
Yeah, and they know he's off zone. Pollock is going to hunt for that kill. 20 seconds left. Spitting Demons nearly getting silenced on this offense. You're trying to rush over towards this A zone. You have a player over towards the Bulldozer. Big fight for Rupert. He's going to win it.
He has to be the target now, and all the defending members are going to shift over. Kills need to come through, and they are. SD Gaming stacking the point. 2 members strong. 1 more player still inside of DVD, though. Could look to maybe wrap around the back. That's Yuli. He's now taken down, too.
Good angle for Noisy. Just tucked away. A set of kills for Spitting Demons, and that's going to slow down this retake from Lore. Everything was looking troublesome. You're down to 7 seconds, but you really clutch up here if you're Spitting Demons to at least get 3 segments.
Last second heroics, exactly when you needed it. Lore Gaming just looking to hold on to this A zone now. They've done a pretty good job of it. They're also going to deplete that first tick. So it's going to be back to step 1, making their way through A, and, well, more importantly, trying to make your way through the spawn here to see if you can create some chaos.
Realistically, Spitting Demons have 2 fights, and you need to play this on some good timing. You lose Noisy, you have to wait, and that's going to burn even more time off this clock. 2 Real's going to go down, but it's really up to Mach to find these players through the middle of the map. If you can't find this player, Cafe, there's no chance to A, but Mach's gonna win it. You're on to A with a stack, and Rupert now finding the respawners.
Rupert, look at this position. You're gonna have to cut through this cross, and Rupert's gonna take shots at you, or at least communicate that they're on their way. He's forced back, though. Now everyone coming from the front, trying to play retake. Second tick is locked in here. Need to get to the zone. Need to find a way to get the kills. Noisy with the chow, and that might do it. That is enough. What an offensive win. SD Gaming, grab it.
That's good patience from Spitting Demons. It really comes down to those individual gunfights. Bink, he finds the first player with the wall bangs into the A zone, and I'm not sure how he found that second one. A little bit of an overextension from the side of Lore Gaming. It opens up an avenue in towards A. Very patient from the side of SD to work their way into that A zone, nearly finding no segments in that offensive round. Austin, with 7 seconds left, they capture B, and they win the offense. I mean, you give this team an inch, they're going to take a mile, surely. We just saw it then. And now, Spitting Demons, you win an offense in Invasion, you have a chance to win the map.
You sure do. Wow, what a steal to keep yourself alive, potentially here in the tournament as well. And you give yourself a pretty good chance, as well as made it a little bit easier here to try to get the job done on Invasion Control. But still need to deal with a way for some of these players on B. Try to clear him off if you can. 2 Real through the middle. Doesn't want that gunfight. Needs to back off. Meanwhile, Paulex is able to grab himself 1, and no one's going to make their way to his zone now. It's just a lot of middle map control and maybe a fight over by A here, too.
Lots of focus on towards A. Rupert's dealing damage, but no kills off the respawn. It's Noisy having to clutch up through the gas station. Already the first segment in towards A, and they have to collapse on these players.
All right. Noisy from the backside. Oh, clean shots from Noisy. 2 players on the zone, though. Have to find a way to use the teamwork, trade it on out, and that will do it. They do, however, get 2 ticks of progress, and that is pretty critical when you talk about there still being about 1:05 up on the clock right now.
25-25, and Paulex is still in blue. He's going to work his way forward, slides out, finds Rupert. Not going to expect a second one. Bink down low, trades it on towards B. I don't think that second segment actually has been secured in towards this B zone. You have Mach now over towards Palace, so you have to be careful not to go down if you're Lore. You're really threatened by a potential spawn trap.
Oh, you are. Just need to try to get through the left side of Ice Cream and windowed on a couple of battles, take out the defenders. You feel like you should have this B zone no problem. That would give you almost 2 minutes if you can do it on this push right here. Paulex, good for that first kill under Rupert. Creating a bit of space now. You got Paulex that's going to be responsible for maybe watching this flank or just getting into DVD, but he's getting cuts down on the cross, and that's not what you want to see. Mach follows up with 2. That's going to hurt them a tad bit, and now time is becoming a bit of a factor.
You're spawning close towards A, 36 seconds. Are you going to take this bait? Rupert is going to be here just laying down some damage, slowing down this time. Team kill onto 2 Real, and now you're brought to a halt. It's through mid, it's to A, or it's nowhere.
Oh, you could look to end it here, shut down this push, and you look good for a potential victory. Noisy holding on to Cafe control. Courtyard push, as well as another look back towards B for our attackers. SD Gaming are holding on. Noisy's piecing them up to the pistol. He'll find a 3rd. And now Bink gets the 4th. All of them go down. No time to work with. They got to sprint to the zone, and nobody will get here. What a lockdown defense, and what a map win, SD Gaming. They'll grab map number 1 of the best of 5.
And the reverse sweep begins, Austin. Map 3 goes the way of Spitting Demons. A very, very close search and destroy. It goes all the way to around 11. And you thought for a second that you may have been facing a really tough back half of that invasion control if you were the Spitting Demons team, but you clutch up over towards that B zone back in round number 3. You somehow win that offense. And I'm just taking a look at all these numbers. Noisy dropping near 5,000 damage for Spitting Demons. It just seemed like he was putting up so much work when it came to battling for these zones, battling for some really good map control, and he was really doing a good job at just stalling out some of that clock, jumping on the time, moving forward, backing up, working those kills. It's just a really, really thorough round there. Really set of rounds for Noisy.
Yeah, that was just unbelievable. I mean, the offensive win, whenever we see it, you know we get loud because we don't see it too often, but when it happens, it makes it very easy to lock down, secure, and close out those controls, and that's exactly what they're able to do. My goodness, what a series we have on our hands here. It goes to the round 11 in the last map. It was, a bit of back and forth, at least through the first half on the hard point. And now we go back to another hard point here shortly. But you take a look at some of these replays and a lot of these great moments that were taking place. It felt like everyone was completely locked in here for SD Gaming.
It felt like Lore, too, was having some really good rounds for themselves. I mean, you think back over towards that defense that they had where they nearly flawlessly shut down Spitting Demons. You had players finding those spawn trap setups. You had a player towards Bulldozer. You had players winning their fights over towards A. It just took that one break onto B to give SD Gaming that chance. And as soon as they get onto B and capture it, you kind of get set into a little bit of a chaos there. I don't know who it was that was up in top blue. It was Rupert, actually, who was sitting in blue while the rest of your team was on A. And there was no gunfights won from the side of Lore Gaming. So that's going to be a tough map to swallow if you're Lore Gaming. You lose out on the offensive round, and you're pushed towards now a Karachi hardpoint.
Karachi hardpoint. Need to see some improvements. The biggest thing I want to see this time around, if we don't see earlier rotations come through for SD Gaming, is the breaks need to be cleaner.
Yeah.
That's what plagued them last time around. It felt like when they didn't win the rotation, they also weren't breaking back into the hill. We'll see if that changes. Now SD Gaming looking for a potential reverse sweep as we head into map 4 in Karachi. Let's get into it.
Yeah, you're looking at Mach and Bink to kind of be the difference here, to kind of lead charge. You need to shut down Major Maniac as well as Paul Axe, or else those ARs are going to run rampant like they have been throughout the whole day. Rupert's got an MCW as well through mid. He's going to find 2. Nobody in for the time just yet. Everybody is just trying to work this map.
Noisy throws himself on the time. The opening engagement certainly going back and forth here. Still a bit of a fight for the high ground too. With 20 seconds left, both teams might also start directing some of the traffic over to P2, but a couple players looking to fight for 15 seconds of time on P1. Noisy with a read. That's a good snap, but he's overwhelmed. All of his teammates drop, and nobody's in a position again here for SD Gaming on the rotation to new.
Gotta look over towards the rotation here if you are SD. Paul X in through middle. He's gonna slide, gets the information, now looking to live. You get 14 seconds there if you're Spitting Demons, but Lore Gaming, they bring things back. Not an easy one to break, so they're going to double challenge into Mail. Now only one player on this P2 side.
Noisy gets through. Too real. Gets a read on it. Maybe thinking about flanking around the back. And he's just relying on his teammates to hopefully watch some of his entrance points for him, but he will end up dropping. Paul X through the back will get another one. He's been so good in some of these gunfights. Another big double up for him to clear off the point, and he makes it another.
Big moment there for Paul X, working back in towards that hard point, not able to find anything more. Mach puts him to rest, but you have Major Maniac on 6 in a row to start this game. He's got a cruise missile already in the second hard point. 20 seconds to battle for here if you're SD, but it's so early on. You might be thinking about chalking this and rotating to P3, and already you can see that player number 5, Paul X, is trying to work these spawns.
Oh, big win for Mach. Shuts down Paul X. He was the furthest rotator here for Lore Gaming. And despite there being about a 50-40 point lead, it is going to be a rotation that looks to be secure here for now. And we'll see if they can try to lock in some key time at the Money Hill at P3.
To use the streak, I mean, it's so early on, but you can really snowball this if you're Lore Gaming. So the cruise missile is going to be called in. And Rupert team-nated from Bink. That's 2 kills immediately. The contest is out. Too Real finds the break.
Oh my goodness, they have just sprinted their way to the point, and they've made it through. Still need to win some pretty big battles. Too Real almost gets the second, but Mach will put him down. What a win that is. Major Maniac up top. His teammates are finding kills around the point, and it feels like the break now feels strong enough to start holding out for remaining 25 seconds and boost this lead to over 100 points.
The Fangs are sank in towards this hard point. Rupert trying to work around. 3 go down, working for the scrap time, 16 seconds that you would love to get here if you're Spitting Demons. And Now to push out towards these respawners. Lore Gaming spawns so close here over towards the clock tower, so they're going to be able to reinforce this through the middle of this rotation. Fortunately, Bink's going to take down Major Maniac, so not able to set up. Apollox there for the trade. They go back in. They stop the last few seconds. And Lore Gaming going to get the initial time on P4.
Looks like red spawn's coming through right now for a lot of those members here for SD. Paulex simply just going to try to soak up what he can. Mock just wants to rip him off the time. Remember, it's more about keeping the high ground. And the challenge comes through. Mock does come up with a double. That's going to create some space and maybe an opportunity to grab a bit of time here if you're SD.
35 seconds off spawn close for Lore, but they're going to flood out through P2. Noise is here to cough these rotations. Can he find all three? He cannot, but that's going to stall the time here. Plenty of time for Spitting Demons to start to claw their way back into this map number 4. You have the rotations to P5 as well, Austin. This is a fantastic change of pace for Spitting Demons.
Yeah, you needed this time. It's not easy to grab time off this hill, but SD Gaming do a solid job of grabbing a bit of it. Lore Gaming might be good for the back 9, but it's all about new. Gunfights in the back. What a win that is from Noisy. He needs to play his life. Needs to come up with a second, but just doesn't get the read onto 2Real, who does get the trade. And looks like a player did disconnect there, so might be looking at a PC swap here if it's the same one. There was just about 20, 30 points or so separating both of those teams, maybe a little bit more, but
it was practically a tie
probably
game.
a reset. We'll see what happens, though.
It was practically a tie game heading into that P5. You had the early setup there if you were Spitting Demons, so you were going to cut that lead down a little bit.
Yeah.
I'd imagine it's going to be a full reset, and we just got a confirmation that it is going to be a full reset of that map number 4 on Karachi. But very back and forth around these two teams. You're still kind of seeing those issues from the side of Spitting Demons where they're getting broken really fast on a lot of these rotations. You see that the Paulex is a major issue, as well as Major Maniac starting off 6-0. I mean, they're finding so many kills at range, locking down so many of these power positions on Karachi that it's really hard to battle if if you're holding a Rival 9 against them. And into that P3 rotation, the fact that already you had the cruise missile to break it, the team nade kind of sent things into chaos for the team. It was a tough start for Spitting Demons, but you have to give them the benefit of the doubt there that they did start to bring that one back with that P5 rotation, and they were heating up.
Yeah, Noisy made a good rotation, almost able to get a read, maybe potentially onto the second, but you were definitely seeing at least some of the breaks coming through there as well, not giving over all the time for free. That was the biggest thing, but it was also a really fast break that came through for Lore Gaming on that P3 hill, right?
It really was.
Sprinted right down, able to break that just about 15 seconds in, and that is one of those hills that you're usually guaranteed a good 20 to 30 seconds at least. You can usually fend off the first wave of kills. Maybe it's the second wave that end up finally getting a way in. But yeah, they're able to just find some of these breaks so quickly. And it's off the back end of the players, like you mentioned. The AR is really shooting over their subs. And as soon as you deal with someone like Mock in the back and you're able to get your subs forward, they're winning those battles inside the point.
I mean, you saw how different it was on that P4 rotation when Mock wins that 2-piece to stop the time for Lore. You force those spawns in towards Noisy, and it just completely changes the tempo of that whole entire game. So it's really important for Mock to have a good game 4 here for the team alongside the rest of the ARs on the Spitting Demons team if they want to see that map 5. I said if it goes to Rio, it is going to be a toss-up on who's going to win this one. Both teams have experience on this Rio, this tournament, and both teams look really sharp when it comes to that map mode combo. But if you're just tuning in, welcome to the Toronto Open, everybody. This is the lower semifinals where you're looking at Spitting Demons down 1-2 against Lore Gaming for a chance to play up against Omit B2B. That's Big Wake and company waiting for them in that lower finals matchup. FaZe Black, I mean, who would have guessed they're in the grand finals waiting for somebody in that best of 7.
Yeah.
But Austin, everybody's playing for these belts right here. How good do these look? I mean, shout out to Toronto Ultra for putting this one together.
Yeah, man, you got to love that, as well as AMD here for being a big supporter of everything, having all the PCs in the venue, and just making sure that this is, one of the best events each year. They do an excellent job. It's fantastic, but the belts are absolutely sick, man. I mean, you can just tell they're always looking out for the Challenger guys, so I'm sure whoever comes out with those will be able to hold on to them forever, and it'll be a great time. But man, it'll be exciting. And like you said, our top 4 teams are also just completely stacked when you talk about the talent, you talk about the history. Noisy and Bink being here last year with Flames and Estriel, that went over to that LAG team. Having a lot of history, some potential success, getting to the finals, looking to do it here again. But they have to do it in reverse sweep fashion. So if they can get through this squad in reverse sweep fashion, you can only imagine, how much steam they're going to pick up going into that lower final.
And for everybody out there that's a part of the Tyler Tyler Noisy fan club, I mean, you have to already think they took down the #1 EU seed. The sky's the limit for them. They don't have to worry about a Wobblebobs this time. They're already in the league. And I think for the fact that, Spitting Demons making it this far, showing consistency in Toronto for those two members, I mean, that is a really big deal because it hasn't been the best year in Challengers for, players like Bink and Noisy. So now showing up to LAN again, proving that you can do it again.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to change the trajectory of this entire team heading into the back half of this Challengers year. And I'm just really happy to see these individuals. I mean, they work really hard to make it into moments like these. And, to take down the rosters of Houston Spartans, Team Ward, Mind Freak, and I mean, Omit EU, the #1 team out of that European region.
Absolutely.
They've proven themselves and more, not only today, but yesterday.
That's right, yeah. Just losing to FaZe Black, right? So these guys have been putting up the numbers. They've been looking good, but they are still down in this best of 5. And it looks like we are going to be jumping back in. It will be a full replay here of the map number 4. Luckily, we weren't too far into it. We were just at P5, so everyone just has to hit the regain. We're jumping back in. Again, SD Gaming need this one to stay alive, Colin.
I think if you're Spitting Demons, you're kind of looking at this reset. Let's not let Major Maniac go 6 in a row this time.
It's a good call.
The other side for Lore Gaming, it's it's business as usual. You've been here, you've done that, you're looking to do it again here. But Mock, we talked about him during that little reset. If Mock's playing good, so is Spitting Demons. He's going to open up with a 2-piece. That gives a lane now to hop into this time. And Noisy's trying to work these spawns. He's been a little nuisance.
Yeah, he's been annoying, all right. But Mock still has to keep some presence up top as he looks for a leg sticking out and does come up with a kill. But the trade's certainly going to favor the way of Lore Gaming in and around P1. Noisy gets a little finesse there off the top ropes. He is dealt with. He was basically, there the entire time P1 was open. He was making the route. So you now don't really have presence coming through to that P2 hill right away, and they're trying to break through mid.
Yeah, Major Maniac, he not only looks like Superman, but he flies like Superman too. Maybe he shoots like him with that MCW. But Lore off to a good start for this Karachi. P2 setup as well. They're going to be able to hop in towards this time, dominating the fights through mid. Mock is struggling to find these members. Finally, Yuli's going to go down. Rupert's going to open up with a 2-piece. Now you're looking at this red control to see if you can siege this P2 rotation.
All right, both players actually going to start to spawn out a little bit here for some of the Lore Gaming members, but 2 Reals holding on. That is going to be a huge double inside the point. Stops and slows things down here. Mock just can't find anything on the Major Maniac. And this is not the start that you wanted. SD Gaming get another look at trying to break into P2, but they are unsuccessful thus far.
And Lore, however, 52-8. Still 20 seconds here. Yuli's going to combine for 2 pieces. They just fall right into his lap. On rotation to P3 now. If they can flip this out early, that is going to spell disaster for this SD Gaming team.
Yuli, 2 HP, needs to duck and rely on his teammates to push him forward, help him get forward. Paul X looking for a secondary chow. Not going to happen. Noisy through the back, looking for a trade. One more player that you need to eliminate who jumps into the hill. Big says, no problem, I got you. And now the setup looking good initially.
There's a good chance to find a combined 60 points here if you're Spitting Demons. You just need to win these fights around the hill. Noisy's going to be so low. He's backpedaling, and Duriel just runs it down. 2 quick kills into the hard point. It's an immediate break within the first 20 seconds.
This is the exact same thing that we saw the first time around, where they just break in about 15 seconds in, and it feels like there is a big problem now ahead of you because the lead is even larger. So a very scary situation without a doubt. 25 seconds left on this P3 hill. They're going to give it another look. While this is happening, you give yourself options to rotate to new here if you're Lore Gaming as well.
It wasn't until P4 that you really saw Spitting Demons start to climb their way back into this game. So they're definitely not out of this just yet, but they're setting up for a break with 10 seconds left. They're giving the time of day to this Lore team and really threatening this rotation over towards P4. I mean, they're fortunate that Lore is not actually searching around the map because this could be an easy rotation from Lore if they had that heads-up play. But they are going to get a split spawn, and you're looking at Yuli. He's going to spawn all the way to P2.
Looks like he's going to take the ladder up top here. Stun check did actually connect onto him for a second. Bing trying to track one down inside of the chicken coop. You will find Major Maniac. Now onto the point. Yuli makes the route work out quite nicely. Gets SD Gaming off the time. One player going to jump right back on. Yuli now looking for a double up, and Yuli delivers. 9 and 5 here for the submachine gun player.
A lot of people talk about Yuli and how great of a mind he has for Call of Duty, but he also shoots pretty good too, Austin. A 2.0 KD heading into this 5th rotation for Karachi Hardpoint, and he just will not lose a fight. Oh my word, he's on 4 in a row.
Wow, he is just making plays, and he's making it look easy as well. Already thinking about fighting to the back here to see if they can maybe secure the P5 spawns. Will be a 2-man push as one player just coming off the time, and Lore Gaming, again, come out with a majority of it. SD Gaming, this is your moment. You need to lock down some time on P5.
Not going to make it easy there. Paulix gets traded. Yuli over the top, shot down by Noisy. So 4 in a row, not going to translate into streaks. The break from the front from Turiel. He slips in towards Secret, so that's going to take some time away from SD Gaming. They have to re-clear this. They need to win these fights, but it's a trade battle that Lore, they're going to take this all day of the weekend yesterday.
Wow, Bink able to get another one. Dropping low here maybe in a second, but wants to hold on to the position. His teammates now are actually able to get with him, so this is looking like they should be okay for a potential 25 as Noisy starts to already think ahead. Big 1v1 battle here in and around the P2 area. Oh, both of them just keep dodging, ducking, and diving each other, but Noisy will tag him up here again, tries to finish him off, and this is the longest 1v1 that we've ever seen. Finally, Noisy is there for it.
I'm pretty sure the one yesterday with Capsule and that Renetti was maybe just as long, if not longer, but it's up there. It's up there for sure, Austin. Heading into the second set, Lore Gaming, they have a comfortable lead, but SD, they were able to claw their way back towards that P5. They got a good chunk of time, and now looking for the mental reset to see if they can get those gears turning heading into the second set of rotations. Unfortunately, when they come up to the battles, it's a clean 3 down for Lore, as now they have the setup to this P1 to get this into a money hill.
Well, you can't let too much of this time go over for free. It feels like there's been a very passive effect that's kind of taken over SD Gaming here in some of these moments. They don't want to make the mistake, but someone needs to go. 100-point differential. Lore Gaming, they're closing in on a dub, and that looks like they might be good for time for a second, but through the outskirts, the kills come through around red, and they're now forced to rotate as Yuli makes his way to new as well.
It just looks like this reset has bred a brand new mind for Lore Gaming. They look so composed heading back in towards this Karachi. A 110-point lead over towards this P2 rotation. Again, SD, they'll be the first to set up, but can they win the fights necessary? So far, they do. Now for the early time, they have to watch out for Yuli top AC.
Mock is in the point, and SD Gaming, again, required holds here. You need 45+ seconds if you're going to somehow bring this back and stay alive in this tournament. At the Toronto Open, stuns nades, everything flying into the hill. Mock there for one, gets a read on the second. Will be taken out, and Noisy now needs to come up big.
It's good help. Bink finds Major Maniac in the back. It's going to clear out that alleyway and allow Spitting Demons to start getting this time again. Noisy in a little bit of a troublesome fight, and the help arrives for Paulix. He jumps onto the vending machine, and Turiel to the rescue. Still taking another swing at this one. I mean, this is winner's advantage for Lore Gaming, so they can dedicate bodies to this rotation. They already have Major Maniac top third. They're not going to lose these spawns. They are just pushing Spitting Demons further and further back.
SD Gaming definitely behind on the tempo. 100 points. This is going to have to be one of the fastest breaks that we've seen, and a huge problem so far in both of these hardpoint games have been the breaks. Do a good job of cleaning up Major Maniac top 3. That's going to be a great start, but you're going to need some more kills to follow, and follow very quickly.
Big win there for Turiel. Now above the rest of the fight. 2 kills go the way of Spitting Demons, but it's Yuli to break the change there. Now looking to break this hard point, and with Turiel, the Renetti is going to clear it. 39 seconds. They don't win on this hard point, Austin, but they might as well.
All right, Lore Gaming looking to pack the final punch on P3. A required break. Rupert in for one. Where are the trades? Where is SD Gaming? They have to fly. The kills finally coming through, and now the last line of defense is Turiel. Posted up in the corner. Need to get through him. How has he not gone down? Noisy is there from the front, and it looks like SD Gaming break in to make sure not all the time goes over, but they're still down by a ton.
I mean, it has to be, what, like a 120-point run in comparison to just 20 points for Lore Gaming, and you're heading into quite a treacherous set of hard points. I mean, P4, you don't expect to get a lot of time here, so you have to not only stop Lore from getting this P4 time, but you also have to work these spawns and flip Lore Gaming across the next 48 seconds.
Noisy in a good position to maybe come up with... Never mind. Turiel says good night. 6 feet under. We'll see you later, Noisy. Mock here through the backside. A lot to deal with. A lot of tough shots, but he's dealing with it quite well. comes up with 2. Trophy system down, just trying to make sure the hill goes neutral. That is pretty much your goal here for SD Gaming. Do not let them soak up 20 seconds, and they're looking pretty solid for holding on to the high ground.
4 seconds left before you think about these rotations, and they're going to flood through market. Now you get in for the last little bit of scrap time. You're spawning Lord Gaming over towards bus stop, so this is a chance here for SD to set up over towards P5. They just need the next second set of kills to go their way.
Oh, Paul-X again for 2. Wants to play the exit on 3. Noisy will end the stun. Might be able to find the challenge, he does, but it's all about what happens at new. Lord Gaming in a position to maybe close it out with 20 seconds remaining.
Who is it coming from? Yuli looking to put the dagger in here. 19 seconds left, Austin. They're going to find Noisy. It's 3 members needing to break this from Spitting Demons.
SD Gaming need to go, and they need to go now. Mock is taken down. The hold might just be good enough here at P5. Rupert through the backside, looking for some kills around the hard point. The ARs are helping him out, getting him forward. Rupert comes up with 4 in a row, and it looks like the break might be good enough, but it's still Rupert alone on the hill.
You are fighting on thin ice right
Rupert!
now. If you're Spitting Demons, but Rupert's looking to turn up towards the end. Cruise missile now for this team. A set of kills going your way. You're spawning Lord Gaming all the way back behind P3, so you could translate this into time as well as top 3rd control.
Rupert goes on a 7 spree to make sure his team is not done at P5. You just need 7 seconds though if you're Lord Gaming. They were eyeing it up there for a second, and that hill looks like it will go neutral for the most part. TuReal will grab a few extra seconds, make it that much more difficult for them to hold on at P1.
Here comes the cruise missile now from Rupert. Finds nothing, but it forces the gunfights inside and out of P1. Rotation through Church. It's TuReal looking to blow this one up alongside Paul-X.
High ground for Major Maniac, and well, this could be it. 3 players gonna drop down. Lord Gaming looking for the victory, and no one is there. There it is, 3-1 in the lower semifinal. They make it to top 3.
They take down Spitting Demons, and they move forward. Top 3 in the Toronto Open. Coming off this Lord Gaming from a stage 2 end in the Challenger Elites, back in 2nd place. So they're looking to continue this consistency inside the Challengers pit. 250 to 158 at the end of that. Karachi, the team firing on all cylinders after the reset. Again, you know, just to kind of point out, Paul-X 18 and 21, you know, Major Maniac 12 and 17. It hasn't been a bad day for them at all, but they took a backseat in that game. It was the sub show from the side of Lord Gaming. TuReal and Yuli making the plays, constantly getting those breaks, especially over towards P3. 29 and 16 from Yuli.
Also, credit to TuReal for having 3 minutes of time, man. This guy was just absolutely sitting in the hill, winning a lot of big battles, too. You can see some of the defense coming through, and that was beautifully done. Yuli also taking a lot of routes. I felt like he was just really on top of it when it came down to the hard points, just realizing where he needs to go, where he needs to be. And that played a pretty big factor on the spawns, on the holds, whatever it might be.
It just never felt like in those hard points, the side of Spitting Demons could really find some comfort in their setups, constantly finding or getting broken within the first 15 seconds. They weren't stepping up when it came down to the slaying that Lord was providing within these respawns, and it just constantly, you're just getting manipulated around the map. It just seemed like if Spitting Demons were going to win these respawns, it was coming down to some major hero moments, some major plays coming out from their subs, or from really any individual on this team, and you just cannot bank on that to win you maps, especially when you're looking for top 3 in Atlanta.
That is the case. This control also very, very spicy. The offensive win came through. That was where the reverse sweep maybe could have started, but it felt like they just came online a little bit too late, like that Rupert 7 spree that we saw. We just weren't getting that slaying power and that presence, and the breaks and everything that we framed up just came in a tad bit too late. But what we do know is this Lord Gaming roster, they're looking pretty gnarly, especially in the hard points, the S&Ds. I think this is going to be a great matchup there with Omen back-to-back. They did lose their match a little bit earlier, 3-1 as well, but that was a close 3-1. A lot of those maps came very close outside the control that they won.
It really was, and I mean, it's dangerous when you look at a team like FaZe Black or a team like Omen B2B who have made the runs through the winner's bracket, made it to that winner's final, and you know, now Omen B2B waiting in the lower final for the next challenger, which is Lord Gaming. But it's even scarier when you have a team that has been running the bracket through the lower side, and that's Lord Gaming team has been fighting since their loss to Good Hearts yesterday in that winners round 4 at the start of the best of 5s. That was when this Lord Gaming team dropped, and they have been grinding through this whole bracket, grinding through Toronto, and now into the top 3. I mean, I feel like everything is in the momentum favor of this Lord Gaming team.
Well, here at the Toronto Open, we are now down to our final 3 teams. Losers final will be coming right up after the break, and that will be Omit back-to-back up against Lord Gaming to see who gets a spot in the grand finals. Make sure you guys don't go too far. That one is going to be a banger.
I just wanna turn around, I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance. I just wanna
Hold that shit, bitch.
Gatorade!
Okay. So, stage 2. Mini play. That was the first thing we did. You guys had a little thing going.
The most awkward thing ever. Yeah, we did. Yeah, it was fun.
Look at that, man. It's so cheese. Yeah, so we went party putting.
Party putting.
Some crackhead tried to join in.
I was literally sitting there putting, right? On like a hard ass course. Tweaker just pulls up to me, just like steps in front of me, sets his ball down, and starts going. And I'm like literally at the tee. I was mind blown. I was already checked
I guess
out.
it's your hole now.
Yeah, I guess it's yours. I'm like, I walk back and I look at Sean. I'm like, what is going on? I feel like I'm in a simulation.
Me and Jamie had a little internal competition.
Yeah, I won, by the way.
Some of the holes were some cheese, but we'll give them the win. But had a little bit of fun with the team, just going out.
Building some chem, you know, we need it, because Jesus Christ.
Yeah, damn, we're looking rough.
Here we go. And 3, 2, 1. Let's go. He's crying laughing. Wait, are you putting it in your mouth on camera? Yeah. I'm keeping that shit in my mouth. Alright, yeah, you can keep it in your mouth, okay.
Yeah, everyone loves that Bell walkout. I mean, Scrap's kind of fruity and all of them. It's just really weird. It's just really odd.
Scrap was really into it, to be fair.
Yeah, I know. He was hugging me and stuff like after. It was
Hugging
weird.
you, grip in the back. Anyway.
Oh yeah, we just did the Miami ones. I'm a lifeguard and stuff. I mean, if you're drowning, let me know. You know, I got you.
It's a good crack though.
Yeah.
The fans enjoy it.
Yeah, they're always the best ones. Like the one where we do some weird
The
stuff.
dumb ones.
Yeah.
The dumb ones is what the fans like. They live for it.
If you go to Miami, you might see me on the beach in the same outfit, you know?
I hope. I actually might pack it. I might bring it.
What, the cap on,
Yeah, I might bring
whistle
it, yeah.
in?
I'll bring my muscle suit.
I'm down.
I'm looking like a Chad in that video.
But
Curling 20s.
yeah, people are gonna enjoy that one too, I think.
Yeah, I think they'll enjoy that
just
one.
a bit of fun.
Bit of banter, you know, bit of banter. Bit of banter.
You understand the rules, Scrap?
What?
You understand the rules, alright.
You gotta explain them. I have to explain them.
You have to explain them.
So where do we start? How do we start the game?
You don't understand the rules?
No, yes I do.
What's going on, guys? Today we got an obstacle course that we're gonna be playing for you guys. Obviously, we got 2 captains starting over there, Ryan and Joe, obviously the 2 coaches. We're gonna be going through a little bit of obstacles that's gonna see what team is the best one. Starting off, we got beer pong. It's 3 cups. All you have to do is make 3, you move on. Number 2, there's gonna be a guy blindfolded over here. All right, he's not over here, but just imagine someone over there. You know, he's gonna be blindfolded, spun around 5 times. I forgot the rules.
I've been subbed in to finish off the rules. So once the person over there is blindfolded and spun 5 times, they're going to navigate to the other side of the TD lounge and they're going to try to pick up the Ultra sticker roll. Once they do that, we're going to proceed back to the ping pong table and we are going to play Flip Cup. And then if you win, you win.
Let's begin.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, Ryan gets first pick.
I'm taking scrap.
Okay, Ryan first picks me. Ryan first picks me. Joe, who we going first pick?
I'll take the subs, both of them.
Oh, he's taking both the subs. Both the subs.
I mean, yeah,
so
last
that
pick,
means
last pick.
we get last pick, Jamie Craven. You ready? I go first? I'll go first. Dude, this is far.
I can't hit you.
Oh my God, it's a disaster. Yes, here it is. Yes, you're asleep at the wheel.
Well, he is breaking. Look, it's not centered. He's tweaking.
Yes.
Keep going.
You're dragging the ball.
I'm not holding the ball. I just have no obligation to retrieve the ball, bro.
All right, Jamie, straight. Jamie, run straight. A little bit left. A little bit left. A little bit left. Run straight now, Jamie. Straight, run.
I'm getting ready for the flip cup.
Run, Jamie, run. Run, Jamie, run.
Full
Jamie,
speed.
Run. Keep coming towards me. Towards me. Straight now. Straight. Running straight. Left. Right straight now. Straight. Oh my God. Yeah. What do we do now? Here, bro.
Man, I can flip.
Wait.
I can flip.
Sean, look at him. Sean, look at Jamie. You're good.
Yes, we got one. We got one. Yes!
You're good. Jamie, watch the wall.
Jump in. The first pick paid off.
The absolute closer.
He was looking like Tony Snell at the start, but he clutched up at the end.
Coming back, fourth quarter player. That's all there is to say. Look at these bums.
Best of 3 that decided.
There's 3 courses. It didn't even get to me. So my teammates really let me down. I think Joe and Toby. Jesus Christ.
Didn't even get to me. And then the second time round, we catered it to you guys because you were crap. So we win the first round, shock. Crybaby Cheese is coming in from the other team. Whatever, we'll change the rules then. Basically, it's golden goal now. Whoever hits it first wins a 10-second advantage for the second round of the spin. And then the game's the same from there.
I mean, Joe's looking unlikely right now.
Oh!
Scrap, forward. Straight forward. Forward,
Joe's right
forward.
behind him, guiding him. What the fuck? There's some cheesing going on.
Scrap, the table's there.
Scrap. Keep doing it, Scrap. Keep doing it, Scrap. Run left. Left.
Forward. Forward hard. Forward, commit forward. Yes, man.
We're breaking.
There's one.
Yes.
Oh my God. The cup.
Oh my God.
Yes! He tried to cheese it as well. He went, you can't go. He's got a stickers, man.
Why is he going backwards?
The other time I'm blindfolded and Scrap's boxing me out with a blindfold. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, all I know is that there's a ping pong table and a couch. What's in front of me? Getting sabotaged.
We've been having some fun this past month.
This is the TV wall. This space is perfect for player-coach feedback sessions.
Perfect.
I feel like my acting's come a long way from my first ever video in Ultra. They love it that much, they keep coming back for more. Even though I practice, jeez, do it again, start again. Even though a lot of my time is, this is where I practice hand-eye coordination. Even though I spend a lot of my time behind a monitor. Next time, use your backhand.
He's laughing while saying it. Like,
Sean,
I mean, I think you could have done pretty well, but.
Yeah, Jamie's carrying us through the content. Shout out, Jamie. But I had to show up in the business suit, you know. I had to pitch. It's out the window. No one liked it, so.
Something that makes people smell like good.
Yeah.
Not dog shit.
Land after party spray.
But yeah, shout out Jamie Craven. Guy carried us through the lines, made it quick.
and today you guys finally got your own podcast started up after what seems like 3 years of trying to get it started up. We finally got on board.
Yeah, we're now Crucified. Obviously, you know, Optic created podcasting about 3 generations ago. So, you know, might have to be giving up some revenue towards them.
I think it's just cool as well, just for the fans and stuff. It's actually like the actual, excuse the pun, the insight that people want to see. Like, just us sat there bullshitting about how events are going, how online stages are going, shit like that.
Professionals.
Yeah, I mean, professionals, I mean, you know, shout out the producer too. I mean, good topics. I mean, that's really what makes a good podcast.
No, that is true though. That is true. If you gave us nothing and we just started talking, I'd be like,
damn, what are we talking about now?
40 minutes now.
It's been 15.
How long have we had? 25 minutes. Oh God.
I mean, first 4 matches.
First 4 are blur.
First 4, fucking snooze fest. The second 2 matches on the left hand. They went out the fucking window.
I mean, one of them was a watch party. Enjoyed that. Love having the fans here.
It's good for the fans, you know, good engagement.
That makes the online games a lot more exciting, thank God, because they are
Makes you
boring.
feel something at least. Almost got reverse sweat though.
Yeah, almost, but yeah, a bit of excitement, you know.
For the storylines, for the fans, you know, they came down, give them something to like.
I think the series was just good. It was good. It was good for sure.
We went 3-1 with Vegas, right?
Yeah, 3-1. They 6-0'd us.
Yeah. Some 6-0s this stage, let me tell you.
Oh my God.
You know, sometimes you find yourself down in a series or whatever happens, or
well, the only
0-2
team
on
thinks
the.
like that. I mean, New York said they beat LG, and they said no one's ever going to give us a good rep.
I got beat up, kicked up, fuck off.
That's what I mean. And then obviously you go into a series against FaZe Optic, and yeah, I mean, they play different, they play faster, they're just generally better. So.
And then everyone reacts like it's like they've just won the Champions League.
Yeah, might as well be called champs. Who cares? It's online.
I thought the tests were out the way. And then
More tests coming in for you.
Here comes FaZe Optic. Jesus Christ, we've been 6-0'd. But
I'm excited to play online.
Yeah, I mean, Miami's around the corner. We got LA Thieves last.
Yeah, we'll get Cam's revenge. How about that?
Jeez. Listen, that's like a headline title, that.
Headline title, Cammy's revenge.
And then doped up. We're back in Miami. First time since 2019.
But yeah, I feel like we're in a good spot.
Yeah.
People are going to talk. People are going to say, "Oh, Ultra terrible."
I mean, I'll take it. You know what people are going to do? They're going to underestimate us a little bit.
Yeah,
that's always good. I'm not going to go clapped and land, which is.
Woo, Toby.
I mean,
Toby.
Do we not agree? Let's be honest.
Some serious headlines coming on there.
Headlines.
Some serious clickbait titles. I can see them.
Is it going to come out before the major? I don't care. But
it is.
If it is,
we're going to clap them on land.
Clap them on land.
Dash. Kleenex.
Dash. No specific team. Maybe.
Yeah. No, feeling good.
Yeah. Just always land. Land's fun.
Welcome back one and all here to the Call of Duty Challengers Toronto Ultra Open here in 2024. We are down to our final 3 teams. FaZe Black await the winner of this matchup in the grand finals now. It is time to decide who else will join, and this is of course Lore Gaming going head to head with Omid BTB. My brain just died for a second. I'm Infinity, this is Seymour. We're ready to get into the match, mate.
Yeah, we're ready. I mean, 3 teams, 2 matches. Brody, we're nearing the end here in the 6, and that means that these are some pretty important matches when it not only comes down to, looking towards these beautiful belts that are sitting right behind us, but when it also comes down to the prizing towards the end, the line share of $100,000, Brody. So a lot of cash on the line, some cool memorabilia for these players to win, and we got FaZe Black winning, or kind of lurking in those grand finals, waiting for this lower final to kind of finish up, and who's going to be their challenger.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, here's a look over towards the bracket as it currently stands. You can kind of see how Lore got to this point, and this is one of the things you and I were talking about. Look at that lower bracket, that run for Lore Gaming. It's not an easy run to make as well, it should be said. 4th Space Esports, of course, that's the vast majority of a team that managed to get 2nd all the way back in Season 1. The Good Hearts roster, that's Arcties & Co. that have impressed a lot of people here at Toronto. And then, of course, Spitting Demons, you guys just saw them beat them 3-1. That is a hell of a run, Colin.
It is one hell of a run, also considering that Spitting Demons team took down Team War, that they pushed against this FaZe Black team, and that they looked really well. So for Lore Gaming, it's kind of like that Grim Reaper meme where they go door to door. They've been taking down these names after losing to Good Hearts. They get the revenge, and now in the lower final, we have our best of 5 to look at. Vista Hardpoint to kick things off. This is where Lore Gaming started that 3-0 sweep versus Good Hearts earlier today.
That's crazy. What a great map we're going to be seeing here from Lore Gaming to kick off this series. Now, it is worth saying that Vista Hardpoint is one of those maps that does somewhat lend itself to an SMG, right? To the SMG players on the roster. And it's kind of funny because the conversation we've all been having pretty much the entire weekend, again, referencing kind of the stats, the leading players across the entirety of the event so far, it's been all ARs. So
it has been. It really has been.
Yeah. And again, we talk about these players, talk about kind of Omid B2B as a roster. I've been looking at Yeez and Purge, man. These guys have been really good, looking over towards Control particularly. So I expect them to turn up here on Vista Hardpoint. But let's get into it, folks. The first map of our lower bracket finals. It is Vista Hardpoint. Kick this one off.
Yeah, combined nearly 1.3 for both the airs of Lore, but 1.2s for the side of Omid B2B. It's going to be big, and Cammy opens up this map with a double kill. Yuli looking to flip things out, but it's Awakening to shut him down. Now players fighting for this time.
Cammy looking at garner some kills there, not able to do so. Lore Gaming are going to be the ones in for the moment here. Still a while for time to fight over in this hardpoint though. Purge trying to go for an unconventional route to make that kill happen. He's not able to get it done. Now it's going to be trades galore here, all of it ending with Major Maniac inside. Not having to face the pressure from behind just yet. He actually might get the regen here before Yeez comes for the challenge, and unfortunately not able to do so, not all the way towards 100 HP. So ultimately it should be Omid BTB getting this scrap time.
Yeah, it's Yeez on 4 in a row. Almost snaps on Paul with the Renetti. That would have been his 5th, but it's a break back in now, looking to be for Lore Gaming. Yuli's going to finish off Awakening. Cammy again hitting this route with only 4 seconds left. Fighting through this P1 time are the subs. Nobody set up over towards P2. It's a sprint there, and Awakening's going to be the first one in Top Burger.
This is where you do need to start seeing your ARs taking some serious control here. We need to see Awakening get a couple of kills up top to keep players away from the hill. Down low, Yeez is going to lose that crucial first engagement. So Lore sitting pretty comfortably at the moment. Awakening, I mean, he's putting a lot of warning shots in, none of them actually connecting for anything more than just a bit of damage. Finally, Awakening does find one against Paul X, but if anything, all he earns is a reposition away through the middle of the map. Now Omid B2B trying to use this route to overwhelm player inside. Tyrael and Major Maniac down for the count. It's going to be Omid B2B now going to be in the hub.
Yeah, this is still a lot of time to fight for, so you can see that Omid now looking to lock down the rest. It's a clearance of both Yuli and Paul X. Back over towards the last 16 seconds of it. It's a race now for Tyrael through P1. 2 members set up here from Omid B2B. Purge looking for the kills to the middle of the map. Not able to get Tyrael. 3 go down. It's all on Yeez to hold this rotation, but he won't get it done.
And those are massive kills now. If you're Lore Gaming. Now they've got control of the rotation here. They've also got mid-map coverage. It doesn't last that long, mind you. I think Yuli just takes a little bit too much. Bites off more than he can chew in the middle of the map. Now Tyrael trying to play his life. Didn't quite expect more than one player to be coming in for that challenge now, but it is now going to be Omid B2B knocking at the door. Yeez down low, able to find one. Now in the backline now, keep an eye on Awakening, and he's already made his position known with that kill against Major Maniac, so they know how important getting that frag is for the trade. And Awakening now making these kills happen. It's going to be Lore Gaming on the other side, trying to garner the control of this back 30 seconds here, but still Omid B2B with those close spawns. They're still being so annoying. Purge playing his life perfectly, but not perfectly enough.
I mean, Omid Omit, though, they flipped the spawns in the back, so they're going to be able to hit this again for a last little bit of time, but instead they need to lock down these kills. They need to not lose these spawns in the back. He's going to be caught by Paulex over towards P4. Everything is open. You're spawning Omit all the way back over towards that P1 rotation early on. It is a split spawn from both teams. Nobody really getting some control onto this rotation until Awakening takes down Yuli, and the spawns come in the back. It's going to be some early time here from Omit B2B with Yeez through the middle.
And this is what can be frustrating about Omit B2B, right? You've got players just like hanging about well outside the hard point, and never mind, all of that frustration just amounts to absolutely nothing. Somehow, some way, all of Lore Gaming within about 10 seconds or so are able to completely remove Omit B2B from the hard point.
Yuli just teasing for some of those shots. It's a 20-point lead separating these two, but with Lore Gaming just continuing to find these breaks. We saw this last series for them in the hard points, finding these breaks within the first 20 seconds. You know, it really goes a long way with a little bit of time here and there. And Omit, they need to find this rotation over towards P5 and get a good chunk of time with these setups. We know the ARs can get that job done. They just need to find that consistency against Lore Gaming.
Well, he's looking for the back 10 seconds here. Unfortunately, going to chow just a little bit too aggressive out towards the back line where Lore Gaming were spawning. I will say in terms of the rotation here, it isn't quite as certain as Omit B2B would probably like. They've got one player in towards P1 side. Awakening is going to have to take a few challenges here because he doesn't have any help down low. The rest of the players are dealing with a threat over by P2 side, and a lot of those kills will go Yuli's way. Paulex going to take some damage on towards P1, and again, there's nobody towards the front of this hill. Awakening has no help whatsoever, but does he actually need help? Finally, he's going to pick up one kill, but is going to be overwhelmed, and again, it was Omit B2B here, still now reliant on Paulex, who's playing his life, can only find two, and he himself is going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, Cammy winning a big fight on the time, just continuing to soak up this hill. 20 seconds separating these two teams, but he's losing teammates all around. He needs some assistance. Burge is going to take down Turiel. He gets traded in for the contention. Now Cammy looking to stay alive. Paulex finds two. The break with the last 20 seconds in. Now it's Lore Gaming kind of flipping the script here with the better spawns for P1 hold. Awakening's going to have to fight through mid, but all the space from Lore. They're winning the battles. They're finding the trades. Omit struggling to get things going here in the lower finals.
Yeah, and that just was not the ideal setup, I think, just on the whole for Omit B2B, right? Again, you know, they have Awakening sitting inside that hard point, but the coverage just was nowhere near as good as it should be. So now we go into the second set here with Lore about a 30-point lead, and now that's growing as they're the ones in control of P1. Get recognition of that potential flank from Yeez. Cammy through the little map, just kind of saunters on into towards the restaurant. The reservations is fully booked out, mate. Off you go on your trot. And now Lore Gaming here actually earning a significant amount of time, Colin. We're starting to see a serious gap being built.
This is the biggest lead we've seen so far through this P1. I mean, we know this Lore team are good on this hard point. I mean, they beat Goodhearts in a very considerable fashion, a near 100-point lead when we did see them go up against each other. So Omit are kind of struggling when it comes down to a lot of these middle map transitional kills. I think Turiel and Yuli, they were a problem back in that first series that we saw them on stream, and they're continuing to do that again. Turiel going to find 5 in a row with the Renetti there finishing off the last. The scrap time goes their way. They're looking at just about 160 plus to 85. Omit B2B again losing the rotations. Only player there is going to be Purge, hoping to shake things up.
Yeah, Purge has to go huge here. Has to do something. Not able to do so. Turiel will earn that spree. The streak, the cruise missile ready to go for the future of this game, and this really does feel like the moment where maybe it gets out of reach. Paulex for a double up top in the Burger Town. He's not flipping burgers, he's flipping Omit B2B players, and Turiel now on a spree as well in the middle of the map here. This is absolute insanity. It wasn't that long ago, Colin, that we were looking at an extremely close game. Now there's a 100-point deficit. You're looking at players like Yuli on a streak as well. If he gets a cruise missile, this could be troublesome.
Yeah, you are facing a deficit already of maybe a 1-0 lead to Lore Gaming. You need to win these fights over towards P2 and then rush to look to flip these spawns over towards P3, because Lore Gaming, not only did they win those rotations over towards P3, but they were dominating when it come down to those kills as well. So you have 14 seconds to look to work through this map. You're in towards this P2 time, but the high ground's controlled by Major Maniac. Yuli is watching the spawn. Everything pointing towards a setup here for Lore over towards P3, and maybe Yeez looking to fly.
Oh, Yeez is trying to get away, and I don't think it really matters that much that Major Maniac doesn't pick up that kill, because Yuli will be there to react to it. He should be able to get the kill if his teammates cannot, and Awakening wasn't quite expecting anybody positioned over by that side of the map. Yuli did actually earn that streak, by the way, so Lore Gaming here in a great spot. They're winning all of the gunfights as well. Omit B2B, they're going to be spawning in Narnia comparatively to where this hard point is, and your desperation starts to sell in, right? Now you're in a situation where P3 to P4, Colin, you could set yourselves up for the end of this game if you're a Lore.
And it's going to come down to this fight here. Yuli goes down, 3 down, make it 4 down for Lore Gaming. So Omit finally get the break. They flip these spawns, and now Lore, with this advantage, they can hit right back through it. TwoReal's leading.
Yeah, TwoReal an attempt here towards this hard point. To take this time away would be big. And what I was going to say was, if TwoReal doesn't do this, he's actually going to make the wrap around the flank here. Gets over, and I don't think they expect this whatsoever. The read is a little bit late, but the team shots are good enough. So Omit B2B, step number 1 of a comeback has been completed. Paul-X, though, he's going to deny step number 2 before we can even consider it. He's inside that kill. Will at the very least get the kills required to ensure that the spawns are going to be theirs. But what I was going to say, Colin, is that they can themselves actually chain P3 and P4 back-to-back to get back in this game.
They really can, and that's going to be a 20-point deficit if they get all 60 here. Yuli has the cruise missile. Do they invest it? It sounds like Yuli's not going to use it. It's going to be TwoReal's cruise missile to hope to bring them back in. Major Maniac on the Rival 9. He's going to find 2 through mid, and Yeez trying to stay alive in the back. He's all alone.
Yeah, forces Cammy towards the back, though. Forces him out of the hard point momentarily. You know the only entry towards the hard point is going to be those double doors, and Paul-X reads it perfectly. So now through the front here, Lore going to fight for time that Omit B2B can't really afford to give away. Awakening tagged up to a nade. He's going to have to wait to hit the regen. Does he time this perfectly with Yeez? Weight goes down. Yeez, though, able to find one towards the backline, is going to get overwhelmed as Paul-X gets the double. And Lore Gaming here again. They can't finish things here, but they are just one step closer to finishing off this game. Major Maniac now on 5 in a row as well. This would be for number 6. Big Weight looking to try to put a stop to it. Major Maniac is a total nuisance at the moment, and I'll tell you what, a little bit more than that. There'll be some dastardly words said across the stage.
Yeah, you still have Yuli on his cruise missile. Paul-X 31 and 22, and alongside him, Major Maniac 21 and 16. The backbone right now of Lore Gaming looking absolutely fantastic. Only 15 seconds needed, and this is where those cruise missiles can come into play.
I mean, why not use them, right? I mean, you just need 10 seconds. He's going to use his cruise missile. It's going to take out Cammy, so I think the effectiveness is questionable at best. This was, of course, the hill last time around that was problematic for Omit B2B, and Paul recognizes exactly where Purge is, down to the spawns from his teammates, the communication from his teammates. 6 seconds shy of victory, and Paul-X wants it done right here, right now. In towards the point, though, a couple of players go. Wake finds 2, Wake for 3. Omit B2B not done yet.
Yeah, you're still needing 100 points to swing this one. You cannot give up 4 points over towards the side of Lore Gaming. They're all going to look to the setup. It's 3 players hitting over towards P2. Cammy is set up on the railing. Can he find these 3 kills?
He needs to. Cammy's going to find 2 of them at the very least, but there's still another player here. Cammy is going to get those kills. Lore Gaming are 4 second side victory, and Omit B2B are in.
Cammy with the setup, giving them the chance over towards P1. You have the players in, and here comes the next streak. Cammy looking for some space here. He's going to get shut down. 2 go down, and they're in.
They're in. Is that going to be it? Can Awakening do anything in this situation? It is only a little bit of resistance to be found as Lore take map number 1. The momentum will continue from that last series.
It's a fantastic start for Lore again. The Vista hardpoint looking sharp for this squad. Not phased is Big Wake after this one, as is still the lower finals. Still lots of maps to be played, but that is one way to kick things off. 3 separate sprees from the side of Lore Gaming.
Yeah.
They all had cruise missiles. Yeez had a cruise missile. I feel like we saw 3 separate cruise missiles used on that P5 rotation. But even still, all the time there from Lore Gaming, they were winning so many fights in that first set of rotation and the second set of rotation, breaking hills within, again, the first 20 seconds, keeping it scrappy, keeping this team a little bit kind of separated when it was Omit B2B just not able to get secure early on in this game. And the slaying from Paul-X, 36 and 25 for the squad, 1:09 in the hill as well. Really the backbone of this team right now.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is you and I were having a conversation about, you know, again, this Omit B2B roster being the only team that's really felt like they've played FC Black close in hardpoints, you know, in that upper bracket final series. Yeah. And, you know, I guess that lends itself to the idea that surely Omit B2B should be coming into this best of 5, despite the fact that they are inarguably colder than Lore Gaming, and winning these hardpoints, at the very least making it closer than that. And to be fair, I think for the first half of that hardpoint, it was pretty close. But as you said, you know, those streaks started to come through. Everyone started to play on form. And what was a 100 game at the midway point in that one soon turned into a 100-point advantage for Lore Gaming. So that is a massive, massive map number 1 victory for them. Again, they are continuing that momentum from the last best of 5. Now we're going towards a search and destroy. I'm not sure what to really expect from this one for Allure Gaming. They looked really good in that last series.
They did, but they looked beatable from that Spitting Demons team, and you went to a round 11 back on that 6-star Search and Destroy. You had a couple of disconnects, and it did get a little bit weird throughout the middle portion of it. It took a long time to get finished with this one, and it's going to be taking us this time away from the DLC maps into the Invasion Search and Destroy, and we get to see if maybe you can start to see this Allure Gaming team put together a couple more offenses that look better. They were really struggling at holding numbers with their offenses, getting that bomb down really quickly, but usually playing at a deficit. And again, you put this over towards those ARs to really find those openings for the SMGs. But if Two Real and Yuli can't get the ball rolling for this Allure Gaming team, and it's Yeez and Purge to kind of walk all over them and find those routes on Invasion, if they don't find these battles in transition, I think Allure may start to fall behind.
Well, I am looking at players like Yuli and T-Real to step up here for Allure Gaming. Aggression right to the middle of the map here. For Allure at the start of this round, they've immediately recognized that Omid BTB are attempting to get that bomb down the B street, and this is a lot of bodies. Not just in the middle of the map, but also trying to solve this problem through dark. Crossing this is always so difficult. I'm not too sure if they've used their smoke in this round just yet, but if they haven't, they might want to use it soon to cross dark.
They still have their nades, and they still have that smoke on towards Yeez, so no trophies means Paul X is going to have to stay a little bit agile. Smoke goes down, and Purge is looking to fly in the back.
They're not going to know about this whatsoever. Turo's going to have no idea whatsoever that Purge is in the back line. He's trying to play all silent like. Can he get any more though? No, he can't. No trigger discipline. So now has to be ready for a second fight versus Paul X here. Now he's going to get the double up as well. Purge is alone, isolated behind the JCB. Look, mate, that's a lovely place to be. If you're trying to keep control of that site, not so much a nice place to be when you're facing down 3 players.
No, it's really not. And it comes down to just how long it takes for that offense to kind of get going. It's round number 1. They don't have trophies. Send that smoke flying. Use those nades. Try to force Paul X into an uncomfortable situation, but he not only stays alive on concrete, the player sitting Ice Cream has a whole chance to rotate through the bulldozer. Purge rocks through the smoke, and it takes so long for that flank to unfold that the players on the flank for Allure beat him out in that timing. And all of a sudden, Purge in a 1v3, and it's just not a situation you want to find yourself in.
A great idea. Fumbled execution there from Omid BTB on their first offensive effort. Allure Gaming now, I think, kind of hedging their bets at the start of this round. Look how aggressive Omid BTB have been here on the defense, though. They've got players all the way in towards Cafe already. T-Real is going to be the entry sub in towards these engagements. Fortunately enough, Yulia is there for the help, so Wake goes down. And now it looks like an A hit coming out from Allure.
Oh, you get a trade. You have a player still in Cafe. It's Purge. And he can find this bomb carrier. He's going to look towards the player, over towards the white car. Renetti's going to finish it off. The trade from Two Real keeps things into a 2 versus 1. He's all alone. Now him on the flank. If he can find this bomb, he may find the round.
Oh, shots from across the way. Major Maniac to take him down. And yeah, I really thought that was going to be an advantageous situation for him at B2B. Again, it's a great play call, right? You know, normally you see teams on the defense sending one player in towards Cafe to try to throw players off. In this instance, they doubled down. They put a couple of players in there. And yet still not able to win the engagements, not able to win the trades on that push through. So Allure Gaming, 2-0 start to this Search and Destroy thus far. Great start for Yuli and T-Real. I said those need to be the players to kick this one off, especially for Allure. They're here.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Cammy, drop 15 kills on the Invasion. I mean, he has been silenced so far in these early engagements. 0 kills for Wake, Yeez, and Cammy. And Allure just starting to pick things up after winning that lower semifinal. It seems like everything is just sailing for this team, smooth as ever, as you're going to get that really default setup for the attack out of Omid B2B, just hoping that first blood goes your way, figure out where to work this bomb towards, and try to open up this map. But it's a triple stack through mid at Allure.
Both of these teams in the moment just getting a feel for one another. This is a very different look from Omid BTB, it's worth saying. They haven't committed anywhere near as much towards that B Street push as they did last time around. And Allure are going to take that as a, well, no one's down B Street, so we're going to send Paul X all the way up. But he does spot somebody out, thinks, hey, no point losing my life and giving up B Street. Elsewhere, T-Real is able to find first blood. Commits for a second as well. That's Yuli, and all the trades in the end bring this down to a 1 versus 1. It is going to be Cammy versus Major.
30 seconds left. Major's going to be spotted, and Cammy turns around at just the right time. Major was looking to get active, and he thought he had a chance to work that flank in time. He thought Cammy was going to race over towards B, but instead Cammy turning around, expecting that press from Major Maniac. That is going to be 2 kills out of Cammy to clutch up a round win for the side of Omid B2B, finally finding their first in the Search and Destroy as well. That is a huge shutdown because I don't think they had the right read onto this one. It really came down to those middle map gunfights. They lose the first blood. They trade things out. Cammy does end up finding Paul-X over towards that B site. And if Paul-X didn't drop there, Cammy would have been in a pretty tough spot. So that's a big round for the side of Omid B2B.
A very different look on the defense here from Omid B2B. Last time around, they sent a couple of players in towards Cafe. This time, Purge is relocated towards the AS&D site, and that is really tough. Sometimes COD timing isn't on either side, and I think Purge just felt the full force of that.
Yeah, that's the way she goes, but Awakening able to get a trade there. Paul-X is found out by Cammy, who's on 3 in a row now. Major Maniac going to re-aggress in towards the mid-tank, turns around, not able to get that Rival 9 up in time, so it's a 1 versus 2 for Two-Real. Looking if we get this trade.
He's playing his life really well, though. Two-Real unable to walk away with that gunfight, and now Two-Real has to try and bring some time into this one.
He has the bomb, and he has a lot of time. So realistically, if you're Omid, you're going to be forced to kind of separate this one, play a 50-50 for both players, and then kind of get that information and work it together. So they're going to give up this plant towards A.
And Cammy, I don't think I've actually seen this either. The angle wasn't there. This exit for Two-Real has to be good, though. An exit out to the wrong side. Yeah, Cammy's going to take him out. That's a round.
It is a good round. Very patient out of Omid this time. You know, they don't rush anything. Purge gets the COD timing, but through the middle tank, some big wins coming out from Yeez to find that trade on towards Major Maniac when he picked up that Rival 9. You just continue to keep that back and forth going. You know, we force some mistakes out of this side of Lore Gaming, and as soon as you get that numbers advantage towards the end there, I like the call to back up, give up that bomb plant, and work it together. I mean, it's just a very smart play, very sound search and destroy from Omid B2B. Going back-to-back in rounds, now we're tied.
It should be said as well, Cammy now on 4 spree. Off the back of the last couple of rounds, he's been paramount to both of them. For Omid B2B, it's keeping them in the conversation. And now, we're seeing very similar to that round number 1, right? But this time it's just for the offense. Defense has gone in towards A. Yuli going to catch Cammy off guard. That's first blood. And the reaction from Omid B2B, full send towards B.
Yeah, now Purge looking to get aggressive. Does he just bang things out? He does. So that's a noise cue for the player in the back of Ice Cream, trying to work this kill bomb down. But if Two-Real can take down Purge, that's going to spell trouble for the setup towards Omid B2B.
Purge's COD timing has been awful this map so far. And now a retake very much on the cards here. Yeez, the shots are not good enough versus Major Maniac. Yeah, he'll pick up the kill, but he will be very weak for the second gunfight. It's fine, somehow finds it. Yuli going to be dead to rights, but there's more than enough players to work for here if you're all gaming for that retake. And yeah, you got to imagine things might be very different, perhaps if Purge wins that 1v1 towards Ice Cream.
Yeah, I mean, it just hasn't been a good map for Purge when it comes down to those timings. You said it correctly. Looks left, but it was really to his right there. Two-Real playing it very smart. As soon as, you know, kind of Purge, I think it was, I don't know why you bang through the door there, makes so much noise when you're trying to isolate that kill. Maybe you're trying to catch some timing on him and towards Ice Cream, but you give yourself away and you allow for the rest of the team to kind of collapse for that kill for the trade.
I kind of get it. I kind of get the play right. I mean, you just kind of shake that player out. You know that the reaction they're more likely than not going to have is to move towards the back of Palace. What I don't understand is the play that followed it, right? Which is, you know, to then try and push towards flag. There's no real reason to do that. Regardless, we're early into this round, and immediately we're seeing a very aggressive defense coming out from Omid B2B all the way in towards Broken here. And maybe Lore saw something here that gives them an idea that players are pushed very far up, but this is a huge commitment for Omid.
Yeah, you have player number 3, Yeez, into Broken. He got tagged, so they know he's here. And back to over is going to be both Yuli and Major Maniac. Yuli's going to slide it, and now Yeez just needs to stay alive. He backs up. Only one player over towards this A zone. It looks like they're going to pinch the player onto the mid-tank. Awakening still gets his kill onto Yuli.
Traded though. Two-Real's going to pick up weight. Bomb still positioning over towards that. You got to be careful here if you're Two-Real and through the wall. Never mind, Purge needs to be more careful than anything. Yeez also goes down, and Cammy's taking shots to try and make this situation easier on himself. Ultimately, it's going to make it tougher though, because now they know where he is. 1v3, this is going to be difficult.
Cammy's got to get some beautiful shots there. Finds 3 headshots, but not able to get that kill. Smiles on the side of Lore as it seems like things are starting to set in for this team, the confidence behind their play style. And they are just working the map so well. Just right in that moment when Yeez is sitting inside Broken, it was not the call to give it up. As soon as that smoke goes down, he has to watch the cross through dark. Awakening is put on an island, and you just cannot trust your AR to, you know, play on a 360 degree. and try to find every single kill. You know, Yee's kind of leaving Wake out to dry. And that gives Lore Gaming now a 2-round gap. Again, they go back-to-back.
Has to be said, I don't think Omit BTB fundamentally are doing anything incorrectly here. They're making the right play calls and they're definitely trying strategies, but just the executions have not been good whatsoever. And I think for the last couple of rounds that have gone Lore's way, now we're seeing a much more passive Omit B2B. Slowly but surely they're trying to make their way in towards A. Maybe trying to bait something out from B Street, maybe trying to bait the aggression of Lore Gaming, but I don't think Lore are biting.
No, 2 players stacked in mid again. Purge. Stun's gonna get caught on the trophy. Too Real, expecting the slide out. Purge wanting to fly here. Is he gonna take it?
This is gonna be a triple chow. These guys are gonna go full send on it, yep. 2 versus 1, nicely done in the middle of the map. That trade is great. Now the reaction perhaps from player number 7, it's gonna be Yuli here on the flank. I think it might have been red. Look at you sitting inside Cafe right now.
Cammy at range. Yuli gives it away. Yee's trying to back him up, and this is the right call from Yuli just to stay alive. Paulex with a big win over towards the A side. Can he find 2? He does. 22 seconds in the 1 versus 2 for Yee's.
Yep. And they know as well. Look at this triangulation of the players. Yeez, you've got no chance of getting that bomb down, buddy. That is a great round from Lore. Again, the execution was great. Yeah, they lose those initial trades, but what a response from them.
Yeah, fantastic from the side of Lore Gaming as they are just on point right now. One thing that we were a little bit hesitant after their last series was just their communication, their play style. It seemed like they weren't all put together in some situations. They were making a lot of mistakes versus Spitting Demons. But now, as they step up to Omit B2B, it seems like they are finding their rhythm as they are looking towards making it into another, at least, second place finish inside of Challengers, and they are looking good. Paulex on 4 in a row.
I wouldn't even be worried about the streak at this point. You're 5-2 down. Your only priority should be trying to get through the middle of the map. Too Real aggressive. Purge at least going to cut him short. Yuli, I mean, he checks the corner, but not exactly where Yeez was located. Surely there should be a trade from Major Maniac. Somehow Yeez gets away with that gunfight. And now Paulex for the 1v3.
Would be a 1v3, but we saw him win a 1v2 back on the 6-star versus Spitting Demons. Cammy's going to spot him, puts him away. And Omit B2B, they stay alive. It's very close in consideration to a lot of these rounds, which have been near flawless for some of these players on the side of Lore Gaming. But Cammy's going to put that streak to rest, not before he gets that cruise missile. Paulex is going to have the tool in his back pocket to hopefully open up the map and force some early engagements from these Omit B2B players. Do we see them use it here and now for Paulex? Well, it might be the call if they can force some gunfights in towards Cafe.
Yeah, I think the difficult thing here is that ultimately both of these bomb sites are open, right? So the cruise missile couldn't go down on either of them. There's a gimme for a round.
He's going to be playing patient. He wants to use the streak.
Yeah, just garnering information early on in this round. The streak might even come down for some information, right? I mean, just to kind of get an idea for where these players are actually located in this situation.
I mean, why not at that point? You're just trying to get the gears rolling. See if you can force a mistake here. Too Real again, sitting over towards Sandbags. True Maniac on the mid tank. Very default setup towards mid. Lots of focus on this middle aggression that Omit are looking to play.
Ah, they lose Purge though. Nice frag grenade, excuse me, from Major Maniac. Now 1 man down, or Omit B2B, and they're really no closer to getting that bomb down over towards B. Wake takes down Major Maniac in the middle of the map, though. You can see the way Yuli's positioned right now. He doesn't actually have full control over the B bomb site, so that is an option for Omit B2B, but I don't think they recognize it.
No, Too Real. Starting to get collapsed on. Didn't see the cross towards the mid tank, but the communication is here. He's going to fly 30 seconds. Now looking to flank.
Yeah, this could be it. Too Real. Does he have the trick discipline? No, he doesn't even really need to. On the other side, Paulex is going to pick up Yeez, and now they know where Cammy is. He's sandwiched between these players. Does he have the escape route locked down is the question. Oh, he picks up the first. Does he get the chance for a regen, though? Here it comes. Spot him out. Cammy saw him, switches in the middle of the gunfight though, and ends up losing the 1 versus 1. And Lore will take the search and destroy, go up 2-0 in the series.
That is so unfortunate for Cammy because it seemed like the stars were aligning for that clutch in the 1 versus 2. Swaps to his MCW off the Renetti, and Yuli was ready for that gunfight, spots him through the windows. So there's just 2 ships passing the night, you thought, but Yuli clutches up in the 1 versus 1, 6-3 for Lore Gaming, and that is one of the best search and destroys that we've seen from this team yet today in this tournament, or yesterday in this tournament. Kind of walking all around. Paulex goes 10-5 in the search and destroy, as it just seems like this team is finding that rhythm that we were kind of missing from them back versus Spitting Demons, you know, earlier today versus, you know, Good Hearts. You know, they were winning these maps, but they weren't doing it comfortable and clean. And now versus Omit B2B, I'm not sure if this Omit B2B are just coming off cold from a little bit of a break between maps after that winner's final loss versus FC Black, or if this is just Lore Gaming showing up when it matters.
I want to say that it does feel like a little bit of that, right? It does feel like a little bit of like, you know, this isn't the same Omit B2B that we saw in that grand finals. Again, it is worth saying that, you know, I referenced it in the hardpoint, right? I mean, they played them extremely close there. The search and destroy was also relatively close beyond the blazing start that FC Black had. So yeah, it does feel like things were a little bit different, but it is also ultimately very difficult to stop Paul X when he is doing that. It is worth saying that right now the scoreboard only shows the 10 kills that he had in that game. What it doesn't show is that 8 of them were non-traded kills. So he's getting these kills, he's getting the hell out of dodge, and Omit B2B aren't really responding. But I mentioned it like halfway through that search and destroy, right, Colin, that I don't think Omit B2B were doing anything dreadfully incorrect, right? I mean, we're not seeing anything where we're like, oh god, what on earth was that? Can we please never do that again? It's, I think, just a lot of the execution of the plans they're laying out before them are not going as they want.
No, and I feel like it's the complete opposite, where Lore, all the plans that they are setting in place is going right for a lot of those gunfights. They were isolating the members on Omit, winning their battles, as well as just pinching effectively on a certain positions. You think back over towards that execute through Dark, where they isolated Yeez and Broken, forced them away with the smoke, and then pinched onto Awakening towards that mid-tank. They're just opening these bomb sites so well. They're communicating together. They're playing together. And this looks like a team who's ready to go into the grand finals.
Yeah, and well, indeed they do. Look, 2-0 up now. Can they close out this series in 3-0 fashion and face off against FC Black? We're going to a short break on the other side. Could well be the conclusion of this series. You guys don't want to miss it. All right, folks, we're back here for what could be the final map in this lower bracket finals here live from the Toronto Ultra Open. Omid BTB, 2 maps down to Lore Gaming. Lore just need 1 control, and they are ready for a face-off against FC Black in the grand finals. Colin, we talked very briefly in the break here, and something we completely forgot to mention, Lore Gaming, all the way back in Season 2. Mind you, all it was with O'Johnny, not with 2Real. They did an insane losers bracket run all the way to the grand finals. They could do it again here.
Yeah, 3/4 of this roster. I mean, they beat NYSL Academy, they take down SGP, they beat FaZe Clan Black, then taking down Boston Academy sets them up for that head-to-head versus Houston Spartans, and now went to all the way to Game 7, so you know they can run with this momentum. The only thing that's really leaving this team behind are these controls.
Yeah, and the controls is a big talking point here as we get in towards this one. Already we're seeing some real progression being made by Omid BTB on this point, and I'm not really surprised by that because we go back towards that upper bracket finals against FC Black, and this was the map mode combination they were able to take away from them, and a big reason for it was the sub pressure.
So you can see if they can heat up again. Both Yeez and Purge need a big map, and Purge is already off to 4 kills in a row. They're going to stack this B zone and looking to clean this up right away. I mean, they got this in the bag right now. Lore going to have to jump over this dumpster heady, and it's done. It's over.
It's like poetry, it rhymes. It's happening again in the exact same fashion in which Omid BTB were able to take these offensive rounds away from FC Black. They do it again here. Purge 6-0 at the end of that round. He earns a cruise missile. Yeez is also involved in that conversation. I'm pretty sure he finishes at like 4-1, 5-1, something like that. These subs, dude, honestly, I know that we've had the conversation about ARs doing it all here at Toronto, but specifically for whatever it is on control, for Omid BTB, it is Purge and Yeez that do it every single time.
I mean, there's a reason why these two won Challengers champs just last year with Omid on the main stage in Las Vegas, and that's because they can take over and they can turn things around and be those playmakers. It's the reason why Purge and Yeez now back on the same team with each other to see if they can make this reverse sweep happen. They take the first round, now moving over towards the defense. Let's see if they can limit to what Lore can pick up.
Yeah, it should be said that the defense was somewhat less certain versus FC Black. That one they had to fight for. It was the offenses where they were able to win it. But the kills being made nonetheless. Purge still hasn't died, by the way. Still 7-0. Kami now looking at Ghana. Map control up top. This is big. This could be oppressive if he's able to get it. There's the first with the Renetti. You know what? Why on earth not? Yeez is going to pick up that second kill versus Meiji Maniac, but it doesn't matter who gets it as long as they get it. That's mid-map control now for Omid BTB, but not over just yet here. Lore Gaming now looking to try and get out of their spawn. They've still got a shot at A.
Awakening. Not able to win that second fight. Things slow down, and the time is stopped at 42 seconds. Purge looking in towards this player. Will he fly? He does not. Semtex is thrown, and it looks like they're giving up some control here to this Lore Gaming team. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew because look at it. It's 2Real running a flank here, trying to get in behind this whole team.
I mean, they just need to take a page out of the playbook of Omid BTB, right? That's exactly what they need. 2Real needs to do this play, and it needs to be successful. There might be a read coming through. They're probably counting names that, hey, 2Real's probably making a flank, but are they going to recognize where he's actually got? I mean, fair play. Yeez checks the corner, but the headshot multiplier is going to give 2Real that gunfight now. A has been captured here, and 2Real is doing enough to create some progression for Lore Gaming. Yuli's going to double up now, and all of a sudden here, Lore might actually be able to take this offense. They've got players on the point.
Yeah, Kami's the only one who can really do some serious damage. He's going to be working his way through Mail. Yuli has the setup. You have a stack inside B, and you know this can go down with a quick 4 in a row. This might be an answer back from Lore Gaming.
2Real over the top. Still continuing to apply pressure here in this point as well. Omid BTB are spawning out, and I don't think there's any point of even challenging this and feeding away to Lore Gaming. This round is done so. And again, almost just like the way Omid BTB did it in the last round, although I would argue significantly less convincing. It is 2Real, the sub here for Lore Gaming. He is the one that gets control of B.
Could have been a completely different round if Yeez does win that battle versus 2Real, but yeah, the fact that he does stay alive, it is very similar in comparison of the first two that we do see. I mean, you know, quite like we say with Invasion, where it's like, oh, you know, they're winning defense versus defense. It's not surprising to see teams find success on the offensive side of Karachi. Once you get that fork down over towards B, it really seems impossible to retake that unless you have a player like Kami working over towards Bus Stop, winning those gunfights, which he almost gets done. Lore finding the necessary kills, locking it down. Now they answer back one apiece on these offensive sides.
Right off the rip here. Omid BTB going to jump straight in towards A. Meiji Maniac here. feels like, hey, no pressure up top. I'm just going to jump towards the point to take Awakening down, and he'll do exactly that. Good trade from Cammy, though. But look at this play now being made from Omid B2B. Not so much bothered about the middle of the map. Purge is now just continuing once again. He's already found a double here in this round. He's inside the point. I'm not absolutely shocked whatsoever that it's the subs the ones that try to make this play over towards B.
Couple players sneak in the back, so still a chance to re-break this one. The contention is in towards that back closet, and Major Maniac wants to pinch it. The collapse from 3 different angles. Purge laying down with the Renetti, finding everything necessary to keep this one inbound for the side of Omid.
What?
That is a crazy gunfight for Awakening to win. 3 go down again.
Never mind a gunfight. He just did it with his fist. He's just meleeing for the kills, and that is B Dunzo. They've already got 1 tick down over by A as well, so Omid B2B in a really good stead to close out this offensive round. They have some mid-map control, and now Awakening, he is hungry for more. Omid B2B now on the point.
Yeah, double stack on. Purge finding kills off spawn. 2 members shut down over towards bottom green. Last chance hurrah for Lore Gaming.
Can Lore do anything about this? I mean, there's no point dilly-dallying. You've got to go right about now. Yuli, I mean, bless him, he tries, but he's facing down 3 players from Omid B2B, and Omid are having none of that nonsense. Back-to-back offensive rounds so far. We are 3 rounds deep into this Karachi control.
3 rounds deep, and it's just the offense is reigning true yet again. If it is another offensive round, we're going to have to do some quick caster math on how those kills are looking for that last round. Because
that's a good point.
I mean, do you even want defense around 5 for Karachi?
I mean, I'll be honest, if I'm Omid B2B, if I've got Yeez and Purge on my team, I don't think it matters.
I don't think I would want that defensive side in round 5 on a Karachi personally. But hey, I'm on the casting desk. I'm not the one having to shoot through these situations. 13-5 from Purge, 12-5 from Cammy. You know, Yeez, 8-9. He's been a necessary playmaker, but here comes Lore over towards that A site right away. They're looking to get this one done. TwoReal and Paulex open up this round. Cammy above. Can he put this one to stop?
I think he's just waiting for a little bit of assistance before flying out and towards the open. You never know where these players are actually going to be located. Here we go. Finally, Cammy is going to go. Not before the first tick does come through here from Lore Gaming. Yuli and TwoReal for the double. And Lore here are going to be able to now get back towards this point. And I love the reaction here coming out from Omid B2B, Colin. They're not really going straight for this. I think I'm actually hearing a streak coming down from the heavens here. And yeah, it's definitely coming from Omid.
Purge is going to invest his streak. 2 go down. 3 members now over the wall and ready to lock down B. They're looking for some space here. They're trying to stabilize, and they're doing just that. Yeez now looking to make the play. Awakening gets 2 with the Renetti. Yeez, can you punish these players off spawn? No, he has to back up, and Paulex reads him.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Yeez. Now Lore Gaming might have found a path towards the point. Paulex needs to find some more value though. That stun check means he's not going to be able to get that kill versus Awakening. So Lore still isolated towards the point here. Yuli just trying to dance around this one, waste some time so the rest of the team can go capture A. That is going to happen here. Omid B2B all good. They're fine with this. They're going to lose A. They've got red control. Got to be careful about potential flank coming through from TwoReal.
Think about the difference there. Awakening and Cammy really silencing these ARs. Major Maniac 4 and 10 on the side of Lore Gaming. Omid B2B now looking to hedge their bets with this B zone. Paulex is going to find the wind over towards Awakening through the back, and he's going to end up getting traded. So in towards red we go. TwoReal is going to keep the advantage here. He finds a second one. Now they're looking to rush this one. Only player here is Awakening.
You're going to need Cammy. Cammy's got to come back here. Cammy can't just be sitting inside scrap while this is going on. I know you want sport control, but you have to have that player come back towards this point right about now. And eventually he is going to recall towards it. But is it going to be too late? Because Major Maniac and Yuli have already picked up those frags. Here comes Cammy. Has to save the day. Purge has already found one. Cammy can't find any value. Purge now able to get around the backline here. He goes up top in the position they didn't expect. Able to pick up one. It is still trades, and it is ultimately favoring Omid B2B. Major Maniac, the last one on the push, and he finds that double. Omid clear for the moment, but Yuli wants right back in.
Yuli only able to get the 1, TwoReal beside him. Not able to get onto this time. It's Purge kind of like holding that time. Tees up Yeez for that double kill. Breaking back in over the half wall. Now you've shaved off an entire minute. The only thing that you have to really worry about is the lives. 9 to 10, and a little disadvantage for Omid B2B. So you have to be careful not to get a little too aggressive and overextend, because this could be dangerous if you go down.
Gotta be careful. Team shot's good enough. Yuli all the way down to 25 HP, and yeah, gets meleeed again. And what is going on with Awakening, mate? He's ready to throw hands. He's been doing it all down game long. 6 versus 6, though. Major Maniac in the point. Shot's good enough for that first kill. Is it for the second? Over the top of Purge they go. Trades galore. 2real towards the point. Is able to find the double. Now a 4 versus 2. Just 2 players remaining. Purge and Awakening here on the defense for Omid B2B. You have to climb over the half wall. It's so difficult to do. Awakening does it, but I don't think he's going to get very far. And now Purge is just kind of stuck there. Ideally, you do want the cap. It's not going to happen. It's going to go to kills. So we are going to see a defense here, I believe, for Omid B2B.
Yeah, and that is kind of tough, I would say. A defense there for Omid B2B and Fear Purge there. I mean, you don't have to jump that half wall. You guys have been so impressive on that offensive round 5. Just hold your life. Let them cap B. If they want that offense, they're going to go hunt for it.
I don't know if they want the offense, per se. I know that they've been successful on offense. I still don't know if you necessarily want it. Do you know what I mean?
Like 4 rounds in a row of just pure offense. There's no way you want a defense round 5.
I don't know. You know, we talk about defense there, and things could have been very different if they had gotten more control over Red. They weren't able to do so. Now we are looking down the barrel of a round number 5 defense here for Omid B2B, and Law right off the rip here. They want a piece of that B pie. Purge, he's got to be ready to swallow it.
2013. Everybody's going to be there. Yuli jumping out. It's now 3 members who can stack this B zone. Nobody's ready for it from Omid, and suddenly you're just sent into chaos trying to reel your way back.
And getting back towards this point is just so difficult. Purge has to climb a half wall, and people are watching the front. Actually, no one's watching that. Purge is able to get through here. Can he actually stop the point, though? He's got 3 players to take down. Goes over the top of 1 player. On the other side, he has some help, though. Purge now needs to advance the line. And unfortunately, not able to do so as Paulex is going to take him down. But that was a big chunk of B progression taken by Law at the start of this round.
It's got to be flawless over towards A. 2real just waiting for a chance to strike inside Red, but still a triple stack onto this B zone. Couple members lurking around, very spread out for Lore Gaming. They have a whole minute to figure out what to do. That is a lot of time to work around these Omid B2B players. So Paulex is going to be slowly working his way through Red. It seems like he wants to punish onto these members.
Yeah, removing Awakening is probably step number 1, and that's exactly what he does. Doesn't really matter too much whether or not he takes Cammy down. It's more about just making sure that those players towards Scrap are going to be dead. However, saying that, now Cammy getting that kill means that there's going to be another player that side. Major Maniac, good recognition that, hey, that flank's going to come through, but it was not Cammy, and that's going to be the crucial call. They know that Cammy's still going to be pushed through that side of the map. But A, slowly but surely, is going to go. Yuli wanted to get some control around the backline. Doesn't matter the fact that the stun will connect. He'll pick up Yeez regardless. And now Lore here could make a quick transition.
Paulex 1v1 versus Awakening. He's got a little bit of backup, and the beatdown, it's not going to work this time. Brass Knuckles are out of the glove, and now they're on to B.
Surely they know about Cammy. Surely they know about Cammy. Surely the read will be good here, that they'll know he's there. It doesn't matter anyway. Lord just stacked the point, and they are done. So 3-0. Offensive rounds galore. It's funny, we were actually asking for that, right? We were asking for control. That was 5 offensive rounds back to back. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, that's a sweep. They didn't even get up. They didn't even yell at each other.
Oh, man.
That was so clinical in the end from the side of Lore Gaming. They win in lives in that second last round, and that guarantees them that offense. And this is what I'm saying on Karachi. I mean, people have to start thinking that the defensive round is not what you want in that round number 5. You have to start thinking about that, because once you get that 4 down, I mean, yes, you still want to put all your kind of confidence in towards that defense, but as soon as that 4 down happens and you hop that B zone, I mean, it is one of the most cutthroat points I've ever seen in Control.
I think it's just awkward, if anything, because, again, I don't want to go as far as to say that, hey, you want offense for Karachi Control. I know that, you know, at the very start of the year, that was kind of what we were saying, right, that it was a very offensively sided Control, which was weird. And perhaps I'll say that it is probably the least defensively sided Control map in this game. But still, I think, if anything, you look towards the defense of Omid B2B, and it just wasn't as strong as you would like, especially in that round number 5, right, where I think they just put just a little bit too much emphasis on putting players in towards Hotel, in towards top red, as opposed to, we need map control. We need to be keeping an eye on players that could potentially be coming from the Soda side, because all of the gaps were not being plugged there, and I think there was also a couple of delayed reactions from players where otherwise they probably should have been a little bit faster on trying to trade teammates off. Regardless, all of it results in Lore 3-0, and here's a look back at the end of the series here. We're looking over towards the Search and Destroy right now. This one, I will say, was pretty close. Again, you know, a couple of different situations across the rounds in which Omid B2B did end up losing, and we could be looking at map number 4, you know, right now off the back of that.
They do it again, Brody. The lower bracket run into the grand finals from this Lore Gaming team back in the Stage 2 playoffs. They were under the name of Orglis. Well, now they're going to have another rematch, another chance to be champions. Last time it went all the way to Game 7 versus Houston Spartans. This time FC Black have been waiting in the wings for this chance. I mean, if there's anything you wanted to accomplish before facing a team like FaZe Black, who look as good as they do on that main stage, it is a 3-0 sweep that leaves no questions to be asked, and that is exactly what we got there from Lore Gaming.
Yeah, it is worth saying, of course, we spoke to Exceed very briefly before this matchup started. I think it was even before Losers Bracket semifinals, and you know, he was saying that he didn't expect to face off against Lore Gaming. He was expecting a rematch for him at BTP.
Many people did.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think there is always that element of like, you've got the momentum, you just won your previous matchup, right? So getting to this point for Lore Gaming is not so much a surprise, especially because I do think a lot of people just underestimated Lore Gaming as a roster, despite the fact that 3/4 of this roster literally just got second place, literally made it all the way towards the grand finals back in Season 2. So I think there is just a level of, I think a lot of people just underestimate this team when they shouldn't have done.
Well, the haters, they've been silenced, and now we got 8 players taking the main stage up next, Brody, for a chance at these belts. We got 5 belts, 1 for each player, 1 for the coach. A lot of money on the line here, Brody.
Oh boy. Well, Grand Finals is not that far away, mate. I'm so excited for this one. It's going to be absolutely insane. Obviously, you know, we've got so many different storylines. Again, Lore Gaming, they couldn't do it back in Season 2. They fell short in a Grand Finals, I believe, if I remember correctly, went the distance. So that was an epic matchup back then. They've now brought another player in, 2 real places joining the roster. Does that change the situation here? But they do go against an FC Black roster, right? This FC Black roster is honestly insane. Asim's back on the roster. The one that run Boston all the way, I don't know, was it February now? I don't even know. It was a really long time ago, mate. January, sometime around that. It was the start of the year. They won Boston. Asim's back alongside Brack Exceed, and FC Black have never looked better. It's going to be a great match.
It's going to be a fantastic match, and I think for Lore Gaming, this is their opportunity with 2 Real coming in. He looks great alongside Yuli, and you have, I mean, Major Maniac and Paul X kind of having a crazy event in their own rights as well. I think all these 4 players, I mean, they've made the lower bracket run. They have the confidence and the momentum. They fail in Stage 2 playoffs. Yeah. This is their chance for redemption.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a crazy finals regardless of what happens, right? And again, something that I think we maybe haven't had a chance really to talk about enough is at this stage in the season, right? This is very important, right? We're approaching the end of the season, winning an event like Toronto. I mean, guess who won Toronto last year? Do you remember, Colin? It was a Wubbabobs, right? And 3/4 of those players are sat in the league right now. So winning an event at this stage of the season, especially for rosters where you're looking at players who have previously played in the league and they want to get back in, this is a big, big event to come out on top of. And I don't know if we've got another event after this. I know there's, you know, maybe I don't know what's going to happen here for the end of the season, but this is realistically the last event before champs at the end of the season. So this is a big one. And we're going to find out who's going to take it. Toronto champs on the line, and, well, this thing as well for the players. It's going to be an epic matchup. FC Black going head-to-head with Lore Gaming for the title of Toronto Open champions. It is going to be a titanic face-off, and you guys do not want to miss a second of it.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to Scuff Play Like a Pro, where today I'm going to be talking through my settings, my loadout, the whole shebang. Let's get right into it. So I've actually finally got my first Scuff, start of AW, so 2015. It took me about a whole year to convince my dad that I needed one to play video games. He finally caved in. He got me it when I was 15 years old. And then when I finally got it, I just felt like a new person, felt like a brand new player. Currently, I'm using the Scuff Reflex Pro, the PS5 controller. Previously, I was using the Impact, but you know, I made the upgrade. I've got the new PS5, the latest and newest tech. It gives me that 0 ms delay in game. Honestly, the most comfortable controller I've used, and it's a controller I probably see myself using for the next few years. For me, it's also like comfort is key in gaming. You know, some people wear joggers, some people wear slippers. I use the Scuff Reflex Pro because it's just super comfy. It also gives me that edge in game, like I said, the 0 ms delay. Paddles also being like on the side, so it's also giving me that extra comfort in game. If you were to take away my controller on game day, maybe in a finals or whatever it might be, I definitely would struggle. You know, Scuff is one of those things that's like ingrained into my brain now. You know, I've been using paddles for years. You know, take that away from me, I'd be in game trying to jump, trying to slide, trying to do that kind of stuff. And I look like a bot on the map. You know, it's just something that, like I said, I've been using for almost 10 years now. So yeah, to take it away from me, it'd just be, I don't know, it'd be abysmal. The gameplay would be terrible. You know, all these little things, they all add up in game, and as a professional player, you're always looking for that extra 1%. So Scuff's giving me that extra 1% in game, which is just helping towards my championship runs, you know, in the past with my other controllers as well. So yeah, that's just like, Scuff's just super reliable, and they're always there for me. Let's get straight into my controller settings. You know, the first page is pretty bog standard, not really much going on. I'm a default player. You know, I don't flip my L1 and L2. Controller vibration's on, but my controller has no vibration, so that makes no difference whatsoever for me. In the past, I did play with vibration, but not anymore. Dead zones, I've got 1 on the left stick. I've got 70 on the left stick max. You know, it makes it, for me anyway, maybe it's placebo, but I feel like I sprint a bit faster in game when I have this on. Right stick has always been 2 of my PS5 controllers. It just feels nice, to be honest. I don't change frame with right stick max. And then my left trigger and right trigger is default because I have the instant triggers on my controller, so I feel like it's instant anyway. I don't feel like I need to touch that. Going into my aiming, this has been my sense since I can remember. Dating all the way back to Black Ops 4, I think. It's been 6.6. I feel like it's a pretty universal sensitivity. Some players in the league obviously will have different ones, but for the most part, they'll be 6.6. Don't know why, but I guess that's just the sweet spot. ABS multiplier, none of that, don't touch that. Make sure aim goes skew with, feels weird. Going down to this one, this is a big one, dynamic. Dynamic is one that a lot of people use ever since it was introduced into Call of Duty. I just feel like compared to standard or linear, it just gives you the best like aim curve response. I feel like every pro uses that. Maybe there's 1 or 2 that don't, but everyone uses this one. It just feels the best. Gives you the best of both worlds, I guess you could say. And then going down, obviously I use the aim assist default. I don't do Black Ops, don't touch that. I did in Cold War, but that was a Black Ops game. So that's my logic, you know, I go with the default. Whatever the engine's made, that's what I go with. I feel like that's coded best for the game. Could be placebo, but hey, that's what works for me. Motion sensor, don't touch any of that. And then going down to gameplay, obviously we're running the double tap. That's the GA. You know, you can't break GAs around here. Double tap doesn't give you an advantage. It's as bog standard as it gets. And then grounded mantle is off. The airborne mantle is off. The ground mantle off. I feel like when I'm bouncing around on my paddles, you know, if I have it on, I'll start climbing on random stuff. So this makes it so I have to double press when I climb. It's just so, like I said, when I'm jump shotting maybe over a dumpster or a wall or whatever it might be, it stops me from climbing over. And then slide dive behavior, slide only. This is because slide only, it gives you the fastest slide possible. And on this game, I feel like diving's not really a thing, so we're just going with the slide only. Most pros use that. I think maybe a couple might use hybrid so they can do both, but slide only is for me. And then going down, I feel like the rest of it's pretty like default. Some of these settings I've never ever seen before. Some of them for Warzone, I think, like, I don't even know, quick C4 detonation, you know, not gonna use that in the pro play, so skip over that. And then yeah, that's that for the settings, but then let's just quickly jump into my, you know, my field of view. My field of view is 96, affected. You know, affected is definitely one that's used by, I'd say 95% of the pros. This is so when you aim in, it doesn't change how the gun looks. Like if you have independent, it brings it all the way to 80 FOV or something, I think. So it's really zoomed in, whereas affected stays to whatever FOV you've got. And 96 for me is like, as an AR, I like it to be a bit closer to the screen. You know, maybe see people long range a bit closer compared to maybe a sub using 105, so he's getting a bit loose close range. So 96 is what works for me. And then obviously we've got the weapon field of view is on wide, so this makes my gun look a bit wider, a bit longer. It just looks cooler, to be honest. You know, you can pick whatever you want for that, whatever looks best. And then motion blur is off, obviously. You don't want motion blur, you don't want film grain, none of that on. And then first person camera movement's on 50%. This is so when you're sliding around, it doesn't look like you're actually in war. And then that is that for all my controller settings. You know, this is what I use. You know, this is what works best for me. All right, let's get straight into my loadout that I use in every single pro match. You know, obviously it's the MCW. Let's get straight into the attachments. The barrel, the optic, and them two are always the given. They're always the ones that people use. I use claw grip. This gives you the gun recoil control and recoil control. Obviously as an AR, we want a gun to shoot as straight as possible. This is the one that I use, a lot of pros use, but some people will take this off and put on a stock. I think a lot of people use the precision heavy, but I don't mess with that. I'm using claw. And then we go to the DR6. So this gives us sprint to fire, movement speed, aim walking speed, and aim down sight speed. Basically, it's to make the gun a little bit more nimble than what it is on default. Gives you better strafe speed, and obviously when you're in gunfights, you want to strafe left and right. Maybe you're on a head glitch, you know, that kind of stuff. So you want to be moving left and right. But alternatively, some people do use the Phantom. This is a bit stiffer. It helps with more recoil control. You know, if you feel like DR6 is bouncing a little bit, whack that one on. For the muzzle, I'm using L4R flash hider. I use this because it does not take away from my bullet velocity and range, whereas Billeted does, which, you know, that's a big thing for me. I feel like on LAN specifically, I feel like my bullets hit better and stronger on LAN. I don't know, but some people do use Billeted. You know, this one definitely helps with your recoil. So if you're struggling with the L4R, whack that one on, but L4R is for me. And then, yeah, that is basically my AR attachments. Pretty universal across the league. Like I said, there'll be some people that use different stuff, but for the most part, everyone's using this one. And then going into my pistol. Pistol was a bit more like straight up. You know, we're only allowed to use 2 attachments on it. The short barrel, which gives you movement speed, and the Eclipser grip, this also gives you movement speed. So, you know, we're going for a movement pistol, not a pistol that can do it all. It's just there to clean up a few kills and make you run faster. I whack on the slate reflector because I just feel like it just looks nicer and feels nicer to use, but you can just use an iron sight if you want to. And then go straight into my tactical. I use a stun grenade. This is all I'm allowed to use. You know, maybe an S&D, you can put on a smoke, but, you know, flash grenades, Jade. So we're stuck with a stun grenade, but this is good, you know, slow people down, throw at them. If they've got flak jacket on, they're stuck in the spot, it's a free kill. Then lethal, I mean, this one you can change up. So some people use Semtex, some people use frags. I use frags because I'm an artist, right? I like to throw cool nades, throw them over buildings, you know, that kind of stuff. If you use a Semtex, you're just throwing at your feet. You're kind of boring, to be honest. So I use a frag. Like I said, I'm an artist. And then going into my field upgrade, I've got the trophy system. This is because I'm an AR player. I'm the one that's on the power positions. Maybe I'm in hill. You know, I'm a hill kid, so I need someone on my feet that can protect me for a little bit, keep me alive for an extra second on them power positions. So that's why I use trophy system. And then going into gloves, you know, people use a lot of different gloves. Some people might use assault, marksman, quick grip, ordnance, but I use marksman. This is so I get the less flinch and reduced sway. So when I'm ironing people long range, my gun isn't bouncing up when I'm getting shot. When I'm strafing left and right, there's no sway. This just helps with my overall gunfights. You know, some people use quick grip though. This is so they can throw trophies faster and nades faster, but I like making sure that my gunfights are locked down and good to go. And then going into boots, I've got lightweight boots on. I use these in respawn, and in S&D I'll use covert. Covert being eliminates footsteps, so you know, self-explanatory, it helps you from getting sounded with S&D. And then in respawn, I just want to get to places faster, get to hills faster, rotate faster, beat someone by that extra like half a second. So I'm using lightweight, makes me run faster and all that good stuff. Get to spots faster basically. And then gear, I'm using the EOD padding. This is so I take reduced grenade damage basically. So when someone's throwing grenades at me, I can take 2 instead of 1. But you know, if you're a sub player or something like that, you want to get a bit loose, use tap mask. So when someone's stunning you, it basically does nothing to you, so you can keep running, get to your spots faster, create pressure on the map. So yeah, this is basically my class. This is what I use every league match. All right guys, that was Scuff Play Like a Pro. That was my classes, my settings. You know, let me know what you think, let me know what you liked. You know, maybe you didn't like Smut. Let me know in the comments, I'll read them all. I'll be there, and we'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
fucking go! Break down! You tell it!
fucking kill me? Are you gonna kill me? Are you gonna...
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Open here at Major 3. We are getting ready for our grand finals. My name is Visions. Alongside me, I have Proper. We got a best of 7. The winner is the champion. This is going to be a great matchup, my friend.
Get it, baby. I mean, back here in the 6, wouldn't have it any other way, right? We got Brack back in the grand finals. He's already got one banner up on the railing up there when he played for Shady Kings way back in Vanguard. Almost feels like yesterday because we come here every single year, but it's going to be a good one, man. A lot of good matches throughout the entirety of the weekend, starting off with the best of 3s on Friday, Saturday delivered, best of 5s, and then all the way to the championship Sunday, man. It's been electric.
It has been electric, man. There's been a lot of upsets. We've seen some great Call of Duty played out through today, and this matchup, you know, coming ahead here, FaZe Black, they've made their way through the upper bracket, fairly uncontested, dropping very few maps. They're looking very polished, but down in the lower bracket, this Lore Gaming team has went through a heck of a lot of squads. You can see it. They've had to eliminate some pretty solid teams, some high seeds as well that were coming in, and maybe even being looked at as some of the favorites.
No, I mean, underdogs to say the least when it comes down to Lore Gaming, just from a namesake. As far as branding is concerned, this is technically a replay of the grand finals, what we got back in Florida, but we don't have to talk about that too much, even though I'll bring it up a handful of more times. But Lore Gaming, again, getting knocked down very early. They got tested versus Fourth Space. I know that was a 3-1 that was rather competitive, taking down Sam Welly on this weekend was no easy feat. Going up against Good Hearts, that is, of course, being RCDs and co. Very difficult matchup for them. And then Spitting Demons, we saw that up on the main stage on semifinals. Only losing a beat in that control, but these guys, they got pace. We saw that in the Omid matchup not too long ago for lower finals. You're going to need all of that plus a bag of chips to go up against FaZe Black.
Yes, you do. You have to bring your A game with the way some of these boys have been shooting. I think specifically Dylan Rex. This guy is looking probably like the best player of the tournament at the moment, right?
Probably.
This guy is shooting different. He's dropping insane stat lines. He's a huge problem that you're going to have to find an answer to. And I feel like on the other side, we've almost been getting a bit of that from Paul here. So we'll see what the maps and modes look like. Again, it is a best of 7. Huge shakeup from the best of 5. So that does also shake up a tad bit of the vetoes. And because FaZe Black do come from that upper bracket, they do get the extra one there for control.
Yep, get the control veto at the very least. So, I mean, FaZe Black going to opt out for the Karachi. And look, I'm not going to lie, I was kind of jesting both with you and Mayhem while we were in the crowd. We had the Vista Hardpoint as the map one between Omid and Laura. I was like, well, might as well enjoy it because it's the last time we're going to see it as far as this tournament is concerned, because the Vista Hardpoint is taken away from FaZe Black because, of course, it is. The Rio was available. 6-star, of course, on the docket. However, no sub-base coming out from Lore, so they're not going to try to square up on the quad AR that we know is quite good for FaZe Black, but this is such a toss-up matchup, right? Because you have the hard points that have been very, very good for Lore Gaming. The pace that Yuli's been setting on this championship Sunday is like no other. Going up against Dylan Rex as far as numbers is very, very good to be continuously talked about. But I think the Search and Destroy could be a bright spot for Lore. Paul has about 3 different clutches on the day already. Team's looking pretty darn good, man. This is a toss-up to say the least. Very much so could go the distance here.
Well, we are gearing up. Fist bumps are going out. Players are getting ready for our grand finals. Man, I am pumped up. I'm amped up. We got the Karachi Hardpoint. That's what we're jumping into first. Both of these squads going through an absolute gauntlet to get to this point, but only one able to come out on top. Andy, are you ready, baby?
Oh, I am so ready.
Oh, me too, brother. Let's get into it. Karachi Hardpoint, we're kicking it off.
Starting off on the favorite side at the very least will be Lore. And the Karachi Hardpoint is a map mode combination that we have seen a handful of times for FaZe Black on stream. The 250 to 139 versus the Exceptionals, comfortable. The 250 to 236 though versus Omid, a little bit of scammage, a little bit of clutch factor for sure. But again, it's the SMG duo for Lore. You got to be watching out for. Yuli and 2Real have been on a different level today.
Oh, Yuli also wants to try to push forward, make sure that he's able to get some info maybe on this push to P1. Dylan Rex does have some top control. Looking to try to find a couple of the kills. And one down low will be dealt with, but it's still time going the way of Lore Gaming. They got some protection in red, and they're looking solid for what could be potentially another 20 seconds.
Got about 10 seconds to try to work this push all the way through Rubble before you really have to start taking a keen focus over towards that rotation towards New. Trades would be bountiful for FaZe Black if you can find it. Maybe get some semblance of numbers. Brack needs some help delivered from Dylan Rex up top. So 10 seconds secured, but you also have to take the rotation over towards New.
That's right. Need a swift rotation right to P2. Dylan Rex looks to be leading the charge. Information up top. Tough gunfight and absolutely guns Paul X. You'll also see some get a couple of kills as well. That's going to deal with 3 of the 4. They're able to break themselves in. And now time going the way of FaZe Black.
And that's not a good alarm to have ringing early when it comes down to Lore, right? I mean, you started off on that side of the map. You were able to contest P1, and then you got broken up within the first 15 seconds of P2. Not a good look. Some trades to at least speak of, but you have so many more kills you need to find specifically for Dylan Rex up on 5 in a row. Yes, you got inside the hard point, but the raid boss is still alive.
Dylan Rex is a problem already. 5 in a row, as you just pointed out, looking for number 6 to try to earn the streak. Gunfight comes his way. He's able to grab it, but can't collect another. Will there be trades? No, there will not be. 2Real's there to slide out for 2, and that means that this could be a good chance to soak up a bit of the scrap time on P2.
Even Stevens and FaZe Black are actually going to elect to only sending one more player over. Again, Challenge 107 will be Asum, trying to live up to his name and just trying to contest for a little bit of scrap time while the rest of his teammates just cut all the way down towards the church street. But, I mean, Paul was over there cutting down reinforcements. We'll get overwhelmed by both Brack and Rex on that side of the map. They still have these close junk spawns, so they'll be able to reinforce New very soon.
One might have slipped through. Exceed, how has he done this? He's been able to get to the back door, and he might be able to completely catch them off guard. That's the first one. Looking for a second. He's going to get some assistance here, or really just needs the assistance, but he buys time, puts himself in a corner, looking for number 3. Just about gets it. Paul X, though, will finish him off.
So have those close junk spawns, and look at all the setup coming through for Lore Gaming, just making sure mid-cut does not get immediately pushed through. Nobody's flanking all the way through junk. You know where the rest of the hit's coming from. 20 seconds left to fight for.
Dylan Rex just trying to get an angle on the player in the corner. Exceeds Nate, finishes him off. Again, scrap time up for grabs here at the P3 hill. It's Lore Gaming that are leading by about 36 seconds. Exceed for a 1v1 will end up losing it, but Yuli's forced to the back of the map here where he is taken low. Brack has no problem finishing him off. P4 about to pop, and we got a 2v2 that's about to take place.
And the thing about this P4, again, the reason why you see FaZe Black over-investing to try to break for the scrap time, you want the east side of the map, which is unfortunate to say that a team essentially spawns in for a defensive run at Karachi control. So Lore Gaming doing a good job of just manipulating the map. As long as you can maintain spawns at this side of the map and keep FaZe off of the hill, not only will you maintain your lead, but you're in a good spot ahead of the money hill of 5.
Asum looking for an angle to try to get up top here, but will just lay low. Waits for someone to drop down, no problem. Finds the easy cleanup. High ground being fought for. 2Real just left out to dry. Has too many angles to look at. Paul X can't follow up with any of the kills. That feels like a pretty solid clearance. One more player bottom church. Exceeds Nade. Will finish him off. And well, a lot of this hill going neutral as we typically see it, but the battle for P5 about to take place.
Sure will. Nobody's really watching anything to do with the P2 push through. And Paul X is actually going to spawn on the same exact route that Exceed's taking. that timing is going to get a little wily. Yeah, everybody's just going to start spawning in behind each other. Good turnaround from Exceed to have the Spidey Sense tingling. That Paul X was right behind you. It's 4 in the feed for FaZe Black. Cruise Missile also invested for Rex. We'll confirm that it is a split spawn for Lore.
Scary moment to be sure. A lot of angles being hit though throughout the map. For Lore Gaming, having to get through red. Exceed gonna hold them back. The nades feel like they've been so accurate, haven't they? 3 or 4 nade kills so far for Exceed. He drops low, gonna wrap down, and he should have another freebie potentially in a second, and that's the case. Exceed is schmoving. He's looking solid. Does die in the 4 spree as 2Real does manage to slip through the back.
And you saw the immediate response for all of Lore. Once they lost all of the spawns and they lost the initial time, Major Maniac invested the cruise missile, was able to convert that into 1. Players for Lore Gaming were right nearby to be able to contest P5. So the back 20 seconds looking to be conceded unless you have a massive argument for Exceed. Won't be able to find much of anything at all. So it's going to be a 95-66 scoreline going in towards the second set. Literally a picture-perfect moment of what we had at the beginning of this game. The difference, Lore do lead by 30.
They do lead by just about 30 seconds here for us, but Yuli's able to find a nice transition right over to P1. And now we'll see if Asim can try to turn it into another good shot. Looks for the turnaround, and as he falls, he's able to take down Paul X. Clean stuff coming through. He throws himself right on the time.
Good moves out of Asim. 11-10, 3 spree, halfway to getting himself a cruise missile. What more can he possibly find for himself? You look from top to bottom. I mean, FaZe Black are outslaying by just a handful of kills, but the fact that Lore is still ahead, the fundies are definitely on point. Yuli taking down his own life via the nade. Not exactly what you want to see, but good thing your teammates are there for a few trades. And even if you do have to give up the back 20 seconds, the game may be even, but you do have numbers on the rotation to new.
You do have some of the numbers here. Having to make your way through a couple of the Lore Gaming players. 2Real caught off guard. Will be taken out with ease. Down low, you got battles happening. And you also have Brack making his way through Soda Alley. But Rex finds 2 on the other side of the map. Yuli, a huge win to try to give his team a solid chance at getting through the back, but his teammates are nowhere close to him. He's got a lot of work to do, and he comes up with a second.
It's the same thing over and over again. Though Yuli behind enemy lines, we talk about this kid day in and day out. Yeah, 12 and 13 isn't the sexiest KD ratio that Yuli's had for himself today, but it's little moments like that that continuously get Lore back inside of the time. The recontest comes through. Reinforcements closer for FaZe. Still a lot of time to fight over here too.
4 in a row for Rex. Wants to earn another kill streak here in the Karachi hardpoint. Just trying to get a read on where this hit's actually coming from. Yuli's been taking his time inside of red, and it's because of Brack. He's just stalling them out just a tad bit down low in lights. One player gonna fall. 1-for-1 trades. It's again just scrap time that you're really fighting for here, and Rex is still on the streak.
Gotta be playing cutoff here. If you spawn up, gotta be playing cutoff. So Paul's going to spawn in and immediately jump inside the time. Major Maniac's going to be watching from top third. There's going to be a lot of upfront gunfights that might be coming all the way through red, but look at how FaZe Black are actually starting to maneuver from this. They want nothing to do with these close quarter situations. They're trying to flip this to go all the way through mid, and it's easy pickups for the SMGs of Lore Gaming. 3 in the feed. They're set up for the initial time.
That's what you needed if you're Lore Gaming. Need a chance to really lock in some time. This is the opportunity to do exactly that. You'll see Asim get taken out here on the staircase. He's going to end up dropping. Yuli's been so good at playing this roaming SMG role, and it's caused a bit of problems here for FaZe Black, but now finally things starting to light up blue in that kill feed. 2 players gonna fall. Brack with the reach out, able to get the trade, but Yuli's done a lot of damage on that 5 spree. Dylan Rex slides in, does find the break, and now needs to get some kills in the back.
Oh, doesn't finish the first. You know the chase might be there. The Semtex from Asim gives enough coverage to damage onto 2Real. Lets Dylan Rex stay alive for a little while longer. Good contest, good break to come all the way through, and now you can start feel how alarming it is for FaZe the way they broke P2, the way they're breaking for the back 20 seconds here at 3. Their lead grows.
Asim over the top, clean shots. Oh, goes for the secondary chow, makes it look so clean. Looking for number 3, gets help from Rex. On our way to new 39-point lead here for FaZe Black. They've been leading the charge the majority of the game, and they are still slaying out on the map.
4 spree for Asim, has number 5 right in front of him, 6 nearby as well, just waiting for the regen. It's gonna start coming through, and he's not over here by himself, by the way. Exceed will be right there to make sure that Asim can actually get the full-on regen. Now we rotate over towards Church. Rex is a problem here at the top side of Castle, up on a 3 spree. Exceed still finding kills. It's a 5 spree for Exceed, a 4 spree for Asim. FaZe Black seemingly can do no wrong on the second set.
This guy's pretty good, eh? My goodness.
I've seen worse.
19-12. Dylan Rex has been on spree after spree. Didn't get the last cruise missile, but might have an opportunity to work for this one. Gets the first, should be able to line up the second and gets help from Asim, and that is just as easy as you would ever want it to be. Once again, really clean on the rotations here at P5, a chance to just about secure the game if they hold on to the time.
There's just something about FaZe Black and second set of hard points. We've been talking about it day in and day out. When Rex is shooting like this, you think he likes it on LAN? I think he absolutely does. 21 in 12 now for Dill. 5 spree. Can he get another cruise missile? It would surely spell disaster for Lore Gaming in this map 1.
Lore Gaming running out of answers deep into the hard point on Karachi. Dylan Rex looking for number 6. The wall bang doesn't fully come through, and well, he will be denied the streak. So good news here for Lore Gaming if they're looking to make the comeback. But you need kills around the hill. You need to break into the hill. And to do that, you got to get through Asim. Step 1 is good. They'll follow up with a double for Major Maniac, and it looks like they can now fight for the remaining 25.
So just in case I have any mathematician scientists inside the chat, much like myself here on the commentary booth, this set of hard points right now is about 130 to about 35. That is how dominant FaZe Black were on the second set comparatively to the first. 210 to 132, and Rex will take down Yuli for the back end of this P5 as we go to P1 once more. It could potentially end here. 220 to 132. FaZe Black have really good control over the entirety of the map. High ground galore. Lore trying to find where they're located at.
Face up, gets taken out. Lore Gaming now are also playing a little bit against the clock here. Just about a minute of game time left, so playing for the hill is going to have to be one of their priorities if they want to bring this one back here as well. Major Maniac, though, he just runs right in. He knows he's got a bit of assistance on the high ground. Rex, however, is able to turn and burn, and he just fights for the high ground all by himself with another big double. He's on 4 in a row again.
He is a one-man army, 25 and 13. Give him another 4 spree. Yeah, he's going to get traded out, but the damage might have been done. Look at the flips of the spawn. FaZe Black have built themselves such a leader's advantage. They don't even have to realistically break for this. They're just doing it for the hell of it. There's not enough time for them to close it out here, but you can see player number 3, Rex, is just anchoring over by Mail because he knows the win condition.
Yeah, he is watching the cross. He will give up his position for a second. Just trying to get a read on maybe where this hit is actually coming from Lore Gaming, but there's too much that they have to do, and now all of them have to flood through red, have to look for a massive break. These gunfights got to be clean.
Oh, here comes the push. You look left. He was right. No trades to speak of. It is another 4 dead. 237 counted on up. Lore Gaming spawning in Bufu.
Looks like they can end it right here. FaZe Black want to grab control of the series with a 1-0 start. Lore Gaming got to run into the blender. A chance maybe, but nobody can get through Rex in the back. And they let him know that FaZe Black takes map number 1.
Just another casual day of Exceed just standing up and letting him know how much he appreciates the competition. Look, I mean, it's a long travel day to come back up through Toronto, and Exceed just making sure he knows you got to enjoy it while we're here, brother. It was quite the second set of hard points again, coming through for FaZe Black. And, you know, as somebody that has unbiasedly been casting all of their matches that have been on broadcast so far this entire weekend, this has been a tradition like no other for FaZe Black the entirety of this tournament. Very competitive through the first set. Again, it was only like a 20-point differential that Lore actually held over FaZe's head. Yeah. And then it just feels like that Rex just leans that much further into his monitor. And I say that he's already basically sniffing the dust off of that monitor. But regardless of the matter, you could just see how well it starts to develop for this team, right? If Rex is starting to get all these different kills going 26 and 15, how easy is it for Asim to play the role that he constantly does, trying to be the tip of that spear, to be able to be the first on the rotation, to be able to go 22 and 24, and be able to get these small little moments to set up further positionings for Brack and Rex to get in these high ground positionings. And then by the time you're worried about where the ARs are located at, well, Exceed is probably pinching you from the opposite side. Lore put up one hell of a fight through the first set of hard points again, but when FaZe Black, when all 4 of these players are shooting the way that we saw consistently, Lore had no answer at all.
And these replays, we go back through them. It feels like everybody pulling their weight at different moments, but again, you highlighted it, the ARs doing an excellent job of creating space and making it difficult for some of the influence that we have seen, you know, from the Paul X's, you know, from the Major Maniacs so far in this tournament, right? It's been a big problem. You said they shut them down. They do exactly that. That's a good way to start the series. And it's FaZe Black. This squad is gross. And when they get hands up like this, it gets scary, Andy. It gets scary fast.
My favorite part about all this is like how like Brack was like left hanging for like a fist bump for like way too long. Just so stoic. And then Asim just steps up and claps. And then you can see how they separated this entire table. You got the loud mounts at the end, like close to the enemies. Then you just got Asim standing up and clapping. It feels good to see this all happen on land. But, you know, ahead of the search and destroy coming in towards a Rio at that, FaZe Black's wheelhouse. We've seen them play it quite often through all their different iterations of the roster, dating all the way back when they were playing with Kremp and ASIM back in Boston. You even go back to take what they were looking like in Elite Season 1 when they were playing with Noah, with Lunars, and it wasn't exactly a strong game mode, let alone a map mode combination. But Search and Destroy is possibly where you could come out on top. And the reason why we say this specifically for lore is you're thinking about who is the representation on that team. That team bleeds SND, specifically for Paul X. That is quite literally his namesake, staying up late, playing like old CMG tournaments on BO4 and MW 2019 when we were casting that stuff back in the day. And then also you have Major Maniac, screams S&D. That is basically you put ARs in these tight-knit positions to be able to watch these crosses. And you just look at 2Real and you look at Yuli and be like, you go have some fun.
Have some fun, use some smokes, create some finesse
Specifically
plays.
Yuli, yeah.
Yeah, we saw some of Lore Gaming's retakes through mid, and they had a great answer for being able to smoke that mid staircase whenever there was a B play, and they would come down and just completely run through the setup. Time and time again. We'll see if that happens here, though. Map number 2, Lore Gaming looking for a big bounce back to make sure that FaZe doesn't just start steamrolling them, taking over the series and going 2-0 up. We'll see if it changes here in Rio. Search and Destroy.
Got to humble these boys somehow. A Search and Destroy win would definitely be beneficial. We saw them win round 11 versus Spitting Demons. We saw the round 9 win on Invasion versus Omit. So what's it going to look like on Rio? Very fast hit for FaZe Black coming towards A.
Smokes are down. Remember, no trophies and all of those awkward gunfights in the smoke. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. Pistol shots just coming out in the hip fire. Asim gets one. And that will drop us into a 3v2. Plenty of time left in the round. One more player in the back. And, well, they just sprint through. FaZe Black. They grab round 1.
Yeah, see, and now this is where like the mental warfare is going to be coming out on top of not only just Exceed, just giving more pleasantries to the opposite side. It's just one of those things that your first offense, you rush A. So now you feel like that if you are Lore into your next defense, you're forced to throw stuns, you're forced to hold pre-aims, at least 2 players strong to watch that hit that might be coming through. But that's just one of about maybe a dozen different strategies that FaZe Black, I'm sure, are preparing in their wheelhouse. 4 players inside of a smoke is a rave, and that's exactly where FaZe Black flourish. Now it's Lore's chance to answer with an offense of their own.
Let's see if they decide to slow it down a tad bit. Coming off that last map, basically just jumping right into this one with not too much of a break. Shots over the top, potentially in play for Asim. It's a good nade that will force one of the attackers back, who was just taking a little peek on how many defenders might actually be at A. Now it's all about working through mid, maybe looking for a bomb plant, but they get contested, and it's a first blood here from Asim.
2Real, he wanted to exit, but there was no exit whatsoever with 2 players just immediately beaming towards you. Bomb's going to get collected here by Yuli. He's going to lay this rock down at B, which is surprising because nobody's watching or covering his exit. Yeah, he gets damaged up, goes for the rechow. 3v2.
Seed gets Yuli on the retreat. Now, looking to try to break down the setup yet again. 2v1, make it 1v1. Exceed looking for the clutch play. Will he be able to outmaneuver Paul X, who's got him laser down? And oh, Exceed guns him. What a win. And what a round here as FaZe Black are going to grab another.
What could you expect anything less? Exceed getting clutches, easy reads, and then just let them know about it. You know, it's funny, the moment that 1v1 happened, the first place that I looked was at your handsome face, and I looked over just to see what Exceed was doing. He was just already shaking his head, started smiling. Make sure that he holds the square button first while the defuse is coming out.
Yeah.
And then he started yelling. Yeah. That's how you know he's been doing it for quite some time. What a 2-0 start coming through for FaZe Black. Aggression looks good on them.
You got to slow this team down right now.
Somehow.
They are rolling momentum. Every round, Exceed is yelling at you. You need to yell back. So let's see this round number 3 come together for Lore Gaming here on the defense. Little initial touch just around A to see exactly, again, what's happening. Smoke's going to go out. That's an aggressive chow from Yuli, and he'll be completely punished for it.
Yeah, I don't really know how you answer back with the aggression that was initially showed by FaZe in their offense over towards A with why don't we just 2-man push unsystematically over towards A. So you lost both your subs. Paul X, Major Maniac in a 2v4, and they are so isolated from one another.
That certainly felt like a frustrating play, and, well, the rest of it is also crumbling in round number 3 for Lore Gaming. Major Maniac would have to do something exceptional, as we always say in the 1v4s. Well, the bomb is also down, and all 3 players are just looking to run at him, hunt him down, and Major Maniac probably has no idea.
Timing bad, and of course, it's Exceed to get the kill, because why not? The more kills that this man finds in any game mode in the rest of this Grand Finals is just fuel to the fire that he will stand up and let you know about it. 7-1 start out of Caden. And again, it starts off with how you need to find the answers on how to stop the aggression. You don't answer it with aggression of your own. Like, you're trying to force yourself to play their style. It just comes through like a couple stuns, a couple nades, get some information, and then pounce on top of it. You can't just brute force your way against such a stable team of FaZe Black. With Exceed getting that 7th kill, that is a 6 spree. Cruise Missile earned 3 rounds in.
Terrifying so far. FaZe Black prepared, ready to go. And they're looking to gear up for what could be 4 straight. Too Real this time around. Wants to shake it up. Gonna come over to B. Can they get this down? That's the big question. It's Yuli that draws first blood. Takes out a seam. And now we'll have to see a 3v4 retake for FaZe Black.
Smoke gonna be shrouding everything. Exceed snaking nothing. Will get caught out. Too Real gonna gun him inside the smoke. Dylan Rex for the return of fire. Last alive is Brack. No entrance whatsoever, and that's what you needed to do. Systematic search and destroy. Get your numbers, work up through top mall, get that smoke down while the rock is being planted, and just play around it. Try to bait out some good timings for yourself, and then immediately switch to numbers. From there on out, it's overwhelming these points of ingress that you know that FaZe are going to be flooding in from. That's what we want to see out of Lore. You do not dictate the pace by playing FaZe's style of search and destroy. You got to play your own game here.
Lore Gaming getting one back, looking to build off of it as we get closer and closer to that halfway mark here in the search and destroy. But FaZe Black have been so aggressive, and this A play that they have locked in here has been a little bit troublesome here so far for Lore Gaming to deal with. It is going to be Paul X that is the sole defender. He does a great job of finding a seed before the smoke actually blooms. Exceed struggling to lock this player down, and Paul almost comes up with another one. It's Too Real that flies in, but he is now going to be side by side with Major Maniac to try to clutch out this 2v1.
And Brack is trying to bait out maybe a timing. Reload both the weapons. You're probably going to need them both if you're Carson. Now, the problem is that the bomb is dropped, quite frankly, on the plateau, just outside of the banana stand. So the way that Major Maniac and Too Real are playing with, certainly somebody needs to get traded. Sure, Brack, get a timing.
Brack looking for it. Through the backside. Gonna have to get a read. Shot's gonna be taken. Oh, gets a good look at it. If he wins that 1v1, you have to imagine there's probably a trade that quickly follows. But Lore Gaming now starting to put it together, starting to come out with the numbers, and winning a lot of these opening trades.
Yeah, and I love the stop this time around. I mean, that's 3 offenses in a row, because why not? If you're FaZe, you keep showing over towards A until it doesn't work anymore. But this time around, it was the stuns, it was the nades, it was the, I believe, 3 ARs that actually came through that time around, if I'm not mistaken. Regardless of the matter, just being able to spray down the P2 lane rather than trying to brute force your way with SMG pressure. Got to get back into the minds of FaZe Black if you are Lore. And so far, not too bad at all, being able to win 2 straight. Keep in mind, Exceed still has that cruise missile. Another offense for Lore.
Could look to use that at any point in time here. Semtex over the top, Too Real. Might be looking for a similar play that we saw in the last offensive round, where they did get a bomb down pretty quickly, and it was Yuli that was able to strike first for that first blood. Azim does get gunned, but Exceed follows him up, and actually it's Major Maniac that works for a really nice angle. Finishes off the weakened player. Yuli's getting aggressive here and will be punished again, but will there be a follow-up? Both players kind of lingering nearby.
Separated from one another. Rex. Oh, he's not going to make the right decision, is he? But Paul going to be up top here with Major Maniac. They're going to elect to actually plant this at B, not knowing what's over towards A. And this can actually work out wonderfully for them, depending on where they go post-plant.
2v2 retake. Important round for Lore Gaming to try to win to tie us up with 3 in a row. Brack wants to break it down. Stun check going to come out through the bridge. It will find a connection. That might give them a slight idea on the setup. Now through you. Looking for that first gunfight. Brack will take it. Major Maniac, though, gets one. 1v1. Mike goes down. Dylan Rex says good night. And he'll clutch up in the 1v1.
Oh, you know it's bad when the Call of Duty Superman Clark Kent is playing like this. Dylan Rex going absolutely AWOL, letting them have it as well. Big clutch to have for themselves. And that's what we always talk about, especially in Search and Destroy. Your 4v4s, your opening breaks could be everything, but it's how you play those 2v2s. That's where a lot of those S&D wagers late at night really do start to come through. Double up together, work what late utility you have. It's as you said, Austin, that stun that came through over at bridge, that was everything you needed to know. And the moment that you see where that bomb is planted for, let alone connecting a stun on a bridge, you know what it's going to be planted for. So just double hit up through mall, isolate the player on bridge, dead, and then you just have to hope that you have the clutch gene. Luckily enough for Dylan Rex, he has that plus some extra.
FaZe Black takes some of the wind out of the sails there for Lore Gaming that were gearing up for their 3rd straight. Now it's 9-4 for Exceed. And again, that cruise missile might come in here as Exceed backs up. We'll see if he decides to use it, and that will be the case. So Exceed, what can you find with the missile? Looking over the top, could weave it right through mid, gonna force everyone inside lobby here, or at least in the back of the spawn, and this might give them a chance for the bomb plant.
Yeah, no, I love that, right? You get all the information. Nobody's challenging for this bomb plant today. Brax playing cutoff with an SMG over by boxes as well. This break is mostly coming through the back.
Smoke kind of blooms above them, so it doesn't give them an avenue to push maybe down low right away. Asim, though, does find Paul X, who was trying to make a move in. Lore Gaming now down to just 3 members. Need some clean trades, and well, Yuli's able to come up with one. Asim challenges for the second. Major Maniac again, last alive, excuse me.
He's got an AR. No dead silence. No time. I mean, maybe if you get like accuracy levels of Moscow Search and Destroy and they all line up potentially, but it's just not going to happen. Not here on Rio, not today for Major Maniac. It was a good investment for the cruise missile. Nice pistol kill there at the end, but it's all consolation prizes as he will still die. The cruise missile comes through to get up to map point here for FaZe. Stoic at the moment, just trying to get the job done. Got to really appreciate the bag of tricks that FaZe are starting to throw at this Lore Gaming roster. It could be a 4-player hit over towards B. It could be another aggressive hit over towards A. That time, it's the same exact hit that they did round 1. The only difference was they had a cruise missile to shroud their entrance.
Exactly. Everyone was just funneled right into boxes afterwards as well. And it felt like they just played out the numbers perfectly, as we typically see this FaZe Black team do. Very few mistakes to pick apart here if you're Lore Gaming. You have to almost start forcing them. And it's going to have to be 4 rounds straight if you're going to come out with this S&D. Bomb going over to B. Bit of a fake here at A. There isn't a lot of help with Too Real, but he might have a chance to drop it.
Smoke right over the top of the white van. New smokes. That's going to shroud everything on the entrance. Doesn't check by the white truck. No Exceed! Oh, Mike, you got to finish your food. Does get traded. Bomb planted to B.
That was unreal. I just locked eyes with Exceed after that one. That was gross. But 3v3 we go. And we'll see if they can try to move on in. Asim getting a bit of a clear here through the backside. Again, trying to get a read on the bridge. Everyone collapsing now. Down low in the lobby. The corner will be Too Real. He finds a freebie. Secondary challenge for Rex, but he's got to come up with the next 2.
Has no idea. Last known position for Too Real. He's got the pocket SMG. Not going to be good enough for the corner that Brennan was playing. And, well, Lore win that round, but I think all of our hearts stopped collectively here at Mattamy with what the hell just happened over by the white truck. But semantics aside, Lore stay alive for another round, and it really does have to come down to how are we combating this aggression that FaZe Black are inevitably going to throw on another offense. It has been A assault after A assault after A assault out of FaZe. Has only been stopped, I want to say, once so far. Lore Gaming need a response here, and wouldn't you know it, it's a little bit of a pace difference. Bomb leaning over towards bridge, utility being thrown by Exceed, the smoke grenade maybe trying to bait out a couple of players, but you can see on the minimap, Lore not taking it.
That's right, Too Real moves into the smoke just a tad bit and says, listen, nothing's here. Let's make sure that we don't get caught slipping, but the bomb plant might still be complete. A secondary smoke now on the retake. 4v4 we go.
4v4 in a post plant. Somebody has to be taking the onus to deal with Dylan Rex over by bridge. It seems that Major Maniac might be that guy, but gets caught in the timing. 3-for-1 trade. Paul needs the entire ace to clutch the round and stay alive in the search and destroy for his team. Good luck. Have fun, buddy.
Yeah, Paul just gets completely overrun. FaZe Black makes slight work of Lore Gaming here again. 2-0 up in the best of 7, excuse me. And these guys are just not slowing down. They are taking over. My goodness, Andy, this is looking a little bit scary.
Brack ain't moving until he sees that stat screen. He's not going anywhere until he sees his stats. And, well, nobody could blame anybody because Caden Exceed, double positive, had a complete turn and burn on a Major Maniac over by the white truck as well. Cruise missile also there, 1,700 damage, just slightly right behind where Asim also had 1,716 damage. But, yeah, look, man, this FaZe Black roster is no joke. I mean, there's a lot of conversations, obviously, the haha moment of like, hey, you made it through winner's bracket, you're getting iced. They were sitting over there doing 2v2s, shooting bots, making sure they were staying warm as possible. But the defining moment for them here for FaZe Black, talking with a lot of these guys as the replays will be on our screen, is that this team was made to win championships. This team was made to cement themselves that they deserve to be back in the league. Another definitive grand finals win on LAN for challengers would surely turn a lot of heads.
Yo, Mike, you got fucking
Whoa, these guys are getting loud. They're starting to taste those belts here behind us here. As they're getting closer and closer to it, man. Those guys might be claiming it in 2 more maps. And Lore Gaming, they need a big reset here. I mean, it feels like, the S&D is where they've played a lot of teams the closest. They've also been pretty dominant, it feels like, in a lot of the hard points. So now that they've lost that, as well as their second game mode, it's looking terrifying going into what would be a control where they might be looking down the barrel of a 3-0. I think the good news here as well is that FaZe Black got rid of the Karachi that was looking a little bit tough. So.
But it's still control.
Scary, man.
But it's still control, though. And control over the past handful of series for FaZe Black has not been good at all. I mean, you go back to, sure, like at the beginning of the day, 3-0 from Omit BTB on the Karachi control. You got rid of it. But hell, even yesterday when they were going up against Spitting Demons, Noisy and Bink were letting them absolutely have it on the high rise, which if we make it to that map number 6, that'll be there as well. But as we've been talking about all day long, when it comes down to beating FaZe, you might be able to exploit some of their weaker moments that might be in control, maybe might be in control against Invasion, so you might see 3, sometimes quad AR out of these guys, but ultimately speaking, you got to win past all of the control onus and just try to being able to win a search and destroy or a hard point to be able to beat them here in Grants.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, we do have to take a second to give away our AMD Sportsmanship Award. This was actually something that all the players had to vote on for.
Yeah, we couldn't vote.
Sportsman, we couldn't vote. This was strictly the players, and it was actually SGP that did end up winning this. So they are actually going to get $5,000. I don't think they're here to accept it or here to acknowledge it.
Search is around here somewhere.
Oh, fair enough. But if they do happen to see this, $5,000. Most sportsman-like team here. Again, shout out to AMD. We love that. As we're in the Challengers pit, usually there's a lot of trash talk here. But if there's one, then I think that's probably the team that stands out, right?
Which is kind of surprising, especially because we got the resident Kiwi on that team of Cruz. If you know, you know. But it's hard not to give sportsmen like anything conduct-wise when you're looking across the stage and you got the young 18-year-old of KB over there. That guy's a fragger. He's a really nice guy. Why not? Same thing for a lot of those folks as well. Brian Darkside is on that team now too. A bunch of lovely individuals on that team.
That's fair. So again, $5,000 for those guys here. Would have loved to see them on Sunday. Usually we almost always see kind of Cruzy make it to those deep runs in the tournament, but those guys are looking for the big bounce back. But for now, kind of dialing back into what we currently have at hand. This is Lore Gaming down 0-2 for anyone that is just tuning in. FaZe Black, they're coming out and they are just completely steamrolling them at the moment, right? It has not been very close in the hard point. It felt like the breaks were a little bit inconsistent. Those routes that were really working out for spawns for players like Yuli and Turiel weren't there. But you did mention that the control has been at least somewhat solid here for them. We saw them win it quite a bit. It is Invasion, so this is your opportunity. And if you lose this one, I mean, we've seen some crazy things happen before in the past when teams have gone up 3-0, but still.
Have we now?
Just saying, it doesn't look good.
Is one of those teams on the stage?
Perhaps. Not saying names.
Just making sure that they can hear me for sure. But regardless, I think they're tired of me saying it anyway. But it has happened before, and it was a Lore team on the other side. It was about a month ago there in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So, yeah, I think that I'm being looked at by their content creator because I'm talking about the reverse sweep that happened in Florida. If you know, you know it happened. And we're not saying that it could happen here. Again, I think that control is going to be the better bet, specifically when you are looking at this team of Lore Gaming. Again, historic ARs, Paul, setting pace, Major Maniac, holding irons. Should be able to set up maybe that third SMG, which I'm sure will probably end up being Turiel, is what I was seeing earlier, to be able to find a lot of those different pockets as far as Invasion is concerned, and just open up a lot of these rooms and accessibility for Yuli. Again, that has been the bread and butter for this team's success all weekend long, and it's something that you just need to find some semblance of coming into this Invasion control. Easier said than done. Again, this should theoretically be the better of the 3 control maps for FaZe Black. Again, given they love 3 ARs, they love sometimes even quad ARs. You let these boys start working the teamwork and the crossfires, they gonna beam you.
Yeah, I think the big deal here is finding a way to shut down players like Rex, right? Like, we've now seen him have the ability to take over the respawns. It's Exceed that's really the player that steps up, it feels like, for FaZe Black in the search. But when you get to the respawns, doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter what map it is. This guy is almost always going double positive. And it's something that I feel like is talked about, but almost not enough at times, because he is just getting you 2 kills a life. That is so valuable in something like Control, where, you're spawning across the map, especially on the attack. You're back in Palace, and it's like, all right, step 1 again, boys. Let's fight out of our spawn. So it's so difficult when you're fighting these guys that are very difficult to kill, shoot straight, and are really good at finding, again, 2 kills a life, it feels like a lot of the time. So you are looking towards the ARs. I did like Yuli when he's playing this because he's very aggressive with that AR, and it feels like he knows those moments of opportunity when to take away space.
Oh, yeah, dude knows timings. I in theory, I want to say that there was maybe a few days out of the year that Yuli has not been playing MW3, probably some holidays of some sort. This guy's an absolute grinder. And you just talk about like the overall chemistry that both Yuli and Turiel actually have. Let's not forget that they are 2 of the 4 roster that did win last year in Boston under the TFL Enterprises, the Decimate roster. Was playing with Fellow and Ghosty at that time. So a lot of chemistry, sure. You're going to need all of that, plus a little bit extra you would feel going in towards Invasion. But I think even more so than that, just to continue on the conversation for FaZe Black and what makes them so deadly, even on this map mode combination. We saw it versus the Exceptionals yesterday. Their ability to adapt and understand what their plot holes were after losing that offense, another scary factor of this roster as well. Lore Gaming looking for the response here. Do not want to go down 0-3 versus FaZe.
All right, FaZe Black looking to put another dagger up on the board here with 3 straight. And it will be the attack first for Lore Gaming. As I talked about it, Yuli actually able to fly forward. What a win that is there onto Asim. And he's going to continue to put the pedal to the metal. He gets right inside of bottom blue. But Exceed has been able to sneak his way through the back of DVD Alley. Looks for a little play onto the point, but can't commit to it. And now that first segment has been secured.
Oh, look at Yuli just push all the way up inside of blue still. Nobody's trying to chase this guy. Nobody has any rhyme or reason to try to contest him. So Yuli says, screw it. I'll continue to push behind enemy lines all the way back through gas. Able to find his 2nd kill in the round. And it's just Turiel that is soaking up that control segments over by B. And the reason being is because FaZe want to make sure that nobody gets any progress up towards A. Brack's already pushed up all the way top of the sandbags. Has to concede the space for now. Sees 3 spawners in front of him.
Brack now just going to try to get a little info. Watch the cross, does get the regen, so now we can pop back up, maybe look for a kill or 2. But they know exactly where he is. The stun does connect, it still manages to come away with Yuli, so that's a small win in itself. Turiel, though, on the other side of the map, looking to cut off the respawners. Does have a double team here, and still comes up with a kill, almost slips back in. But Brack got the respawn, able to deal with the player in the back. While all this happened, B gets secured, and now there's 2 minutes to play with here on the attack.
What was a handful of lives lead is now just evened up off Brack being able to find the exit. And then another one taken down by Exceed. And this is exactly the adaptation that I'm talking about when it comes down to invasion control. They're making sure they're always keeping players over by B Street, make sure that nobody can take the timing because there is a lot of time on the clock. The biggest issue is that time is now stalled out. You got to deal with Brendan Turiel. He's on the zone.
Exceed slips through, finds the easy kill from behind. However, he's going to have to maybe try to play his life. Couple players also looking to push through. Major Maniac, top blue, key position. They may not know he's here. Yuli finds one down low. It seems now out of the picture. And that stun check doesn't connect here. Major Maniac, though, isn't moving very quickly. They're just stalling for their teammates to come back up on the map.
Good info from Asim. And again, they're just as wise as the others. They know that there's going to be a constant potential for the flank to come all the way through. There's still a minute of game clock for crying out loud. 14 plays up against 15. Turiel trying to take a forward approach inside a DVD. Going to give away his positioning. Not going to be pushed immediately. It's Yuli that actually shows up to take down Asim. He's trying to push up across that already captured B Street, but just when you get past the 50-yard line, that's when FaZe Black again strike back. Another 2 in the feed.
Yuli up top in Treehouse. Gonna get some info, but gets cleaned up from behind. Asim now able to help protect that B Street for what is inevitably going to be a potential push through. And while middle map control also locked down, this is looking a little staggered here for Lore Gaming. They're starting to struggle. They haven't had a look at A in quite a while, and we're down to 30 seconds left on the clock. And even that battle's not won. It's not looking good here in round 1.
No, it is not. Oh, dear. A combined 10 spree. Looking for 6. Can't lock it down. Major Maniac will find that trade. It's a big one. Could have been a cruise missile coming into the next round, but it doesn't mean that other players aren't really close to it. 4 spree for Exceed. Asim sitting up on 3 in a row. And now Lore Gaming with only 4 lives remaining. They're going to probably just chalk this inside of their spawn, not wanting to give up more kills because, let's be candid, it is invasion control at the end of the day. You may get that B zone captured, but it might just go 3 segments each for offense until we finally muddle out who is going to be that round 5 defender.
All right, well, it plays out typically how we would expect it to on invasion control. A lot of the time you're simply playing for ticks, getting to a round 5. If you can scrape away an offense, well, all the power to you. We've seen a couple of them, but still happens very rarely. Now, what will FaZe Black's first attempt look here on the attack?
Pretty standard stuff. Clear through mid. Exceed's going to be waiting for a timing over by Bridge to maybe try to go assault A. You got 2 players over there currently, but the only defender really over towards this B push is just Yuli. And he doesn't know how many players are around this corner, brother.
Yuli's gonna go take a look. Awkward gunfight, but does come out with it. Quick trade will follow. Brack now just on the high ground. We see him play this position all the time while his teammates are just down low capturing, but Exceed, he has a couple of different options here. Could find a kill, hop on the zone, threaten more than one, but he's also working for the streak.
He's just going to live back here for as long as possible, especially with an MCW. Going to be waiting for a long delay timing. This is just about everything. He's going to get in a 1v1 versus Yuli. Is Yuli going to be privy to seeing this door just ajar? No, he's not. He's just going to go back gas for now. That timing is going to get very unique. But you look at the rest of the map, and Lore are cutting down AS&D. You got 2 real inside of Dark. The only player that's pushed up is Exceed, and the rest of the team is waiting for any information that he finds.
Exceed still looking for kill number 6. It feels like he's been back here for about 60 seconds, and Yuli, who's been searching for him for a while, will finally die. So the cruise missile earned. Brack cleans up 2, throws himself right on the point. Trophy system to also work with here. He's on a bit of a spree, but he does not have assistance. This is going to be a solo journey.
It sure will be. I mean, there's going to be delay assistance coming through from Exceed. Brack, first one in will be Yuli. Will get the elimination, and Exceed can't even fly the trade. Yuli just comes flying out with the MCW and just rips him to shreds. Ready for the next shell over by AS&D. Won't be able to find much of anything. And now we're starting to run out of time here. No segments captured on A or B. Scary situation for FaZe.
Yeah, forced to start looking at this B point. Everyone starts to desperately make their way over with 8 seconds left. Someone's going to have to stop the clock. Major Maniac, you could pick his moment really well through the backside.
Sure can.
Might have an opportunity to upset it all. It was being watched for a second. Gives away his position. Brack and Dylan Rex now both got him pinned inside of Ice Cream, but someone's got to hop on the zone and stop the clock, and now there's pressure from the front. Might be enough to stop it, and it is. That is a massive round here for Lore Gaming.
And they were able to get at least 1 segment, but again, it's a consolation tick, right? Like, you spent a lot of that time just trying to get through the middle of the map. You had 3 players that were over at B. In the moment that you took the trade down onto Yuli, they were trying to transition that into Rugs control and through mid. And by the time that Exceed was over there, he was the only player that was still alive. Thankfully for FaZe, because he was on that 5 spree, was able to get the 6 inevitably, but you better hope that there's going to be at least a full hold or more segments captured in your next offense. Otherwise, you might need to save that cruise missile for a round 5 offense.
That is a fair point. Something we'll look for, but Lore Gaming, maybe that gives them just a little bit of that confidence they need going forward as they're back on the attack. Last time it felt like they had a lot of time to work towards A after getting a fairly early B point capture. Exceed through the backside, looking to try to disrupt this play at B as one of his teammates do end up dropping. Will give away his position, and it's Turio that pushes forward, grabs control of Treehouse, and now they'll stop the clock and they will lock in the first segment.
Timing out from Dark, not good for Rex. Good scouting coming through from Major Maniac, who is solo capturing the zone. Paul's there to join him as well. Gonna bump Major out from the zone itself just to try to get a little bit more space. Timing's not good for either Exceed or Major Maniac, but Major Maniac's going to take him down up top blue. So more positional advantages coming through for Lore Gaming until Brack pounces, finds one off the respawn, is going to start pinching them inside of Ice Cream, maybe trying to contest Paul over by the B zone. This is a risky maneuver because you still have to worry about Yuli. He's all the way back ass.
Oh, it's a big win for Brack, but it's going to be captured right before he gets there. So 2 minutes to play with. In the back, Exceed able to win a huge 1v1. And this should give you a chance to take a breath, set up how you see fit, and try to keep them in the spawn trap as long as you can.
It's positioning for Rex. You want a guy that's going to beam you at range. It's going to be constantly Dylan Rex playing to the backside of the heady. Going to be stuck in a 1v1 though. Paul will be traded. Just look at the advantage that's being taken through the middle of the map. Again, FaZe Black are fully aware of what we've already seen. That B zone is captured, but this is the most perfect spawn trap. 1 player over by B. Dom just beaming you, funneling players into Rex's irons is the crossfire for Asim that's pushed up over by Ice Cream.
You have to find some connections with some of these nades or stuns or something to get Rex out of this position. And well, the nades are connecting, but EOD will make sure he doesn't go down to it. Yuli now finally flies forward and they deal with Rex on the side, but here comes Exceed now, who's also got the cross on lock. 4 in a row, make it 5, challenging for 6, will be shut down. Paul X will make sure there's no secondary cruise missile in play, but it is going to be still a huge amount of time off that clock, now down to about a minute 5.
Full big 1v1 through courtyard. Yuli's gonna find it. You still have plenty of time to try to take a route, but you're running out of lives for Lore. That this next hit you feel like needs to be a decisive one. How long can Two Real stay alive? We know that FaZe Black love to try to retake this B Street. He's not here by himself, though. Yuli's going to get crossed up. Big immediate trade coming through. But again, FaZe Black are just cycling players out over by Treehouse, reinforce over by B. So long as they can constantly get Dylan Rex over by Bridge, he's back to the same antics.
It feels like he just spawns right back up here or something,
For
doesn't
real.
it? Brack and Rex, we said those were the players you have to deal with if you're going to get through this team, and both of them are playing exceptionally well alongside Exceed, who's been keeping it up here after last map. They do a good job of getting through Brack here on the left, so there might be a chance to try to OE, but you have to try to cut through the players here in DVD. Asim, next one up. They find him cleanly. There is still a chance, but you only got 19 seconds. You got to sprint to this zone.
And Rex is going to start cutting down AS&D. Paul X is going to catch him down over by Dark. Now the flank needs to find value, but Asim takes down 2Real, running out of time, 10 seconds.
Exceed on the point. Man needs to do it all at the moment. His teammates are coming off spawn to help watch the cross. Someone's got to slide through, and nobody, I think, is going to get across cleanly. There they all go. 4 will go down. FaZe Black, they hold on to their defense.
So here's the thing. So that's a total of 6 segments now for Lore. With only the single one being captured for FaZe Black, it's either you win this and just scathe away what could potentially be a round 5 offense by just closing it out here in this offensive round, given that Exceed still has the cruise missile, or you take the gamble and you end up getting the 5 segments. Sure, you win the round. They should still be leading by kills, that then you would get that round 5 defense. But it's all mathematics. I mean, even looking from top to bottom, they do in fact have the more kills. So FaZe Black just need to, step 1, get 5 segments. Easier said than done. Being able to get 1 segment a day is difficult. Being able to find 2, more than difficult for sure. But the offense salvo for FaZe Black, not playing any games, all 4 players stacking around B.
Yuli gets shrugged back there with the Semtex connection, and it is a double stack, so it looks like FaZe Black want to try to grab this early, and there isn't a whole lot of reinforce coming through here for the defense onto the zone. Asim just flies forward, has a chance to pinch up mid and make sure that they don't get the spawn trap set up. Those are clean shots. He's going to follow up on Dark. How about that route there? Love to see it from Asim. He finds 2, looks for number 3, pistol in hand, waits for his teammates to chow. That is great teamwork, and now you got over 2 minutes to play with to start working towards A.
Oh, combined 9 spree in between Rex and Asim. So Exceed's going to call on the cruise missile immediately, trying to get Brack a little bit further forward, trying to help Asim maybe catch a timing to be able to find that 6 kill, and he's able to do so inside of Clocks, finds a second, looking for the 3rd inside of Laundry, won't be able to convert it, and now the cruise missile was all for naught. But you did get it replenished by Asim going on that 6 spree. Now you need to get further map positioning.
See it inside, able to find himself in another one. Wants to lock down Cafe control, but they also have to worry about Major Maniac, who could pitch up the play on B Street. 1v1 right in front of him. And we'll see if he can try to just really hold on to this position. And he's going to force everyone inside of the bottleneck through mid. Paul X also finding kills. And if you can deal with mid here, you're looking pretty solid on the defense, but everyone coming off of spawn, struggling to get through. The only one that's in the back is going to be Brack. He has a chance to make a play if his teammates are able to find 1 or 2 down.
They're not giving him a single light a day. I mean, you got one player of Yuli that's pushed all the way over by Bridge. Where's the rest of Lore Gaming playing at? All the way through mid. They're counting names. I'm sure that they are. They know that Brack is missing on the map, but until he touches that A zone, nobody's going to budge. They're going to keep the other 3 players trapped.
Yuli absorbing a lot of the pressure right now, trying to finesse. No HP to work with. Will be taken out fairly cleanly, and Brack, who was there for about 30 to 40 seconds, is unable to come up with any success. So it's all about the front. What can you do to try to break into Cafe? What can you do to try to sprint to this zone?
Got to cut through mid, but the timings again from Yuli coming out from Dark. Quad AR good for them as well as what was for FaZe Black. Which is crazy to say because I mean the only one that's close to being positive is Major Maniac, 14-14, but they are definitely leading as far as segments. Brack able to get onto the zone, has a trophy system.
Seems in a good spot too. He's going to call out a lot of the players trying to make their way in and around mid. Exceed now responsible for helping on the cut. Shot's going to come through. He's able to find 1. It's Brack on the zone. Needs to come up with at least a kill and 2 real finesses for a huge double and clears off A.
Got the first segment. Need 1 more. 25 seconds remain. FaZe trail by 5 lives. They know that's going to go round 5, surely. Asim still has that cruise missile in his back pocket and probably not going to see that. Exceed is able to find 1, but can anybody get across A Street to try to work that second segment?
Gonna have to fly. Gonna have to go. 10 seconds now on the clock. Major Maniac just patiently waiting. 2Real will deal with 1. The cruise missile's used from Asim. Doesn't find any connection. No. They try to get across. Nobody can do it. Asim follows up on his own play. And there will be nothing to come from it. We are going to a round 5.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. FaZe Black gonna have that offense, and they had to use both their cruise missiles just to see any presence over by that A Street. These boys are shooting, but invasion control, being able to convert an offense, is a fickle beast. Does become a little bit alleviated when you do have that very strong resource, but we'll have to see. The offensive rollout was able to get B very, very quickly. I do really love what we got to see out of Lore, though. I mean, they knew that Brack was back over by Gas for such a long time, but they had such good map positioning just to keep all the other 3 players trapped that it wasted, what would you reckon, like 35, almost 40 seconds.
Felt like that.
And now TuReal comes into this round, 21-20 for the kid on a 5 spree. Can FaZe Black convert an offense here in round number 5?
TuReal also looking to finish off his spree. The 6th kill. Seam comes right in, or rather someone comes into him and can't finish off Yuli. TuReal makes his way over. The cruise missile from Paulex will finish off Brack. And now TuReal wants to surge forward, wants to try to earn that spree and that streak, but it will not happen. 1 minute on the clock. Both zones were slightly contested so far in the round, but now it looks like they're going to be able to get some presence in and around A and B again.
And the early cruise missile was able to at least stave away FaZe Black's initial offense over towards A, but now they've been able to reset themselves through the middle of the map. Look at the cover through A, S, and D. There's so much blue arrows around this side of the map.
Oh my goodness, FaZe Black, are they going to be able to steal away an offense in round 5? 2nd segment going to be secured on A. Have to clear out a seam. They get the read. Now you have to move to the zone, but the double stack, is it good? A SWAT second contestant. Oh my goodness, have they cleared it? It looks like they have. They just barely get there in the nick of time.
3rd segment's going to get depleted by Paul. So now you're going to have a 3v4 on this side of the map. You have one player to read is going to be Exceed. He's playing all the one in the bottom side of Treehouse over by that shop. One player's trying to hit a little bit of a time against Major Maniac. They're willing to give up maybe even a 2nd segment just to make sure this works.
Shots in the back. Exceed finds Yuli. Now looking for some of that Treehouse control. As Paulex is able to slip on through. Good first gunfight. Challenges the 2nd. And oh my goodness. Just completely destroys Brack off the heady. And Asim will follow up. They know that there's still one more player behind them inside of construction. Major Maniac has an opportunity to play some big kills, but he'll be overwhelmed. Dylan Rex finds him in the 1v1.
And look at him starting to push through. Lore Gaming trying to push all the way through, but Dylan Rex will piece 2 of them up. TuReal will be there at least for the trade. Look at player number 6. Exceed has already worked all the way over by A Street because Lore Gaming thought that it was going to be a flood over towards B. 2 players strong, 3 players over here for Lore.
No trophy system though. Exceed just trying to get one. Unable to do it. Still one more player close by, and you're getting reinforcements now to follow it up. Brack goes down. What can Asim do? Nothing. Yuli comes up big again. What a moment. They are making sure this A zone does not get captured, but on the other side of the map, B might go over.
They're trying to be everywhere right now. The 2v2 over by the B zone did not go their way. Exceed will be there to be able to find the elimination alongside Dylan Rex. B zone has been captured. A single segment is all that is required for FaZe Black to take a 3-0 lead here in this grand finals. 1 minute and 20 seconds, 11 lives to 14 is what Lore Gaming are looking at for their win condition to be able to go up and at least get a map off of FaZe Black. Nice shots out of TuReal. Kill number 26. More map positioning to take away from themselves. And both these players, both 3 and 4, Yuli and Major Maniac, are in prime position to read where this hit is manifesting from.
Major Maniac, he doesn't know what to shoot at. He's like, I just saw 3 players in front of me. He'll get a read on the 2nd. Good kills come through. 4 in a row now for Mike. And the player just goes right over his head. And, well, there it is. Gets a little help. And that will be kill number 5. So now you have a chance at earning a cruise missile. You're down to 45 seconds. You just need 1 single segment on A.
Brack, at least there for the trade. All the bridge is clear. Your side of the map is clear. But Yuli's starting to get more presence over towards Ice Cream. It's 9v8. Lore have the life advantage. And with Yuli taking down that kill, now you have to feel like that somebody's might be flanking from behind. So FaZe Black, they need to go off of the presence that they have through mid-map.
Yeah, they're going to get pinched up here on this play. And well, kills in the back. Dylan Rex looking to come up with more than 1 in this situation. Chow not coming to him. Gonna throw himself on the point. Just needs to buy time. Needs to come up with kills. Dylan Rex for 2. Looking to the pistol. Almost gets the 3rd. No respawns remaining now for FaZe Black. From here on out, it's got to be clean, and they got to go.
13 seconds remaining. You got to be able to find these kills. Nice stun coming through from Paul. Takes down Asim. The flank might be coming through, but it's a day late and $1 short potentially. The defense has a cruise missile. Major Maniac, Paulex show up in a massive way there at the end. Lore Gaming will not go down without a fight. They take the invasion control.
The control still holding strong, but man, oh man, does it come down to the wire. No real lives to work with, no real time left on the clock. So many opportunities, though, to catch that A zone, Andy. We saw it almost go over, just a sliver left in that final capture there on the 3rd segment, and it's Yuli that came up big, not once, but twice in 2 of those huge moments when they were making their way on over. And like you said, we got ourselves a series. There will be no sweep.
It's a scary sight when you look over and you see that Yuli's laughing with Paulex. Paulex has a handful of clutches on the weekend. Yuli has some really, really good series on the weekend, really, really good games. And you can go ahead and tally this one up as far as engagements is concerned. I mean, this guy is everywhere. 25 and 33. Major Maniac went 22 and 19. That cruise missile at the end was very, very important. And the one that Paulex utilized at the beginning of that last round. It kept them right off the A. The plan was stuffed immediately by FaZe Black, trying to go for mid and maybe try to split push over towards A because there was no resistance. But Lore, they had the script. They knew exactly what they were going to try to do, had the resources at their disposal. And as be it for Lore Gaming, they got outslayed by a good margin. It's just the fundamental play coming through from FaZe Black. That is what you get for having Major Maniac, or for Lore, excuse me, just being able to anchor out a lot of these different line of sights, letting Yuli run around like a chicken with his head cut off, and TwoReal picking up the pieces where it's not being left at. It's just a formula for success that works out every single time I think about it on paper. The control will be lost, surely, but is that the momentum going to be swung?
Wow, crazy stuff coming through here for us, but we are now going to see if this can continue, because we had maybe predicted that, okay, if they're going to win A game mode, it feels like it could be the control.
Right.
But I think there is still a lot to digest when we get into the hard points. The rotations, the breaks, that needs to be cleaner. That needs to be just more on point if you're going to take down this FaZe Black roster. So they're able to grab themselves one. You got to think that's a confidence builder, and whenever I'm playing with Major Maniac, I'm also never thinking of Shocked anyway, so you're never going to have a concern of that. But you're certainly looking to come back into this one here and really set the tone like you were able to do in the control, and I thought they also stepped up in a couple of big ways. You mentioned Yuli. I thought Mike also played a pivotal point.
Yeah.
I mean, we know this guy. He locks down irons. Yeah. He's going to play an invasion. He's probably going to come up with some big kills. That's what you get there. So that's just what we need to see more of here going forward through the rest of this best of 7.
Yeah, and then Paulex as well. I mean, he just like, he goes really underneath the radar of just like constantly finding 2 pieces, constantly finding these 5 sprees, because he can flip that switch on like being the aggressive player. He can pick up a submachine gun. He can get it done with the MCW. He can also play all the way far back and play across like what we were seeing on Invasion alongside Major Maniac. And it's a recipe for success. We've seen it work in quite some time. Don't ever forget when he was playing on New York Subliners alongside Mr. Porter, that's exactly what they were doing as an AR duo. So we go over to a 6-star hardpoint, and this is where the conversation starts to kind of maneuver to the opposite script. You're almost, I wouldn't say you're forced to run 2 SMGs a lot of the time, but the way that things are so mixy from the hardpoint changes from 2, 3, and even 5 as well as 4. Honestly, every single hardpoint, it feels like there's a parallel spawn unless it's P1 here on 6-star now ever since they went through those changes. So 3 SMGs at certain points in time, and this is why I talk about the momentum. I mean, if you continuously swing the way that we saw Yuli and TwoReal taking gunfights with an SMG and with the amount of avenues at your disposal here on 6-star, things might look a little grim for FaZe Black. They got to stabilize it.
Well, all right, let's get into it here, folks. Huge map number 4 coming on up. Lore Gaming have an opportunity to tie up the series. We said they looked a little bit slow, a little bit sloppy there through that first map. This is their chance for redemption and to get one back. Let's kick it off. Into P1 we go.
Old Razzle Dazzle with a couple of good beats playing over the top. That's P1 on 6-star, baby. I mean, favorite side of the map will be there for Lore, but we saw how that worked out wonderfully for them in Karachi. Spoiler alert, it did not. So we'll have to see what they're able to do here. Immediately fighting all the way through P1. A lot of cross-ups to be worried about. FaZe Black able to find a couple kills. A lot of time left to soak for.
Lore do get the first touch. Grab themselves about 12 seconds. That's a nice pick up there from the pool side from Asim. Wants to try to press forward so he can start to influence those spawns, but TwoReal will make sure he has no opportunity to do that. Nades over the top here, continuing just to fight through mid. That is really going to be the battle. Exceed comes up with 1. Gets a read on the second. Bad timing there for Mike. He'll drop as well, and now you can maybe look to go forward.
Oh, look at the positioning coming through from Brack all the way through the lounge. Not here alone. Exceed's going to be hugging over towards security as well. And now Lore Gaming are from the outside looking in. There's at least one of those split spawns that come through from Asim over by Statue as well as Exceed. So you know that you should have numbers on this side of the map unless Brack gets away with that. Big 2-piece for Carson. Still have more players to worry about though.
Wow, talk about a right hook. Just absolutely hits him with the KO. Big kills in the back. And now the spawns feel like they should be solid here coming through for Lore Gaming. Brack, though, wants to pick up where he left off. Finds another one. 7-2 now. He's off to a very fiery start and feels like they should be able to overwhelm this point. FaZe Black on the hill. Submachine gun in hand. Brack is frying 8-2 as he moves to the time.
finally dealt with this 20 seconds, albeit scrap time, and albeit the second hard point of the first set here on 6-star is actually a pretty big 20 seconds, given how the rotations do work all the way across the map. You have Yuli, you have Major Maniac over here trying to work in tandem with one another. Major Maniac looking to play his life. That's the right call. Paulex not too far away, waiting for the cross to come through the back stairs. They know that FaZe have these close spawns, but they're waiting for 2Real to come off of their respawn and maybe try to push it.
Short-handed break. Player 1, 2Real coming off at the scrap time, and wow, Mike actually comes up with 2.
The spawns.
Dylan Rex now in the back. You call the spawns coming through. Gonna see a lot of 50-50 foot races here and splits on either side of the map, but through the backside will be Paulex trying to work through, seeing if he can get this elimination onto Dylan Rex, and he's making it ever so difficult.
Poolside control there for Lore. Interior decorating coming through for FaZe Black, but it is their blood all over the walls here at P3. Another good push comes through for Lore, and again, delayed as it may have been for 2Real not to be there initially, it does set himself up for success to be able to clean up and find a lot more damage. Major Maniac is 10-4, by the way, 11-4 now. This is a battle of the ARs where Brack has kind of been slowed down, if you want to even say that. 9-6 after a 7-1 start. Lore Gaming really starting to figure out the puzzle here on 6-star.
Lore Gaming up. And scrap time looks like it will just be collected from FaZe Black. Now it's about the cross-map movements, and that's going to be a pretty swift movement for FaZe Black as they just basically go to the top side of the map here. Dylan Rex has even got a lot of the zoning happening through the pool side, so this is going to be difficult. And look at the pinch play. Asim actually hits a late route, and it works out beautifully here for them. They're going to find 3 of the 4. 2Real the last one up.
He's going to be actually inside the hill. He saw immediately the players pushing around the other side of the Tiki. They saw that the hill ended up flipping. They're like, hold on a second. What are you saying? There's somebody else inside the hard point. Turn and snap. He is dead. 60 points now for FaZe Black and counting all the way up. And if Lore Gaming don't find success on this push, you're going to have to chalk and just get over towards security. That is a money hill if I've ever seen it. But FaZe Black were able to do the same here on P4. Last little argument for 2Real. Almost able to line up all 3, but his SMG duo of Yuli is there for the trade. 15 seconds secured.
Oh, it's a big moment here for Paul. He's going to get a read on this rotation coming towards P5. Paul in a great position for 1. I like this discipline. Don't stick around for the second. They now know you're there, and he can come back around and pinch this play up, but all 3 players have managed to get just inside or around the office building, and Paul on the flank, looking to find kills, lines him up and helps 2Real, flies over the top, just needs to lock down the last member, and he is there with the support. Major Maniac cleans up 2 in the hill.
He saw the info on a Brack. They know that Brack is going to be going through the jump up, and it's picked up by Paul because, of course, it is. Good timing to be able to find the first of the information around the back, but it's still numbers flipped in favor for FaZe Black, spotting right near P5, but the foot race is on. Lore Gaming are in the security building.
30-second differential between both these squads. And now a final battle really taking place. Dylan Rex snaps from left to right, back to right. Gets help from Exceed. And they'll clear out 3 of the members here from Lore Gaming. And now you're looking solid for the remaining 20 seconds. You might look to give this one more hit down low. That's going to be Paul, but he's got a lot in front of him, and this has been a great, solid hill for FaZe Black.
Yeah, it really has been. That's going to be the conclusion of our first set. It's just about a dead even game. And I feel like I've been saying that every single time I've casted FaZe in a hard point. Going in towards the second set, this is where you need to have a continuation if you are Lore Gaming. Major Maniac is 16-9. Look at the engagements in between both Yuli and Paulex. This is their recipe to deal with FaZe Black. Do not let these boys cook. Lore Gaming are inside the time for now. It is FaZe on the favorite side of the map. They're trying to coordinate a pinch around the back.
Dylan Rex looking for the opening. Challenges come through. Looks to clear out DJ, and well, all the team shots just feel like they're completely on point. FaZe Black kicking it up a notch. Paulex through the middle. He's going to get a bit of help here from one of his teammates. Rex with the reads. You saw him turn. Just can't get the gun up quick enough. And now with the break, it feels like 2Real cleans up 2. They're in for some time. Asim the last one up.
And look at the overextension that just came through for FaZe Black. They wanted to try to work that pinch over by P1 because the kills came through so quickly and the 50R line was then flipped. Lore actually get the spawns ahead of P2. FaZe Black are starting to feel that sweat drip down their back because now they have to flood all the way through the pool side, trying to get themselves back into position for P2. Brack looking to do just that. 16-14 for now. Spawns coming through for Lore on the south side over by security, so they'll have numbers first while the rest of FaZe members are sprinting across the map.
Yuli is going to get called out. He was on 5 in a row. That would have been his 6th, but great comms come through here for FaZe Black on the flank. Lore Gaming up by quite a bit of points. This hill could really solidify a win if they're able to lock it in, and they're finding kill after kill. Exceed the last one up.
Exceed trying to find more value around the back. back to the hipfire. Headshot. Why not? Cannot lock down the third. The regen did not come through in time. It's a great trade to have for yourself, but look where FaZe are spawning. All the way down over by security. The self-nade on the Brack not going to help out your efforts at all, but still time to fight for here too.
Not what you want to see. FaZe Black almost fumble a bit with that Semtex, killing Brack himself. Gonna hurt a tad bit. And now 20 seconds remain. Brack gonna give it another go off the respawn here. A couple players to look at. He is easily traded out. And that means that Lore Gaming, they do grab a huge chunk of time, and they got themselves about a hard point lead as we move to P3.
That is a massive lead to have for yourself. You remember what happened in the first set, Austin, is that it was about a full 60 that came through for FaZe on P3. So it is that differential that we have. Can you hold one more time? Rex playing over by the sidebar is able to at least find one. Good damage from Exceed to at least claim the second. The next player that you're gonna have to be worried about is Paul. He's through P1 right now, waiting for the regen. But it seems spawns all the way bottom security. Paul seems to have a privy on the situation, gets stunned up.
Wow.
Still able to win the gunfight on the other side. Yuli shows up in a massive way. All dead. Lore Gaming are back into the hill.
What a read that is from Paul X saying, listen, I know where they're going to spawn. I know they're going to come behind the play, and that really could have upset everything. So that read sets them up in a big way. Exceed trying to get Mixie through the front, but again, overwhelmed. Too many players here, and Brack gets help from Rex. And I thought maybe Lore Gaming would have been good in that 2v3, but FaZe Black do manage to fight their way in for the back 20.
You. That guy's gross. Need a little bit more, though. Still trailing by about that 60 points. And Exceed, again, trying to be the tip of the spear. Luckily enough, Asim was there for the trade as we set ourselves up for 4. Again, not a very long rotation from 3 to 4, but I love what Lore Gaming are starting to do. Hit through the old time. It was only 2 seconds, but they want this side of the map, and they better be counting numbers. And from the spawn that came through for Brack, you should convey that information. You got one player on your flank.
Brack down the staircase, following up on the play. Will it be red? Oh, TrueReal gets a good look. Just can't find the kill. Followed up by Yuli, who's able to come up with another one. Trophy system now down to help keep him safe, but he's got battles out in front of him. Exceed gonna wait patiently for the chow. Yuli finds another. Oh my goodness, Yuli comes up with 4. He's got help over the top, and Lore Gaming have now reached over 200 points in the hard point.
50 engagements. 5 spree for Yuli. Looking for kill number 6. He's chasing the red dots. He knows it. He's weak. Give him 6. 32 and 20 out of the young man. Yuli can do no wrong. He loves it here on 6-star.
We got him for a reason. It's because he comes up big in huge moments, and Yuli earns the streak. It's only 8 seconds for FaZe Black. You take a look at the mini-map. There's a chance maybe to try to win this with numbers, but you got a big job here if you're Paul X. You can shut this down by yourself.
Brack, 1v1 versus Paul, takes the Ego Chow. Exceed there for the trade. This P5 security is just about everything, but of course it's still in Rex there for the help. Always is. This guy plays down so much damage, and this pinch is set up. Asim's all the way behind enemy lines right now. It may not even matter because Caden goes big inside the hill.
Caden with another 2-piece. He's been so big around B5. Dylan Rex follows up. 5 in a row now for Exceed. FaZe Black trying to work back into the game. And that will be kills coming through the back rails, looking for another follow-up. Easy cleanup. Exceed's now got a cruise missile to work with, so there is lots of streaks in play, and FaZe Black are slowly bringing this one all the way back.
Pinch is coming through from the bottom side of the stairs. 15 seconds left to fight for, and again, it's 15 seconds. That could have been FaZe Black fully bringing themselves back into this game, where it's 15 seconds is going to get Lore closer towards tying up the series to a piece. A seam, though, with the Rival 9. Beams in the back pocket. Takes down TrueReal for the second. Now you can shift your focus over towards the middle of the map. Nice coordination coming through. Asim now up on 3 in a row. How many cruise missiles can these guys get?
Feels like there is just cruise missiles to go around. You get a cruise missile, you get a cruise missile. 230 though to 184 as we go through the second set of hard points. P1 is well opened, and you're gonna see Asim throw himself on the hill. Trophy system to help keep him protected. Those are going to be spawns all by the pool side. You call the cruise missile. What can it find? It's going to find one.
Oh, the presence, though. Paul knew that he was going to catch a timing on an Exceed from the information that Yuli called in from the cruise missile, but loses the gunfight. So it's going to come down to Major Maniac to try to set up a little bit of a pinch. This is a big 25 seconds to have for yourself if you can hold on to the spawns, but it's 3 in the feed for FaZe Black once again.
Oh my goodness, looking for another kill, and how does Asim win that? FaZe Black, they're not out of it just yet. They have brought this one all the way back, and now the rotation looking solid.
What did I say about the second set? Why not a third set resurgence coming through from FaZe Black? 230 to 208, trying to find more kills around the back, though. It's a forced TK onto Asim. Dylan Rex trying to at least find more trades. Exceed's going to get gunned by Paul X, who's still staying alive over inside the lounge. No more reinforcements around the corner. FaZe Black are in for the initial.
Looks like it could potentially all end here on P2 if Lore Gaming could find just one break. FaZe Black down by about 70 to 80 points, and now looking to try to grab the lead. Asim finds the first one with ease, looking for the challenge onto the second. Asim comes up big for 2. You need to find kills if you're Lord Gaming. You need to break in.
37 seconds. Both teams can still win it here. It's trying to put together a push all the way past the pool side, and from the spawn from Asim, you know that's where it's coming from.
Here we go. Lord Gaming need to set up the break. Need to find a way in. Once again, it's Dylan Rex who was on 5. It's Asim that comes up with 2. 231 to 237. Paul, though, he's able to break himself in, and it could be enough to try to secure the win.
It's at least going to secure maybe a rotation, given that Brack can maybe find a couple of kills. He's shouted inside a lounge. Exceed calls in the cruise missile, gets Paul X off the time. Rotate over towards New we go, all the way across the map. FaZe have the close spawns.
FaZe Black in position to stop it here. Asim gets Arena in 1. The Sunset could be good for another. FaZe Black trying to steal away the hard point, and they might just be good for it. 10 seconds for the win. A break down the middle. That's what's required here for Lord Gaming. Stuns, nades, everything being thrown in. Dip, diving, ducking and sliding, trying to find a way through. But FaZe Black will not let you win the hard point. They come all the way back.
What a Herculean comeback coming through for FaZe Black. They were down horrendously. I talked about a second set of rotations might be the resurgence, but no siree. It was just close-knit back and forth. The P3s were godlike for FaZe, specifically for the first set. You saw the adaptations coming through for Lore on trying to rectify that situation. Good coordinated pinches to set up Yuli continuously, and that was, I thought, was going to be the successful batter to this beautiful cake that was that 6-star map number 4, but it simply was not. 250 to 238, the final scoreline. Lore had it in their grips, but they just let it go ever so slightly, going over towards P2. Talk about an emphatic cruise missile just to be able to get Paul off the time, and then it forces all the rotation over towards New, and FaZe were like, screw it, we're already over here by P3. Might as well call it in, get them off the time, win there on the rotation. It was a massive game for a lot of different individuals. Exceed is having himself a day. 37 and 33, 33 and 31 out of Asim as well. But you really got to feel bad for some players over on Lore with the amount of work that they were putting on. I'm pretty sure Yuli was closer to 60 engagements and he was further away, and in a positive way. Major Maniac was right there alongside him, but just simply not enough to put FaZe to bed. Not there in that hard point.
This team just does not quit. They do not know die. And they're able to grab themselves a huge victory, and they get absolutely pumped up after that. And who wouldn't? Down by what looked to be, I think, about an 80-point stretch at one point in time there, Andy. It was feeling like Lore Gaming were pretty much good to solidify that one, finally lock in a hard point, tie up the series, but FaZe Black, man, they just will not go down. They just keep on fighting, and there were so many key moments to bring that one back.
I could sit there and nerd out all day. In fact, I think that's what we might do when we go out for dinner later. We're going to watch these grand finals, and you're going to see just 2 Call of Duty lovers just nerd out about this fantastic grand finals. Very close, back and forth. Again, that puts FaZe Black up on championship point. Search and Destroy is going to be coming up next on Karachi, and again, you feel like that if you're Lore, you just got to have it.
You got to have it from here on out, man. Holy. These guys do not disappoint. Holy, you got to take a big breath. I mean, I don't even know what you do. I know Major Maniac, again, can always bring everybody back to level heads and try to get them calmed down here coming into this one, but it's going to take a heck of a lot in order to bring this one all the way back. We'll see if they can do it. I believe we are going to throw things to a short break, give players a second to set up, go to the washroom, whatever they got to do. We come back. It could be all over here. FaZe Black come out with a dub. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the grand finals here at the Toronto Open. It could be all said and done here. FaZe Black are up 3-1, and if they find the victory, they are your champions here in Toronto. Lore Gaming, they need 3 straight, Andy.
Last time we played Search and Destroy between these two teams, it was 6-3. It was on Rio. Very different map, very different concept when it comes down to how to assault a lot of these bomb sites, but look no further. FaZe Black, they love these quick executes. It's over towards B through the smoke.
Smoke gonna come down. Bloom now fades away, and as Turiel through the back is actually able to find Dylan Rex. Now looking for the bomb planter. Paulex finds a nice little angle, but Brack does get one back. We're gonna drop into a 3 versus 2. Brack makes it a 2v2.
Down to 6 HP, has to wait for the regen. Player, watch out for player number 5. Turiel is actually gonna bait climbing up the ladder, finds Brack over by barrels. It's going to leave Exceed. Player number 3 lasts alive, has to recover the bomb, let alone find 2 kills. You got Major Maniac playing top bridge. He's not moving. Turiel's maybe looking for a timing on the flank, though.
Certainly going to be a tricky ask. The bomb being down and they knowing exactly where it is and only having a sub. Seed's going to be pretty hard-pressed to pull this one out of the hat. We'll see what he can do, though. Has to move now. Going to have to just simply fly the bomb, hopefully get this kill, and drop it. And he's not even going to be able to, I don't think. Should be able to find an easy cleanup from behind here. And there's Major Maniac.
There's a little bit of hesitation right there. I was wondering if he was going to go for the style points, or just like maybe let him plant. Would have put him closer towards the trophy system, so I don't blame him at all for that. But hey, regardless, talk about a heads-up awareness coming through from Major Maniac. And I feel like this is a conversation that we haven't really had this weekend. This would be like, what, the second time that we've seen Mike get pushed back down to challengers, and every single time he does, that guy's a reaper when it comes down to Search and Destroy. SMG sometimes, the AR always, the majority of the time, I should say.
Right.
And able to get the information from both Paul and Yuli that was playing over by that B street. What did he do with that information? The island player over towards A, he pinched him, suppressed him. He was all the way over by P3 effectively for the freest kill. Great defensive opening for Lore.
Round number 2, Lore Gaming looking to make something happen on the offense. Paulex going to spot one go through top plat. And it looks like they're going to actually use the smoke on B, so not going to stick for the plant just yet. It looks like Concrete was being cleared out, and in from behind it is going to be Rex that manages to drop down, gets himself a kill, will be immediately traded, however.
Oh, an isolated play coming through from Turiel around red. He's going to get information on a second onto Brack. How much more time can he buy? In the moment you thought you were chasing Turiel, Paulex is still top bricks. Brack lasts alive, 1v3. Can't even find another elimination. Lore Gaming playing with a certain amount of fuego. The delayed hit all the way through mid into B was just all a bait to see where these players for FaZe were playing at, and it allowed Turiel to get inside of red uncontested. That timing had to have been so tight to not get picked out from top yellow to be able to get in that position, find a kill, and get away with his life, having Paulex's assistance top bricks. Brilliant.
The whole way through. Perfectly executed. Even baiting out Dylan Rex for, the 1v1 onto the bomb just to initiate everything. It felt like it was just perfectly executed, like I had just said. Well done. Need some more of this. Lore Gaming coming out swinging after losing a heartbreaker in the last map. And now looks like FaZe Black aren't going to necessarily change anything up. This should be red. We'll see a player down low near Concrete. That will be Yuli. No, it is a bit of a day one spot, and now the smoke is out. He's got to fly, and he's actually just going to completely backtrack.
Hey, they're not going to see him on that exit either. Going to crack the door inside a church. Probably not going to hear that all the way through top bridge, but the B-side control is all there for FaZe. But the problem is that the smoke has now dissipated. The cross is being held by Yuli. He's going to throw a shoulder down to 60 HP. Will remain to stay alive. But now you know that the B site is completely vacated, but FaZe can't feel the comfort to plant quite yet.
All right, another smoke is out. This time around, they're looking to contest the bomb plant. They know that they almost have to lay it here. Getting low on time. 3v3 though, it's straights on each side. The bomb does drop. Paulex able to find another one. Now we drop into a 2v2.
See, trying to chase down where the kill was located at. Paul's still playing this position. Brack is gonna be top bridge, and you just don't have to challenge him. Major Maniac's gonna confirm the information. Brack's gonna see him pop back up. It's like whack-a-mole against this Godheady in between both here at the palm trees and top AC. Brack has to recover the bomb, let alone get the plant. Major Maniac's not gonna see him anymore, but Paul is playing the cross, and it's just another reason why this AR duo just works so well in tandem with one another. And I was worried there for a second because, again, the first smoke was the offensive smoke. They get themselves in onto bridge, maybe try to work that plant. There was a couple of spam shots coming through because they saw Yuli inside of the scaffolding position, but then once they started spamming through, it took too much time. They couldn't plant the bomb. But then the defensive smoke came through from Yuli to try to contest the bomb. And that's where things could have gotten very, very scary. At least you win 1-for-1, and you still had Major Maniac and Paul X playing the cross from top second, and let alone over by P4. 3-0. What a start for Lore Gaming. Major Maniac 5-0.
Clinical. Lore Gaming hitting the big regain. And Major Maniac wants to earn that cruise missile here. Love to do it with a set nade over the top. Trying to catch someone on the car. Will not find that connection. Dylan Rex does manage to make his way to the top of Fountain. Or the palm trees, whatever you like to call it. We'll see if he can try to hold on to this position. And really, if you can't deal with this player, it's going to be a pretty big problem trying to drop the bomb.
Taking down Asim is just one less worry that you have to have on somebody maybe trying to go for a free flow flank, but Exceed's looking to pick that up. Dylan Rex is going to get isolated here on top of the bridge. Oh, like two ships of the night. They just pass by each other. Rex can't confirm the kill. And now you know that he's trapped up here. Lots to do if you are Dylan.
Yeah, you're asking for one, but it's going to be pretty difficult to get one in this spot. He's tagged up. He's low. The push, I think, from behind should finish it off. Yuli flies on in. Gets an AR to play with, too. Exceed wants to press forward. And, oh, he almost gets the timing to go underneath. That would have maybe stopped the plant. Bought some more time. Brack the last one up. Could he clutch? Two players, gonna give him a chow, and they don't even work for the bomb plant. They just want to put the pedal to the metal, find the kill. Lore Gaming, they're coming into this one here, and they're making it look easy.
Yeah, they sure are. Again, it's all off these first bloods, right? I mean, if there's one thing you know that FaZe Black do systematically, no matter the search and destroy map, when things start to have dust being settled in the round, you know that Asim's going to try to play for those delayed timings. A lot of that on Karachi's through mid. Tureal's able to pick it up. That allows Yuli to take a little bit more space further forward, because you can always trust that Paul and Major Maniac are going to be watching these crosses. It's just so easy, it feels, for Lore Gaming. And FaZe Black have yet to find a single answer, and I don't know if those stats are possibly true. They are not. Okay, so we do have like the bug lobby. I was worried there for a second. I was like, surely not. FaZe Black only have 2 total kills.
Yeah,
that would have been insanity.
Kills coming through, rounds are not. Gonna need to see a change here, surely. And down low, that's a clean trade there from Brack. He's able to escape with his life, and he also grabs the bomb and makes sure that it will not be in a bad position. Exceed, however, looks like he might have a freebie and doesn't spot the player up top here as they both elude each other. Pollock turns and says, hey, something's going on.
Now Paul is up on 5 in a row. Can you convert that into a cruise missile here in this 3v2 situation? Major Maniac, Privy, that top red very much so could have been open. Playing on top of the bus stop, leaves Brack in another 1v odd situation. We've been saying that realistically for what, the past 3, maybe 4 rounds, yeah. He's gonna be able to at least get this bomb planted, but can you isolate these last 3 players?
Well, Brack is playing this in a way where it feels like he could get traded quickly.
Yeah.
So, grabbing this kill onto Paul, and well, Paul's gonna shoulder it, and look at this discipline, right? Just wait for your teammate to come in. That is just perfect. You don't need to take that chow. He knows what needs to be done. Lore Gaming, man, this is perfect search and destroy here. 5-0 up.
It's clinical, man. Like, this is just harmonious search and destroy being showcased here by Lore Gaming. Everybody doing their part. It's just how the role is going to work out, and you can see it on their side of the stage. Just business as usual. They know that they're down as far as this grand finals is concerned, but now we start getting later in towards this best of 7. A couple of their map picks starting to come through. Karachi search and destroy, one of them. Is that going to be enough from the momentum that we thought was deflated after losing that 6-star by a total of 12 points? Not the case at all. And Asim is yet to even actually get a kill. He is 0-5. Paul X still sitting up on that 5 spree. A cruise missile would surely be the final nail in the coffin here in Karachi.
Seems still looking for his first kill, and he is going to still come through with a bit of aggression. Just has to be careful, because Paul X is really calling it, and Asim just gets caught on the wide shell. So a potential 0-6 here for him.
Called it.
What you want to see? Paul X says, yeah, let's not waste any time. Let's see if we can find a kill with the cruise missile.
Lots of information. It was slow rolling until it just wasn't anymore, but cannot confirm the elimination. Now, he knows that Dylan Rex is going to be right below him. He's the last player alive. Look, Dylan, you're pretty nasty, kid. Able to at least find the first. Not immediately traded, so I want to say it's doable. But you can't keep giving him 1v1s like this.
All right. Well, he's got time to work with. He's just got to get an idea of what the setup's going to look like, and maybe there is an opportunity to pull off something special here for a 1 versus 4. 2 more players to cut through here, going to be Yuli and PaulX.
And they're both isolated from each other. This is all just very dependent on how quickly Rex can try to isolate the information. The timing all the way through the yellow alleyway is not great. The stun gives away his positioning. Time is of the absolute essence, and Rex has no idea that they are right above him. Top AC, won't see him. Last known ditched effort is probably just to hop the bomb, but as soon as the information gets found, Dylan Rex will be toyed with. It is a 6-0 dominant search and destroy for Lore Gaming. They are not done yet.
Still fighting. It's never chalked. Lore Gaming get their second one up on the board. You got to think how much different this series could be if the last map just happens to go their way, but they have forgotten about that clearly. They are here for the bounce back. And I mean, that is just as clinical as you've ever seen it. 6-0ing FaZe Black in the search and destroy. Beautiful stuff here, Andy.
8-1 for PaulX on that 5 spree. I mean, just look at the damage numbers. I can at least trust that, right? 1,400 damage out of Paul, working that crossfire continuously with Major Maniac, but I mean, even 2Real as well, who found 2 first bloods, and I'm pretty sure that both of them were onto a seam through the middle of the map, because realistically, they're playing the same role. They're playing that late lurking, trying to get some utility to be able to catch some of these different flanking members out, and it works out wonderfully for 2Real there in that search and destroy. And that's everything we were kind of expecting for them to do, right? In the Rio search and destroy, it just didn't come through. Just the aggression was just way too good for FaZe Black to be able to win that one 6-3. But a statement and a half, brother. 6-0 on the Karachi search and destroy after you just got bamboozled by 12 points on a 6-star hard point. What is this tournament?
I feel like that's the Major Maniac effect too, right?
Like, oh yeah, probably.
Like a big speech hopefully came out after that one.
Forgot about that one.
It's just this guy is so difficult to shut down sometimes, and you know, obviously not just him, but it's just based off his history, you gotta tip it. So much as we're in Toronto, it's something that you still got to consider here on the main stage for challengers, and now they're going to have to complete 2 more in order to grab this best of 7. But that's a great way to start it. And now, well, we're going to be moving back into a control here, right? On High-Rise, I want to say. So looking over the last control, it felt like things were coming together quite well. A lot of the players, you know, like Major Maniac and Yuli were stepping up in a big way here. So if they can bring exactly what we saw in the last one into this one here, maybe we will actually see a Game 7 like you were kind of predicting and alluding to.
I'm pretty sure that this is probably going to go to the distance. And the only reason why I say that is just because control for the past 2 days for FaZe is just... they haven't really given me much to make an argument that they truly do stand a chance realistically against anybody that made it to top 6. But semantics aside, like, it should be a map that should be plug and play for them, right? I mean, you got lurking parts of the map all the way through underground that players like Asim and Exceed can be able to exploit. You can also run 3 ARs on High-Rise, as most typically do, to be able to work those crossfires for Dylan Rex, Brack, and Exceed at certain points in time. Not to mention how on Search and Destroy, they're godlike on High-Rise, just being able to manipulate both high ground simultaneously. But we got to talk about it. The last time that they played that High-Rise control, I'm pretty sure, what was it up against? As I go back frankly through my notes, versus SD Gaming. It was versus Noisy & Co. And Rex went 9-19. Uncharacteristic stat line for them, but they just could not get the ball rolling on the way that SD Gaming was manipulating High-Rise control. Is this going to be any different? Again, FaZe Black up on championship point. 1 more map is all that was required for FaZe to win. 1 more map is all Lore need to send it to a map number 7.
Let's see if FaZe Black can find redemption here in control. Lore Gaming, though, would love to go the distance and get us to that final game. We'll see if we get there. Attacking first will be the Lore Gaming boys. 2Real waits patiently for that first pickup, try to get some information on the player on the zone at B, but he also has maybe an opportunity to see if he can try to push through and flank, but he's going to be caught out.
Great opening break off for FaZe. Only losing 2 lives along the way, but the return to fire coming through from both Paul and Major Maniac off of a fantastic search and destroy. Looking to find a little bit more. Stun's going to connect. Brack is top propane. How much more information can he gather for himself? But it's all just bait for the time. Exceed able to get around the back. It is all kills in the feed right now for FaZe.
Unbelievable stuff here, at least right off the start. FaZe Black in a solid position. defending well. 35 seconds on the clock. You're going to feel pressed to start to make a move for one of these zones, and they also get a good read from Paulex in the back here. So everything now needs to come through the front, and the players are working down low in pit to do it.
Got players to worry about right outside of your spawn windows, and that's going to be Rex pushing all the way past the offensive hut in towards the right side of the windows. Paul will find a very good trade. The problem is we're down to 17 seconds. You got players that are pushed up all the way over by B Street. You take down Exceed over by Propane. Paul takes down Brack, so now you can get on towards the B zone. 2 players around the area.
Stopping the clock at 14. Need to be perfect, though. Dylan Rex looking for an angle. Gonna likely work to the top of that heli staircase, and now a scene from behind trying to get involved in the play. He's denied. 2 players gonna drop. Dylan Rex makes his way into the point. It's a dolphin dive to try to stay safe, but Dylan Rex chows out, gets 2. Too Real with the trade. Might be enough to continue to stay alive here and allow that second tick to come through.
Too Real up on 4 in a row, but he's the only player that's around the zone. We need some assistance over here for Brendan, and Major Maniac is actually trying to play the cross all the way over by the A zone. Gets at least a read that a player's going to be crossing, able to at least find the trade on the Too Real, but it's a player top Propane. Need to keep cycling players in. This time it's Yuli's turn.
Yuli needs to stay alive. Oh, what a snap that is. Asim just gets absolutely destroyed, but the trades feel like they're probably enough. 9 seconds now to play with. All the lanes just about picked up. Too Real just trying to fly into A, and that will be shut down. No time remaining. Nobody in a spot to touch, and FaZe Black, they come out swinging.
I would say this much. I mean, out of lore, the way that opening breakoff started, at least you were able to get 2 segments off of the B zone, but very, very different comparatively to Invasion, both stylistically and, well, the map altogether. That being said, I will say this much for FaZe Black, just being able to go back to the tried and true bread and butter, isn't it? Where you just kind of roll out 3 ARs, you watch all the crosses. The moment that you find those first 2 kills, you only lose 2 along the way. Then you start sending players on the flank. It was Exceed first over towards the green tarp building that is outside of the offensive left windows, and then also having Asim trying to work through the underground area. So good start for FaZe. Looking to see if they can continue on with any sort of momentum on their opening offense. And lore, we're thinking B. FaZe are having other plans.
Seam over the top here, needs to find that kill up close and he can. So Dylan Rex has to overextend to follow up. He's good for 1, Dylan Rex is good for 2, and might even get a look at the 3rd, but the flank from behind will clear things off on the point. First tick, I think, was locked in at the very least here at A.
Yep, sure was. And now it's going to be the battle for the high ground because, of course, it is a high-res for crying out loud. Nice shots for Asim, the player at far, just trying to bait out the first. The Renetti shot's not good enough to be able to claim the second. Paul will get the turn and the inevitable burn on a player caught in mid-tack sprint. But Exceed Dylan Rex off the respawn, able to combine for 2 more kills. They're starting to work up this B Street. Their job's a good one. They already got that first tick over at A. Can they find anything at B?
Rex over the top, looking for something here through the left lane. But now turns his attention to Pit. Comes up with 1. Major Maniac, though, he's able to match a lot of the slang. Now trying to get something done on the point. Contested. Brack just watching over him. We're ready for someone to come down from above. It's contested. Brack turns, and he's able to find 1. Also get great help from the rest of his teammates. Everybody winning their ones. Paulex flies up to the zone, but wisely backs down.
4 players stacking on B. That zone is so chalk. Get as many nades as possible. Yeah, the trophy system may have gotten nerfed, but you cannot afford to throw so many bodies at this. The zone was chalked, y'all. Too Real may find 2. You hope that you might be able to clear the rest of the players off, but it's Dylan for 2 instead. Brack's still alive, trying to maintain his presence on this side of the map, but will die in the end. 16 plays up against 16, a minute 30 on the clock.
Tough shots here. Don't really get a lot of aim assist through this fence at times. But Exceed will somehow stay up, stay alive. FaZe Black with the minute 20. Lives even here at 16 apiece. And you've already gotten 1 tick at A. So 1 good team wipe feels like it might be enough to start to throw yourself onto the zone, but the defense playing well, able to pick their moments, and now Asim's just kind of caught out on the scaffolding here in the middle of the map looking for some kills.
Asim gonna get information on 2. Major Maniac just playing with his food. I mean, you want to talk about one of the best anchor ARs to ever do it. He goes for the chow eventually, but gets his head ripped clean off. Too Real trying to at least rectify the situation of losing a handful of players, and it sets himself up wonderfully long-range shots with the SMG. And we'll get crossed up by Asim, who's still on this side of the map, trying to maintain high ground presence, but he was the only player pushed up. 12v9, running out of time.
Real with that cruise missile in his back pocket could be fairly crucial as we go throughout the rest of this control. 30 seconds though. It feels like Lord Gaming have done an excellent job controlling blue. Now this is really one of their first big fumbles. Brack almost flies in for 3. Yuli just barely survives and hangs on with a sliver of HP. Down low, it will be Asim. He is the furthest pushed forward. All of his teammates are going to drop around him. He's got to win some big battles, but he's going to be cleaned up as well.
Good help from Too Real, taking down Asim down bottom of the underground. Paul X is going to get traded out, so that puts a player up on a 4 spree. 11 seconds remain, only 3 lives remain though for FaZe Black. Looking to maybe try to get a second segment, but the way that they're set up across the map, if you are Lore, not only do they have more numbers, they have more map positioning. Brack, Exceed, long time duo with one another, won't even give a good look at it. But the 4 segments captured is definitely of note, given how High Rise does play out. Round 5 defense might just be what you're after, but it's very, very different comparatively to Invasion. At any moment's notice, you get one good opening break off, you can hop on any one of these 2 zones and capture it almost instantaneously.
You sure can. And I feel like both teams have done a pretty good job defensively of making sure nobody's been able to slip through to the spawns.
Yeah.
When you go back to that FaZe Black match, that was something that was happening continuously. It felt like Too Real, or rather, it was Yeez, I think, on that team that was just constantly in your face. Purge was doing the exact same thing when they were playing that Omen back-to-back squad. But this time around, a little bit more measured, a little bit more controlled, and that's what you like to see. But now it's Lord Gaming back on the attack here, round 3.
Underground being looked at immediately. Too Real does have that cruise missile, keep in mind you, so it could be a massive resource to have for him should you feel the pressure to do so. Again, down in ticks, but surely not out of it quite yet. But the opening break off again, it's just so good for FaZe Black, and they don't have to do it via aggression. They just do it knowing that Lore are going to give themselves up eventually trying to get aggression across the map. Good start so far for FaZe. Not seeing anybody so far, but I'm sure that they're counting heads. They are missing Major Maniac.
Paul X trying to double up with his teammate on the zone. Good look there for Asim, and onto the pistol. Paul X able to make it work out here for a double. Up top though, Exceed uses the high ground well. Will be able to clear off the point. And once again, everything comes to a stall. Everything is going to be neutral, but you got Major Maniac in the back. Try to cut off the respawners.
Major Maniac getting aggressive, already able to take down one. Rex is going to throw a shoulder. Should be a cross up, maybe over by the stairs area. Sure will by Asim. Major Maniac, a lot to do. The Semtex does connect, and Asim will clear away the base. While all that was happening, there was more presence being built over by the B Street, but it's a counterflank coming through from Exceed and from Brack, but Yuli, a little privy to it. Gonna be able to take down at least one, missing still Brack. Still have a player on that B zone, Too Real trying to get the capture segments.
Not gonna win that battle. Now on B, surprise, surprise, Asim over the top. Takes one off the zone. Still have presence here, however. 33 seconds on the clock. Looking for the second tick. Dylan Rex ready to fly. Exceed with some great nades and a big pistol kill. Once again, creates space. The second tick is not a lock. And now it's looking a little concerning here for Lore Gaming as they run out of time in round 3.
20 seconds. Can you find anything if you are Lore Gaming? I mean, it's such a lockdown defensive setup for FaZe as they find more kills on the transition. Paul forced to jump inside of the B zone, just trying to stall the clock, wait for more reinforcements.
Paul X trying to stay alive, goes to the pistol, can't find the snap onto the second. And it feels like, again, the defense, just too much to deal with, too overwhelming. They've controlled this B zone quite well. Could Major Maniac find a way in? He gets great help, and maybe there's a chance. 4 seconds and a dream. Trying to lock in the second tick. Everyone is just piling onto the zone. Dylan Rex looking for a way up. Over the top, finds one, but it's a teammate as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade. From the side, it's Asim to the pistol, it's Exceed, and the zone is captured. They stay alive for now.
60 seconds added on towards the board. Keep in mind, you that Too Real still has that cruise missile. Do you feel the necessity to pull that out? You're only down by 3 lives. You just need to get players in a position to maybe try to hop onto the zone and try to catch these players off guard. It will be Yuli on the zone first, gives it up for now, trying to find a couple spawners, rotating back in to contest the zone.
They know he's here. They do a good job of clearing him out, making sure he is not going to be a nuisance in the back of the spawn. Too Real with the cruise missile still in his pocket. Looking to make his way through mid. Dead silence will be popped. He's going to call it in. What can you find here? Too Real looking to find some kills. What will he get? Weaves it in. Oh, no. It's a team kill. He takes out Yuli. Not what you want to see. 20 seconds remain. Lore Gaming pressed to make a move for the zone.
Too Real is able to at least find a trade after Paul was able to find 2 himself. Major Maniac back inside the spawn, dealt with. Brack for 2 though, running out of time, 3v7.
He almost falls off the map, but he just barely saves himself. Doesn't look like you're gonna find an angle through blue. It is just swarmed from FaZe Black. And the laser focus works out. Another last-second heroic capture, but it does not lead to anything successful at A.
Cruise missile invested at that point in time is just such a tough call because, again, when you're thinking about a control, right, you should almost be thinking about, like, are we going to go round 5? It is very, very possible. Is that a resource you want to hold in your back pocket? Surely. It could be an ace up your sleeve to be able to convert it into the A zone. But the one problem was, specifically for Lore, they just didn't have anybody in a position to try to get any sort of benefit off of that cruise missile. Nobody was pushed up B lane to try to catch these players trying to skate the way back inside their spawn. Yuli was stuck inside over by their own hut, and he died from the cruise missile. Very unfortunate mishap to come through from Lore, but hey, there is a way you can get a round 5 defense. You just got to get a full hold forehead.
Full hold. Easier said than done, to be sure, but we've seen some crazy things today. However, this first tick already under threat. Shots coming through all over the place. And with a double stack here on the zone, Juriel's gonna have to press forward, and he shut down Exceed. Able to find a second one after that, which is just ridiculous. And Asim is also still on 4 in a row. Trophy system's out. This could be a very fast capture. One more player lurking around the point. Asim trying to track him down.
That guarantees round 5 defense if it even gets that far for FaZe Black. Look at the amount of clock that is left on this round. 2 minutes and 14 seconds. They have just now lost their third life. Is FaZe. Major Maniac able to take down Dylan. Exceed last alive. Push all the way up. Currently on a 3 spree. He's being a little bit of sneaky peeky all the way through the back, but Turiel, he's got the read on the situation. The question is, where's he coming from?
Time to play with. Exceed looking for the big 1v1. No, not gonna find it. Turiel clears out the spawn, but where there's one, there's a second apparently. The team now looks to follow the footsteps of Exceed through the back. And this is being read as well. Major Maniac knows one is missing on the map. Nade's gonna come through, just pushes him back, but his teammates now also starting to put together kills. They could have a look at A.
This is a scary situation to have for yourself. You got Yuli, he's trapped inside of blue. Spawns are all coming over by wood, so the reinforcements are very, very quick, but you gotta find the kills. Asim's good for 2, but the coverage across the rest of the zone better for Lore, still trailing by 4 lives.
Yuli might be able to earn himself a cruise missile here, 5 in a row. So a big opportunity, again, to try to grab yourself that cruise missile. Give yourself a bit of late game insurance. Minute 15 on the clock. Looking forward, he's gonna overextend for it, but he does manage to get it just before dropping. So something critical to look out for as we get further and further into this map. Now down to just about a minute left on the clock.
Oh, look at the triple stack coming through the middle of the map. I mean, Dylan Rex is right off the spawn. There's nobody in a position to try to work some of this flank. 3 players stacked on A. That first segment's guaranteed.
First segment is in. Second segment, looking to be quickly. Yuli forced to use the shrink. It finds absolutely nothing. Everyone runs inside of blue, but it gives them a moment to breathe. And Exceed now wants to take an outer route through the scaffolding. Could come up behind the entire play and completely blow away the Lore Gaming boys. As soon as he gets the opportunity, he's gonna fly. He finds the first. Can he put together 2? Shots onto the second. His teammates also getting involved in the play too.
First segment locked. The cruise missile didn't find any kills, but it found at least the timing and the presence to be able to get back out from your spawn. 9v13. Not enough time left on the game clock to be able to get the rest of these kills, but FaZe Black, 1 good hit might just be all they need, but they got to get past 1 raid boss. That's going to be Major Maniac up top. Dealt with. Next few players working up on the cross is going to be Yuli top Propane. FaZe Black spread across the map.
Rex on the point, 21 seconds to spare. Trophy system also to assist. Can't find the lineup initially there on 2, too real. And that might be enough here to try to extend it at least 1 more round. The defense trying to hold strong. The life's no longer really a factor. This will be the final push. Brack through the middle, able to clean up 1. Needs to put together more as he cuts through mid. Finds Major Maniac. That will be the second kill. Now they're on the point with 2 seconds to spare. Respawns. They are finding the kills. No respawns. They were tested, but they were never bested. They were pressed, but they were never finessed. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Black are your Toronto Open champions!
Brack gets it done again in the 6th, add another banner to the board. A few years ago, able to claim his prize as a champion, done once more. Hugs, elations across the stage. ASIM back into this FaZe Black roster. They won Boston to start off the entirety of the season. Kremp and Asim both get pulled up to the league. They move over to be playing with Dylan Rex. Asim back down to this team, back to their winning ways. Champions once again.
Feels great there for the FaZe Black boys, getting 1 back, doing it in incredible fashion. The comebacks, the adjustments, and the win on the control to seal the deal. Man, oh man, what an absolute banger of a grand final. But you take a look at those Lore boys and you know that they put up a fight. They did an absolute run and a half through the lower bracket. And they cut down so many teams and they get so close, but they just fall short here, Andy.
It's just absolutely absurd, right? Because, I mean, you think about, like, the last 3 maps in this Grand Finals. Again, best of 7s, you never really know what's going to be happening, right? But we went from a 12-point difference in a 6-star where FaZe Black literally ripped the rugs out from the feet of Lore Gaming, and then they bounced back in a 6-0 Karachi Search and Destroy. Sure. And then we go into a high-rise Control where, again, Control has not been friendly at all for this FaZe Black roster this entire Saturday and Sunday. And they get the job done in a massive way. Their opening breakoffs, their gunfights, the trust in one another at an all-time high. Shout out Coach Mayhem getting these boys prepared as well as he always does for every single team he works with for this exact moment.
Firm handshakes all around. FaZe Black get the job done. And with it, we're going to have to send it to an interview here with Colin very, very shortly. I believe we're going to be standing by with Exceed. Stay tuned.
Yo, Mike, you got fucking World Star, you dog shit fuck. That's a fucking breakdown! That's a fucking breakdown! Oh! Come on, you guys fucking suck! Oh my god! Hey, Yuli, we're not...
Welcome back, Challenger fans, as I've got the champion Exceed on the desk with me after taking down Lore on the main stage. How are you feeling after that win?
Feel absolutely amazing. You know, we had a great tournament. You know, we didn't lose the series the entire time, and, you know, the king has taken his throne again.
Oh, yeah, right back on top. And it seems like the kind of stars are aligning once again. But now you're winning with a kind of a newer team.
Yep.
You're bringing in Rex to the roster just before, you know, I'd say, well, just recently, and, you know, things weren't panning out. You bring Asim back. And what was the process like setting up for Toronto with that? Was it difficult?
No, I mean, Sim fits our team really well. You know, that guy's like my brother at this point with me and Carson. And, you know, it was a long process. I mean, we picked him up like 5 days before this event. So it kind of worked out with us already having chemistry with him. So we knew exactly what was going to happen. Dill this weekend absolutely fried. That guy deserves all the props for this, and it's his first LAN win. So we're glad to get it for him.
That's huge. That is huge for Rex, for you guys, you know, back on top on that main stage, though. Hardpoint, 6-star. Like, what happened? Where was the turning point on that 6-star? Like, what got you guys going?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. You can ask anyone on my team this, and I'm mic'd up for this entire series. I sat there that entire hard point. I said it, I think, 15 times. I said, we can still win this. We can still win this. We can still win this. And then I think eventually me and Dill held a P5 together, and we just pieced them. But, I mean, all of it comes down to preparation. And, you know, we have the best coach in the game by far. Guy should be in the pro league. And, you know, he prepares us for things like this.
Yeah, Mayhem, right behind you guys, cheering you the whole way through. But what's it like kind of playing underneath Mayhem, by the way? Like the preparation he puts into you guys, you know, instilling, you know, those, I guess, rules into your team and, you know, every in between maps, the chatter. What's it like playing under him?
Yeah, I mean, he's the best coach I've ever had by far. I had him last year on LAG. And, you know, obviously the results didn't show, but, I mean, that team was just in a bad spot. But May is by far the best coach I have ever had, and that guy deserves to be in the league.
Of course. I mean, I think everybody can agree with that for sure. But, you know, before we kind of let you go and, you know, claim your trophies that I'm sure you guys are waiting to kind of show on screen, for the fans, you know, FC Black supporting you guys, do you have anything to say to them?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys, everybody. It's been a big, long ride, and it's been hard for me and Carson and May to not be able to get into the league. But we have a amazing org behind us supporting us, Tommy and Los, and shout out to those guys because they've done everything for us and they've trusted us every step of the way to make the decisions ourselves on what we wanted to do. And I think that's huge for an organization. And this one was for them.
It's a big one. It's a big win at the end of the day for FC Black. Congratulations. But I don't want to hold you guys, for too much longer. And I'm sure you want to get those belts. So I think we're going to be bringing the team on board. I can hand you yours firsthand. Take a look at this. I'm sure you've been waiting for it.
Give me this.
Congratulations. Not only that, but you also get a little bit of goodie from AMD as well.
Oh my God, I love this place. I'll come back to Toronto anytime.
I think we're going to be bringing the rest of the team on board as well.
Absolutely.
So once the rest of the team can hopefully come back from FC Black, they're all celebrating behind us. I can see them right there. But they're all busy. But if you guys can see, congratulations to FC Black, your 2024 Toronto Ultra Open champions, coming out in the grand finals versus Lord Gaming, folks. Big congratulations to the team. Thank you for everybody tuning in. And don't forget to follow along with Challengers for everything that is coming up for the rest of the season, guys. Congratulations. Folks at home, take care. Have a great night. We'll see you next time.
No more sound EQ cheese.
Are you guys gonna fucking kill me? Are you gonna kill me? Are you gonna... fucking God! Are you guys gonna kill me? Hey, Julie! Are you gonna kill me? Yo, Mike, you got fucking World Star dog shit, bro! That's a fucking breakdown! That's a fucking breakdown! Oh! Come on, you guys fucking suck! Oh my God! Hey, Yuli!